Big dreams start small. At GoDaddy, we help you take that first step and every step after, from getting your domain
environmental sustainability. Your presence today reflects your commitment towards enhancing and advancing the knowledge and strengthening collaborative efforts in climate responsive forestry. I am Dr. Arjun Ramchandran and I feel deeply honored to co-host this prestigious event along with Dr. Shalini Mudalkar.
With profound respect, I invite our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. C. Suvarna, IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and Head of Forest Force, Telangana Forest Department, to kindly grace the dais. I now request our esteemed guest of honor, Sri Vinay Kumar, IFS, PCCF Wildlife and Chief Wildlife Warden, to kindly join us on the dais. I also invite our respected guest of honor, Srimati Sunita M. Bhagwat, IFS, VC and MD, Telangana State Forest Development Corporation, to kindly grace the dais. May I now request our honored guest of honor, Sri G. Veera Reddy, IAS, Executive Director, TGIIC, to kindly take his place on the dais. I extend a warm invitation to our special guest, Dr. A. Bhagwan, Registrar and Comptroller, Sri Konda Lakshman Telangana State Horticulture University, to kindly grace the dais. And now I invite our organizing chairperson, Sri V. Krishna, IFS, Conservator of Forests and Dean Forest College and Research Institute, to kindly grace the dais. I also request Sri C. Sridhar Rao, Joint Director, Forest College and Research Institute, and Dr. M. Mamata, Professor of Forest College and Research Institute. And last but not the least, our organizing secretary, Dr. B. Jagdish, who is Head of the Department and Assistant Professor in the Department of Forest Resource Management, Forest College and Research Institute, to kindly grace the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our distinguished dignitaries with a big round of applause.
May I now request our faculty members to kindly present bouquets to our esteemed dignitaries as a token of our warm welcome and deep respect. I request Dr. P.V. Shalini, Assistant Professor, FCRI, to kindly present a plant bouquet to our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. C. Suvarna, IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Head of Forest Force, Telangana Forest Department. I request Dr. Harish Boja, Assistant Professor FCRI, to kindly present a bouquet to our esteemed guest of honor, Sri Vinay Kumar, IFS, PCCF Wildlife and Chief Wildlife Warden. I request Ms. Percy Rebecca, Assistant Professor FCRI, to kindly present a bouquet to our respected guest of honor, Srimati Sunita M. Bhagwat, Ma'am, IFS, VC and MD, Telangana State Forest Development Corporation. I request Dr. N. Mithun, Assistant Professor FCRI, to kindly present a bouquet to our honored special guest, Sri Gopi Reddy, Veera Reddy IAS, Executive Director, TGIIC. Assistant Professor FCRI, to kindly present a bouquet to our respected special guest, Dr. A. Bhagwan, Registrar and Comptroller, SKL TGHU, Mulugu Siddipet.
To invoke divine blessings and mark the auspicious beginning of this conference, we now proceed with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, symbolizing knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment. May I respectfully invite our Honorable Chief Guests, special guests, guests of honor, and distinguished dignitaries to kindly come forward for the lighting of lamp.
Gananayakaya Ganadaivataya गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
Thank you, respected dignitaries. It is now my proud privilege to invite Sri V. Krishna I.
Good morning to all. Respected Chief Guest, Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and Head of Forest Force, Dr. Sri Suvarna IFS Ma'am, Honorable PCC of Wildlife and Chief Wildlife Warden, Sri Vinay Kumar IFS Garu, Distinguished Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Telangana Forest Development Corporation, Srimati Sunita K. Bhavat IFS Madam Garu, Respected Executive Director, TGIAC, Veera Reddy IAS Garu, Respected Registrar Horticulture University Dr. Bhagwan Garu, esteemed scientists, academicians, forest officers, industry researchers, faculty members, students, and distinguished delegates from across the country. It gives me immense pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to the inaugural session of the National Conference on Climate Responsive Forestry for Sustainable Urban Natural Landscapes at the Forest College and Research Institute, Mulgu. Your gracious presence today reflects the importance of the subject we have assembled to deliberate upon. At a time when urban centers are expanding at an unprecedented pace, environmental stresses are intensifying, and climate variability is becoming a live reality. The role of forestry has evolved beyond traditional boundaries. Forest science today intersects with urban planning, biodiversity conservation, ecological restoration, water security, public health, and sustainable industry. Cities are not isolated from nature. They are ecological systems in themselves. The green spaces we design, the water bodies we restore, the biodiversity we conserve, the natural resources we manage, determine not only environmental sustainability, but also the quality of life for millions of people. Forestry professionals therefore carry a profound responsibility to integrate ecological wisdom with developmental aspirations. This conference seeks to foster meaningful dialogue among policymakers, administrators, scientists, technologists, and industry stakeholders. Though such interdisciplinary collaboration, practical, scalable, and science-driven solutions can take shape. I am confident that our discussions in the coming sessions will explore innovative strategies to strengthen ecological resilience, enhance carbon sequestration, improve air and water quality, and promote sustainable livelihoods. We are deeply honored by the presence of our Chief Guest Suvarna Ma'am, whose leadership continues to guide progressive forest governance and environmental stewardship. We are equally privileged to have our distinguished guests of honor, Vinay Kumar sir and Sunita Madam, and also our special guests who represent diverse yet interconnected sectors, that is wildlife conservation, forest-based enterprise, infrastructure development, and horticultural education. Their collective expertise underscores the integrated approach required to build environmentally resilient urban futures. At FCRI, we remain committed to advancing forestry education, research, and extension in alignment with emerging global challenges. We believe that academic institutions must serve as knowledge hubs that bridge research with field-level implementation. This conference reflects our continued dedication to fostering collaboration, innovation, and evidence-based policy support. I am confident that the insights shared here will not remain confined to academic discussions, but will translate into actionable frameworks and collaborative partnerships. Let this gathering inspire us to imagine urban landscape as vibrant ecosystems that is productive, inclusive, and resilient to climate change. On behalf of FCRI and the organizing committee, I sincerely thank Shashanka IS, VC and MD TGIAC for the support extended in organizing this conference. I also warmly welcome each one of you. Your presence strengthens this platform and enriches the dialogue. My thanks as well to all the distinguished guests on the dais for joining us today. I wish the conference great success and impactful outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your gracious welcome and inspiring words. To present an overview of the theme and objectives of this conference, I now invite Dr. B. Jagdish, who is HOD and Assistant Professor, also the Organizing Secretary of this conference, to kindly address the gathering.
Honorable Chief Guest, distinguished guest of honor, special guests, respected dignitaries, scientists, policymakers, faculty members, researchers, students, and participants, Andariki Namaskaram, and a warm welcome to you all. I took an immense pleasure as an organizing secretary to briefly present the essence of our conference theme, Climate Responsive Forestry for Sustainable Urban and Natural Landscapes. Today, climate change and rapid urbanization are reshaping both our cities and our natural ecosystems. Rising temperatures, urban heat islands, biodiversity loss, land degradation, and air pollution. It demands integrated and science-based solutions. Climate responsive forestry emphasizes managing trees, forests, and green infrastructure in ways that enhance resilience, improve environmental quality, and contribute to climate mitigation through carbon sequestration and ecosystem stabilization. In urban landscapes, forestry functions as a living infrastructure, reducing heat stress, improving air quality, supporting biodiversity, restoring lakes and wetlands, and enhance human well-being. In natural landscapes, sustainable silviculture, agroforestry, ecosystem restoration, and forest health management, it strengthens the ecological stability and livelihood security under changing climatic conditions. This conference brings together researchers, planners, forest officials, industry leaders, and young scholars to deliberate on nature-based solutions, climate adaptation strategies, sustainable forestry systems, and collaborative approaches linking science, policy, and practice. On behalf of the organizing team at Forest College and Research Institute, I sincerely thank our esteemed guests and all the participants for being part of this important national dialogue. May this gathering inspire innovative thinking and collective action toward greener cities and resilient natural landscapes. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for throwing light into the pillar-like themes of this national conference. It truly gives us a bird's eye view on what we need to be excited for in the next 2 days. May I now invite our esteemed special guest, Dr. A. Bhagwan, Registrar and Controller, SKL-TGHU, to kindly address the gathering. Dr. A. Bhagwan is a distinguished horticulture scientist with bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees from Acharya N.G. Ranga Agricultural University, and is also a recipient of the prestigious Dwaraknath Memorial Gold Medal for the best PhD thesis at the national level. With over 26 years of service, he rose from assistant horticulturist to senior professor and director of research, and is currently serving as registrar and controller of Sri Kondalaksham, Telangana Horticulture University. He has guided several postgraduate and doctoral students, published extensively, authored multiple books, and secured over rupees 13 crores in competitive research funding under national projects such as NAIP and NICRA. Instrumental in producing large quality plant material and introducing ultra high density plantation technology in mango from Israel, he has significantly advanced climate resilient and high productivity horticulture in Telangana. We welcome you, sir, to address the gathering.
Good morning to all. Respected Chief Guest of today's function, Dr. C. Suvarna Madam, IFS, and Guest of Honor, Sri Vinay Kumar, IFS, and Srimati Sunita M. Bhagavat, IFS, of today's Guest of Honor, and also today's special guest, Veera Reddy, sir. And my dear students, faculty members, Andarki Namaskaram. On behalf of Sri Kondalakshman Telangana Horticulture University, I am pleased to extend a very warm welcome to all the participants to this National Conference on Climate Responsive Forestry for Sustainable Urban and Natural Landscape. This theme is very highly relevant and in today's context of climate change, urban expansion, and environmental challenges. Sustainable forestry and horticulture must work together to enhance the green cover, strengthen ecosystem resilience, and ensure environmental security for future generation. Once we thought that climate change is only an esoteric word, but now it is very real. Yesterday we have seen that there were rains in Telangana, in parts of Telangana, which is happened in the month of February. It is an extreme event. And this event has affected the mango flowering. And how it affects is because most of the orchards, the mango fruit set has not been done yet, and then the flower might have dropped. And those where the fruit set have been already done, it may affect the fruit drop also. So this is how the climate change is real now. We are seeing it is real, and then that is how it is affecting the commercial horticulture. Likewise, it is also affecting the forestry, all the forest species. Because the regenerative forestry, which we are doing it now, if we do not plant the climate resilient, drought tolerant forest species, then the forest expansion will be at doldrums. The reason it is also affecting the indirectly affecting this climate change is affecting the forestry is affecting the horticulture, commercial horticulture is. We have seen that there is a monkey menace in Telangana. The reason is that there is a dwindling forest cover, especially the plant forest species with fruit crops, fruit berries. And because this has been dwindling, the monkeys are invading the commercial vegetable cultivation, farmers are affecting. And that's the reason why now we see that in Telangana, there is a reduction in the vegetable production area from 3 lakh acres to now just it is presently 1.15 lakh acres. So this is how the cycle of this climate change is affecting the forestry is affecting the commercial horticulture. Not only that, the theme of the topic is urban. Because of urbanization also, the forest cover is dwindling and it is affecting the greenhouse gases. And apart from this, if you see the practically in even urban areas also, a lot of I see that apartments are also adopting Miyawaki forest. They are planting Miyawaki forest, means high density forest in small areas so that we can able to protect the forest. So such type of green initiatives have to be initiated in urban areas. And if you see in Hyderabad, we now see that apartments where you have big trees going on their balconies. So this type of green coverage is also now coming, initiatives are coming. It is a very good sign. Such type of green building concept and green apartment rooftop gardens, not only rooftop, in high-rise buildings, builders are planting big tree species in their balconies to increase the green cover. So such type of initiatives have to come again. And then in the climate, because the national conference topic itself is climate responsive forestry, there is every need to plant those forest plant species which are climate resilient, especially for drought tolerant resilient, and also other extremes of even temperature resilient forest species have to be planted. Hence, this conference is at a right time. It is being now conducted at our FRS, at our Forestry College. I congratulate the Department of Forest Resource Management and the FCRI for organizing committee also for this important initiative, and I wish the conference will come out with a very good meaningful policies that can shape the future of this forestry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable
Thank you all. Respected Chairperson for the conference, Sri V. Krishna, IFS Garu, and Chief Guest, Dr. Suvarna, IFS Garu, Guest of Honor, Sri Vinay Kumar, IFS Garu, and another Guest of Honor, Srimati Sunita M. Bhagavat, IFS Garu, and other Guest of Honor, Sri A. Bhagwan Garu, and on the dais, Sri Sridhar Garu, my friend, and before the dais, and on the dais, all eminent scholars and esteemed colleagues. It is privilege to address this distinguished gathering on the occasion of National Conference on the subject of climate responsive forestry for sustainable urban and natural landscapes, a subject that is no longer confined to environmental discussions but has become central to governance, economic stability, and national security in India. On behalf of the Telangana Industrial Infrastructure Corporation, I appreciate the efforts of Forest College and Research Institute to conduct this conference. Today, climate change is not an abstract scientific concept reflected in reports. It is visible in our cities and villages. We are witnessing unprecedented urban flooding, prolonged droughts, heat waves, groundwater depletion, and ecological stress. These are all not merely environmental issues, they are administrative challenges and developmental challenges and humanitarian challenges. Dear friends, climate responsive forestry demands a shift in administrative approach from plantation targets to ecosystem outcomes in planning urban landscapes. Our beloved Chief Minister Sri Revanth Reddy Garu has made a vision of fourth city by name Bharat Future City, which is India's first net zero greenfield smart city. Envisioned as a model for sustainable urban development and technological innovation. Spanning over 30,000 acres between Srisailam and Nagarjuna Sagar highways, this visionary project reflects Telangana's commitment to create future-ready, environmentally responsible urban landscape. Planned and governed by Future City Development Authority, it is designed to offer a self-sustaining urban ecosystem where innovation, green energy, and inclusive growth go hand in hand. It aims 3 net zero strategies. One is net zero carbon, second one is net zero water, third one is net zero waste. These strategies involves, apart from others, are designated green belts and buffers around industrial areas, highways, and urban settlements, serving as pollution sinks, air quality regulators, and ecological barriers. Extensive urban forestry within residential and commercial zones for enhanced air quality. Ecological corridors to avoid fragmentation of ecosystem along water bodies and forested areas. Spawn city approach must be viewed not as a spawn city approach to mitigate the urban heat island effect, recharge groundwater, and enhance overall climate resilience. In this context, forestry must be viewed not as a sector but as a critical climate infrastructure. Forests are our most effective, economical, scalable natural solution. They absorb carbon, regulate temperature, conserve water, prevent soil erosion, and protect biodiversity. More importantly, they protect livelihoods, public health, and economic productivity. For administrators managing rapidly expanding cities like our Hyderabad, the role of urban forestry becomes an even more crucial. Urban green cover is not an aesthetic luxury, it is a functional necessity. Even urban forests act as a natural air purifier, a flood regulator, and a heat shield. Therefore, climate responsive forestry must become an integral part of our urban planning, infrastructure development, and land use governance. Dear friends, use this conference for good thoughts, plans, strategies, and best outcomes. I appreciate the efforts of Forest College and Research Institute Mulugu to bring these scholars at one stage for a good cause. I wish this conference a meaningful success. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Veera Reddy sir, for your priceless insights on Bharat Future City and its efforts in increasing climate responsiveness. It is now our pleasure to invite Srimati Sunita M. Bhagwat Ma'am, IFS, a distinguished officer of the 1996 batch of the IFS, currently serving as VC and Managing Director of Telangana Forest. During her tenure as Commissioner, the department received 4 consecutive National Tourism Awards from the Government of India, reflecting her visionary and results oriented leadership. Over to you, ma'am, to deliver the Guest of Honor's address.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Today's chief guest of this national conference, Dr. C. Suvarna, Madam, PCCF of Telangana. Shri Vinay Kumar Sir, PCCF, Wildlife and Chief Wildlife Warden, Telangana. Dr. Bhagwan, Registrar and Controller, Shri Konda Lakshman, Telangana, Horticulture University, Dr. Jagdish Garu. Especially, I should also thank Krishna, Shri Krishna, IFS, Conservator of Forest, R&D Circle, and Dean of FCRI, who has led this conference, in fact, who is the person who is, this conference is a brainchild, and along with his team, I think I should congratulate him for this conference, which is the need of the day, and all the other dignitaries on the dais, all the students, the staff, the scientists, the researchers, and the officers from the Forest Department. A very good morning to all of you. I just think, what is the necessity to have a conference on this climate responsive forestry? Is the nature has not taken its own task of reviving itself or resilient itself, that we have polluted the nature so much so that it is beyond repair, and that's the reason why when Mr. Bhagwanji has said that erratic rains, storms, droughts which are coming in right now. So it is all the action of the humankind. Let me tell you that the nature's vagaries, it is beyond our control. But definitely we can combat, we can mitigate, we can control. So that is within our control. Let us not spoil the nature. And as on the onset of my speech, I remember a quote of Ruskin Bond in his book, Stories to Live By, which is very apt for this conference, and I quote, "Whether by accident or design we are here, let's make the most of it, my friend. Make happiness our pursuit. Spread a little sunshine here and there. Enjoy the flowers, the breeze, rivers, sea and sky, mountains and tall waving trees," unquote. So climate change is the result of anthropogenic irresponsible actions of ours. And due to the rapid urbanization, there is increase in climate vulnerabilities like heat wave, erratic rainfall, floods, air pollution, biodiversity loss, and whatnot. It is beyond unthinkable. The ecological spaces are shrinking because of this urbanization. In order to mitigate the climate change, all the sectors have to come together, and we have to wake up ourselves, maybe the industries, power, mining, infrastructure, education. It is required. This is one of that part. Health, and of course, the forestry, the forest department have to play a very important role. And everyone, especially the forest, plays a very vital role and crucial role. Climate responsive forestry is the need of today's climate crisis for the survival of mankind. We are very selfish. It is for us only we are thinking about still. And which offers a science-based, nature-driven solution to restore balance between development and sustainability. Planting native and drought-prone species will help to manage our urban landscapes, maintain biodiversity, and deliver ecosystem services. Climate-responsive forestry basically encompasses ecological, social, and economic aspects. Forests, they were earlier seen as timber sources. Now it is being recognized as carbon sinks, climate regulators, water security enhancers, biodiversity reservoirs, and livelihood providers. So these are the aspects which are very essential for this climate responsive forestry. The world has realized the importance of urban forestry and green infrastructure. The earlier speaker has already spoken about it. And the governments are working towards this by implementing number of greening programs, whether it is Van Mahotsav, Nagar Van Yojana, development of urban forest parks, Green India Mission, to name of them. And there are number of guidelines, rules, regulations have come into play, legislations are there, acts are there towards sustainable development. But the teeth are lacking. That is the thing. We have everything on the platter, but the implementation is a very serious issue. Lake restoration and blue-green infrastructure are critical for flood control and groundwater recharge. GHMC, HMDA, industrial agencies are playing an important role in integrating green planning into city development. They are doing their best, it's not that, but it's still little. The government order of, I will just name, 168, which was issued in 2012, 168 were issued by MA and UD about building code regulation norms. It was based on the National Building Code, wherein solid waste management, disposal of it, STP, plants setting up, setback areas, tot lot and green belt areas, all these are there in the GO, how to go about and all. So it is there, it is already there in the government norms, the building regulation norms, but it needs to be implemented more effectively and monitored more stringently. Some of the acts have also come into picture or into existence during, like the Environment Protection Act of 1986, where the polluters pay principle is there, and in that, where this has come during the conference, Human Environment Conference of 1972, and subsequently the Bhopal gas tragedy. So this is the outcome of the act is the outcome of those two things. So when it is again a knee-jerk reaction, when things happen, then only we wake up and then we start acting on it. So I think it is still not too late to wake and to start what we have to go and do ahead. Not just by sitting in the conference rooms, but also ensuring that the minds, the young minds, the ignited minds should come together along with the expertise and the expert guidance of the scientists, intellectual community, and it has to be it has to be implemented in the field, the outcome. So it should come from the lab to the field. The concept of net zero greenfield smart cities as envisioned in Bharat Future City reflects forward-looking governance. I can give you an example of China's air pollution in 2013, when it was the most polluted city in the world. So how China has dealt. It has put stringent actions, guidelines, and ensured that Now it is much, much better than any other cities, and the air pollution is, I think, less than, if I'm correct, 1.5 parts per million, or within the permissible limit. So it has achieved that thing. So you need that kind of governance, that kind of implementation. The role of research and academia plays a very important part, and more focus should be given to climate resilient tree species, agroforestry models for farmers, carbon credit frameworks. It is a microclimate, it's still in the microclimate stage, I can say, carbon credit, but it's still a long way to go. Restoration of degraded landscape, and industries, there should be an industry interface also. Let me also tell you that the Forest Development Corporation, we have also collaborated with the academic institutions like the IIFM Bhopal, Institute of Forest Genetics and Tree Breeding Coimbatore towards ecological, social and economical aspects through value addition, yield enhancement, management of plantations with drought-prone, fire-resistant and high-yielding eucalyptus clones also. Climate creation of green jobs is one of our main forte through management, harvesting and ecosystem monitoring. Now from here, what is the way forward? The policies, guidelines, legislations have come through these kind of summits, conferences where intellectual minds meet and deliberate upon. I hope this conference definitely will bring out a roadmap to further strengthen our objective, where climate responsive forestry must become a policy priority, not just a research topic. Urban planning authorities must integrate forestry experts at design stage with strict implementation. Collaboration between government departments, academic institutions and industries must be institutionalized. Restoration of degraded lands and expansion of green cover should be accelerated using scientific planning. Before I conclude, I would just like to sum up, or I can say close with this poem written by William Henry Davis Leisure in 1911, which is still relevant. What is this life if full of care? We have no time to stand and stare, no time to stand beneath the boughs and stare as long as sheep and cows. No time to see when woods we pass, where squirrels hid their nuts in grass. No time to see in broad daylight, streams full of stars like skies at night. No time to turn at beauty's glance and watch her feet, how they can dance. No time to wait till her mouth can enrich that smile her eyes began. A poor life this, if full of care, we have no time to stand and stare. So I think it is a long time that we have to ensure that the beauty lies in the nature, and we have to ensure that it is protected. If it is still not too late, that we should start acting, and our lifestyles should also change by the Government of India, which has come up with the lifestyle also. So I think, thank you very much, Krishna ji. You have given this opportunity for me, for inviting me for this conference. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, ma'am, for your poetic and motivating address. It's a privilege to welcome Sri Vinay Kumar, IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and Chief Wildlife Warden, Telangana, to the National Conference. A 1992 batch Telangana cadre officer of the Indian Forest Service, Vinay sir brings over 3 decades of rich and diverse administrative experience. An alumnus of Sainik School, Sujanpur, and a graduate and postgraduate in forest science from University of Forestry, Solan. He underwent professional forestry training at IGNFA Dehradun and Yale University, USA, and further completed an advanced management program in public policy from ISB Hyderabad. Throughout his distinguished career, he has served in key capacities across territorial forestry, wildlife, social forestry, research, working plans, rural development, and irrigation departments in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. He has been instrumental in introducing reforms in forest protection and anti smuggling measures and has held important assignments, including Field Director of Amrabad Tiger Reserve, Special Commissioner for Command Area Development and Water Management under World Bank and JICA assisted projects, and Director International Cooperation at ICFRE. His participatory water management initiatives earned global recognition as first runner-up in the UN Water for Life Best Practices Award in 2014. A member of the Indian delegation to the COP16 UNCCD at Riyadh and currently serving as PCCF and Chief Wildlife Warden, Sri Vinay Kumar exemplifies leadership, innovation, and dedication to sustainable natural resource governance. We warmly invite him to address this distinguished gathering.
Respected Dr. Swarna, PCF of the Chief Guest of the Day, other dignitaries on the dais, distinguished invitees for the conference, dear students and other staff members of FCRA, media personnel. First of all, I congratulate the organizers of this conference. Very apt topic, responsive forestry. I think it should have been responsible forestry also. The word responsible should also have been added. Well, I am standing in front of the youngsters. There was a time when I joined the service way back in 92-93. That time also the climate change was the issue, but it was the future. But now I think the future has already arrived and we are all in the age where the climate change is a reality. Forests, when we talk about the forests are centric to climate regulation, biodiversity conservation, livelihoods and water security. Climate change is often described as a problem of future, but it is no more a future, it is a present now. See, forests, when we talk about forests, we all should think that unless we contribute to the forest conservation, it is just like a bank account. You keep on withdrawing money, ultimately if you don't put anything into it, it becomes zero. Forests are the common resources. Unless we contribute as an individual, as an organization to the forestry sector, to the conservation of the natural resources, ultimately it is going to deplete. And the responsive forestry, when we talk about the responsive forestry, it becomes our responsibility as a citizen to do whatever we can for the welfare of the natural resources. When I talk about India as a country and compare it to the other world, outside world, the main problem what we are facing is the overpopulation. As a result of overpopulation, all our resources are getting depleted. The drinking water in rural areas, 85% comes from the groundwater. 60% to 70% irrigation comes from the groundwater. But our groundwater resources are drying because there is unregulated infrastructure as the development of urban and peri-urban areas is taking place. It is not that as a country we have not done anything. We have achieved a lot over the past 3 decades, but still we have a lot to do. Small examples. When we go to the forest, I'll tell you, when I started the service in 1992, now that area has gone into Andhra, that is a Gundla Brahmeshwaram Sanctuary. It is part of the Sirisalam Tiger Reserve. The Britishers had raised beautiful teak plantations. There were thousands of hectares which was totally plantations. When I happened to go to that area after about 25 years, I was astonished to see not even a single teak plantation there. So cutting the teak tree when it reaches the rotation, it's okay, but when you don't replant, or if you plant and your plantation is a failure, that speaks about the irresponsible behavior that we are all into. China as a country, as you know, they have taken up the world's largest afforestation program. That is a Great Green Wall of China project. But there are papers in the journals also which you can go through. It was not 100%. There were failures in that. So the causes of failures, we have to learn from those failures, and we have to implement our projects by learning from such failures. Infrastructure expansion. The other day we have a judgment from the Supreme Court of India also that the Real Estate Regulatory Authority should be closed. So what made Supreme Court to give such a judgment, such a comment? Means there is something wrong with our planning. The objectives are clear, but the implementation is poor. So these are the issues which, as a planner, as an urban planner, who, in whatever capacity we are connected to, we should see that the green lung spaces are protected. It's not the water scarcity in the urban areas because of supply. We have sufficient waters. It is the distribution of water that causes scarcity. The overtapping of groundwater, that is the concern. Harvesting the rainwater efficiently has to be implemented. Green spaces has to be protected. Telangana is the best example. We have 100 plus urban parks now under the leadership of the PCF of. That is a model which the other states are now copying. So these are the actual practical things which we can do. Now, why nobody comes to practice forestry in the private sector? It is because of the long gestation period in the forestry crops we have. If you want returns, minimum you have to wait for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. Now the onus of that, the responsibility lies with our scientists in institutes like FCRI and other agriculture and the forestry universities. Reduce the crop age. The rotation age should be reduced. China and other countries, they have now come up with the species of teak where the rotation is somewhere around 15 years. So people want quick returns. Simultaneously, implementation of such practices will also result in the conservation and sustainable conservation of the climate. We have to incorporate drought, fire, pest and storm resistant species. One thing which is lacking in the Indian context is the simulation modeling. we don't have models to predict what will happen after 10 years or 20 years. How the species will behave if the climate changes, then what is the silviculture practices we should have. The same thing applies to the urban lung species also. So the onus of such research work lies with the institutes like FCRI, other state forest departments and the Indian Council of Forestry Research and Education, that leaving aside the traditional and regular research, we should pick out the topics which are actually now relevant in the changing world, in the changing scenario because of the climate changes. Now, with this background, now we cannot say India has not done anything in the past 30 to 50 years. India has achieved a lot. In the developed world, still there is no clear-cut definition of desertification. Some countries define desertification with some criteria. Some say it is because of the decline in the agriculture production indicators they use. Some they say it is the forest deforestation which caused degradation. And recently when I attended the COP, that was the UNCCD COP, the fight was that whether it is a desertification because of the climate change or climate change is because of the desertification. So, such issues, still we are not clear as a fraternity who is directly involved in the forestry sector, in the natural resource management sector. So there is need for the researchers to come out with the clear findings on that. As a country, we are faring well. We have committed 26 million hectare land, degraded land to be covered by 2030, and already we have done about 18 million hectares. We have committed about 50% of the total non-fossil fuel consumption by 2030, and already the statistics say that we have already achieved that. Very innovative programs the country has initiated. We all know what the carbon credits, but many of us may not be knowing about the green credit program. So green credit program is one of the program where the CSR component of the public sector and the other industries can be tapped, and the CSR component, the corporate sector can, as a responsible citizens, contribute to the mitigation measures of the climate change. Telangana has already, Telangana is on board on the Green Credit program, and it is basically the corporate sector funding the afforestation sector in the country. And it is a very new program recently launched by the Government of India, and it has been accepted well not only by the India but all over the world. Then Red Plus is another initiative where through CAMPA and other programs all the states are contributing to that. For the researchers, I would like to, I don't know how many of you heard about Nirantar portal, NIRANTER. This is a portal which is available on the web. You can go through that. You can know what research has already been taken up. So when you start a research work, you can see whether this topic already has been dealt by somebody elsewhere, any other institute in the Indian context, so that there is no duplication of research. So that is a very important thing which we need to implement. As a responsive forestry, we should avoid diversion of forests. Prevention is better than cure, we all know. But if it is unavoidable, we should ensure that whatever diversion is done, there is a proper afforestation and the afforestation activity is a success. There are many drawbacks of the current policies, but anyway, we have to have a balance between development and environment. As a forest department, as the scientists dealing in the forestry sector, as a natural resource managers, as an industrialists, as a public sector undertakings, we all need environment, we all need safe environment, and the findings of some scientists, the papers have come that by 2050, if this sort of degradation continues, we need another planet to live in. This planet will not be habitable. So that is the urgency on which we are all have to work, and we have to come up with the practical solutions. It is now the time now that the future, you will get climate change, future has already arrived. The future has arrived silently, it has arrived violently. There are erratic rains, there are extreme temperatures. Middle East, there is snowfall now. The areas which had snow, there is no snowfall. The timberline is shifting. The species preference of the animals is shifting. The corridors are now habited. So the wild animals, wild and animal conflict is going up. Other day the tiger has reached up to Yadadri. It may reach Hyderabad also. So it is not the tiger's fault, it is our fault because we have encroached upon the tiger habitats. The yardstick is that if the animals only live in this planet and the human beings get vanished, they will survive. But if the plants and animals vanish, we cannot survive. So we need them. So they are the first occupants of the planet Earth. So we have to live in harmony, we have to have your plan, we have to have your policies. It should be comfortable to both humans and animals, plants and animals. So I think in these 2 days of conference, we will go out, all of us, as I said, responsible citizens and implement whatever task is assigned to us. The problems we are facing are in front of us. We have to recognize the problems. Whatever little actions we can contribute, I request that we must implement, and the onus is very high on the research fraternity because you have to come up with the actual findings and the future road ahead. So with these words, I thank the organizers for this conference and I wish you all the best in times to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your futuristic address grounded in realistic truths of the present. Now, we have reached a critical juncture of the inaugural session, the release of the Souvenir of Abstracts, reflecting the scientific contributions of this conference. May I request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly release the Souvenir, which is a product of days and nights of scrutiny and critical evaluation by the organizing committee of NCCRF 2026.
Thank you all. It is my profound honor to introduce our chief guest for today's inaugural session, Dr. C. Management, fisheries, watershed development, biodiversity governance, and rural development at field, administrative, and national policy levels. A graduate in agriculture, forestry, and rural development, she has further advanced her expertise at Cornell University, USA, strengthening her vision for integrated watershed management and sustainable resource governance. Her contributions across Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and at the national level reflect a rare blend of professional excellence, compassion, and transformative leadership. Over the years, she has served with distinction as Director of Forest Academy, Commissioner of Fisheries, Member Secretary of Telangana State Biodiversity Board, Chief Executive of the National Fisheries Development Board, and today she leads the Telangana Forest Department as PCCF HOF with wisdom, integrity, and foresight. Her initiatives in community-based watershed development, fisheries advancement, gender-inclusive natural resource management, and transparent government systems have positively impacted millions of lives. A recipient of the State Excellency Award and a Hubert H. Humphrey Fellow, her career stands as a powerful testament to environmental stewardship and public service. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm and respectful welcome to our esteemed Chief Guest, Dr. C. Suvarna, and we humbly invite her to deliver the Chief Guest address. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I thank FCRI, the Dean of FCRI, Joint Director, and all the faculty behind this or behind organizing this particular conference for making it possible. And I am sure FCRI is going to organize many more such events because they have been happening, but during last 3 to 4 months, they have been happening at a much better pace. I hope this will continue in future also. Shri Vinay Kumar, Srimati Sunita Bhagwat, Shri Krishna, Shri Sridhar, Shri Veera Reddy Garu, Shri Dr. Bhagwan Garu, Professor Mamata, Associate Professor Jagdish Garu, and all the faculty, delegates, media, students, everyone present here, a warm welcome to you. I am the chairperson of Academic Council of this institution. So in that capacity, I extend this warm welcome to all of you. And we have colleagues from GHMC, TGIIC, of course, Forest Development Corporation, and they do participate and they contribute to this particular subject in their own way. Climate responsive forestry for sustainable urban and natural landscapes. The landscape we are talking about, we have been speaking about watersheds, the catchment area, the water bodies, forested catchment, forested watersheds, other watersheds, because their focus would be mostly on agriculture and other allied activities. Now we have to speak about this climate responsive forestry for sustainable urban and natural landscapes. Urban landscape, we are aware, it's mostly the cement concrete. And in between you will be having the green oasis. And even those green patches, you would see them shrinking because of the pressure on the land, real estate. What is the value of 1 acre in a prime location of this Hyderabad city or Rangareddy? 150 crores to 200 crores per acre. That is the kind of real estate value the land has here and elsewhere in across other cities as well. Mumbai, Delhi, everywhere. Little bit, the changes would be there. changes would be there. I mean, the variation would be there. But metros, you have this kind of land value, real estate value. And in this kind of scenario, will even the government want to keep a part of the land parcel aside? For example, IIC is there. Each acre costs 150 crores, but they have to keep aside a particular portion of the land for, this greenery. You do have, isn't it, Mr. Veera Reddy? This much percent, is it 10%? Minimum 10% they have to keep. That kind of rules and regulations will help us. GHMC has to follow certain norms. HMDA has to follow certain norms. And these regulations, as SIA, Sunita handles SIA also. The environmental clearances and all fall under that authority. Even they do play a role because every layout, it comes under environmental clearance. So forest clearance, wildlife clearance, environmental clearance, these regulations play a very, very vital role in preserving or conserving our biodiversity. And biodiversity is part of the landscape management. It is not just grasses, lawns and some aesthetically managed shrubs or herbs or flowering plants. It's not just that. And we are seeing, urban, peri-urban, rural. Rural is becoming peri-urban, peri-urban is becoming urban. That is a kind of rapid pace with which urbanization is happening across the globe and in India at much speeder pace. And apart from real estate, I would like to quote another example. We don't have underground electricity cables or other kinds of cables. So what does happen? Most often you would be seeing in your colonies, residential colonies and all that, underneath the electric lines, trees would be grown on both sides of the road, and the tree pruning, in the name of the pruning, cutting also, a little more than what should happen, because it would be the activity is entrusted to some contractors by the electricity department. So they don't know how much to cut and what to cut. This all gets covered under Volta Act. Recently, we wrote to electricity department. We have been having coordination meetings with electricity departments. Raising the trees is one thing and protecting them is another thing. We have other acts, Forest Acts, Indian Forest Act and other state forest acts which took the foundation from the Indian Forest Act, Forest Conservation Act, then Wildlife Protection Act, plus Volta. Beyond legal forest area, it is the Volta Act which comes into picture to protect the landscapes. Now anybody, even in their own house, if they have to fell a big tree, they have to seek permission from the forest department, and they have to take permit from the forest department to transport that. Unknowingly certain things might be happening, but this legal awareness is very important among the citizens. But now we keep getting calls, our department officials, like there something is happening, there electricity department, this pruning is happening, here somebody is felling the trees. So awareness levels are increasing, but they are not sufficient. When it comes to our own requirement, people are forgetting. If their own requirement, people are forgetting. As per their convenience, they are acting, but then they face the fines. So this is one act which we are using to a maximum extent, because it is still in our hands. But there are many things which are out of forest department's hands, like a GHMC, urban planning, as earlier speakers were mentioning. In European cities, they plan for 100 years or more. One city, their planning would be there. It includes drainage, afforestation, landscape management. If there are some water canals within the city, the management of that, everything. But our planning is India, very, very myopic. We'll be looking at maybe next 5 years max, or maximum 10 years. With the kind of, population increase, it's not going to be sustainable. This is where we need to, and same is the case with HMDA. They have lots of lands in their hands. IIC also, everyone, who is concerned with this. NHAI, National Highway Construction, linear infrastructure is coming up, cutting urban forest blocks into, dividing forest blocks into several pieces. How we are going to handle that? So we are trying to divert these routes as much as possible, because every clearance goes up to Government of India. They also know the implications. And of course, SIA and PCB also have to play a role. And every regulatory agency, every development agency have to keep this in mind. 60 to 70% of the population of even our state and India would be living in the cities, to second tier towns and even third tier towns in future, in very, very, very close future, not like distant future. And we have taken up certain measures, as like we have a scheme, CAMPA, under which forest areas, because there are many urban forest blocks, there we are taking up afforestation, treating the degraded forest lands. And Vanamahotshavam, this is a program which encompasses all sectors, all line departments, wherever a parcel of land is available. And it includes agriculture, horticulture, animal husbandry, every department. And forest department plays a nodal role in all this. Urban forest parks, 109, plus we have some conservation blocks which are little away from the cities, but in future they would be falling in vicinity of the peri-urban areas. And in situ, ex situ conservation I should be speaking about, forest areas in situ, and all GHMC parks and the parks which are maintained by various organizations in situ. Ex situ will be there, like zoo parks. There you don't just have fauna, you have flora as well. And deer parks, we have 2 national parks which are very urban, urban national parks, I should call them as KBR Park and the Vanasthali Deer Park. And one more is there, Mrugavani, 3 parks falling in 2 districts. And they act as the preservers of the original Deccan Plateau flora and fauna. Conservation zones especially, not the visitors zones. Visitors zones definitely undergo some, changes, ecological changes because of the human presence there. And ecotourism, all these urban forest blocks, to improve the quality of life, we need these things. And genetic diversity, biodiversity, it's not existing only in interior forests, it's there in urban biodiversity, urban parks as well. Everywhere. What we consider as weed is maybe very important, a genetic resource. And Hyderabad city had made some advancements. I think that time Krishna was with Urban Biodiversity Wing of GHMC. Hyderabad city biodiversity indexing was done. It was, I think, the first city to have that kind of biodiversity index. ICLAI is an intergovernmental or international organization which handles urban biodiversity. They keep involving urban municipalities, corporations in that exercise. Hyderabad city is much advanced compared to many other cities, but yet we need to do a lot more. And link between, when I handled watersheds, or earlier I am an agronomist academically, watershed and forests, mountains are interlinked. Water, the origin would be some sink, and the source sink, these 2 aspects. Link between, even when I was handling fisheries sector, I studied link between forests and fisheries. I was wondering why a forest officer is posted in fisheries department initially. But when I was looking at, because water is the linking factor. and if the water flows from forested catchment area, fish diversity, genetic diversity is much more. There are many papers published in that aspect. Only when I was in that holding that assignment, I got to know that. And we, in spite of making several initiatives, we have to look at whether they are sustainable initiatives or not. And we have this Telangana Vision 2047, which includes all this. And Bharat Future City is part of this. Bharat Future City includes urban forest blocks as well. And here there would be an integrated effort made by all these line agencies which I mentioned about, need not repeat it again. And sustainable development, green skilling, all these things we keep on voicing whenever there is a forum. Because initially when we had consultation discussions with all the line departments by the ISB, which drafted the Telangana Vision 2047 document initially. Except for ecotourism, there was no mention of other aspects of this. Then we put forth our arguments and our views so that they found a right place, at least enough, they got enough space to be there in the documentation. And we keep talking about climate mitigation, climate resilience, climate adaptation. I feel climate mitigation is an impossible job. It's not exactly in our hands, because even if biotic interference is not there also, changes will be happening in the climate. Maybe we are just accelerating the impact. But climate adaptation and climate resilience are still within our hands. These are the ones which we need to address, and the 4 broad themes which are covering 101 research papers. This is a very, very good achievement for FCRI, Department of Forest Resources Management, FCRI. It's not easy to get so many research papers. And then I was just going through the abstract, the compendium of the abstracts. They must be very interesting. I would not be able to attend all this presentation of the papers, but I'll definitely go through. And I would suggest the organizers to pick up 3 best papers. You can have a committee and pick up 3 best papers to recognize them. As during valedictory function, you can announce them. That would be an encouragement for the paper presenters, because I attended several conferences, international as well as national level. Thing is, there may be many papers, but all won't be qualitative papers. So out of them, to encourage quality, more and more quality, we need to recognize, and we need to, because many people send the abstracts, and based on the abstract you will be picking up mostly. You might not even have gone through entire paper. So you have to give preference to quality papers. You have to judge. Then only more and more quality papers would come in future. It is not the quality that we should be given importance. Though, early birds, we have to keep encouraging, but quality should get a prime place. So I thank Mr. Krishna, FCRI, and all the organizers, including faculty, for giving me this opportunity, for inviting me as the chief guest, and giving me this opportunity to talk to you on this occasion. And I wish the conference all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring, enlightening, and visionary address. Your diverse experience is an encyclopedia in itself for our budding foresters, environmentalists, and academic participants of this conference. We now request the organizing committee to kindly felicitate our esteemed dignitaries as a token of our sincere respect and gratitude. I invite Sri V. Krishna IFS, the chairperson of this seminar, to kindly present the memento, and Dr. Rija Sundaram to kindly present the shawl to the chief guest. I now invite Dr. Jagdish, Assistant Professor FCRI and Organizing Secretary of NCCRF, and Dr. Milkuri Chiranjeeva Reddy, Assistant Professor FCRI, to present the memento and shawl respectively to Guest of Honor, Sri Vinay Kumar Sir, IFS, PCCF Wildlife and Chief Wildlife Warden. Now I would like to call upon the stage Dr. N.S. Srinidhi, Assistant Professor FCRI, and Dr. P.V. Shalini, Assistant Professor FCRI, to present a memento and shawl respectively to the Guest of Honor, Srimati Sunita Bhagwat Ma'am, IFS, VC and MD, TGFDC. I now request Dr. Priya, Assistant Professor FCRI, and Dr. Sridhar Bodiga, Associate Professor FCRI, to present a memento and shawl respectively to our special guest, Sri G. Veera Reddy, IAS.
Vice Chairperson and Managing Director, TSFDC, for her thoughtful address and valuable perspectives. I place on record our special appreciation to Sri Gopireddy Veera Reddy Sir, IAS, Executive Director, Telangana Industrial Infrastructure Corporation Limited, for graciously representing the organization. We gratefully acknowledge our esteemed sponsor, TGIIC, for their generous financial assistance, which has played a significant role in the successful organization of this national conference. I also thank Dr. A. Bhagwan Sir, Registrar and Comptroller, Sri Kondalakshman, Telangana Horticulture University, for his gracious presence and continued support. At this juncture, we cannot forget our sincere gratitude to our other sponsor, the Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, GHMC, for their support and encouragement towards this event. I gratefully acknowledge the dignitaries for the release of the Souvenir of Abstracts and for kindly accepting our felicitation. I express my heartfelt thanks to Sri V. Krishna Sir IFS, Conservator of Forest, R&D Circle, and Dean FCRI, and Chairperson for his visionary leadership and guidance in organizing this national conference. I sincerely appreciate Dr. B. Jagadish, HOD and Assistant Professor, Organizing Secretary of this conference, for presenting the conference theme and setting the tone for the technical deliberations. My sincere thanks to all the delegates, faculty members, researchers, students, and participants. I also extend my appreciation to the Organizing Committee, FCRI, our Joint Director Sir, Deputy Director Ma'am, faculty members, staff, and student volunteers for ensuring the smooth conduct of this inaugural session. I would like to place on record our appreciation to the members of the press and media for their presence and support. With these words, I once again thank all the dignitaries and participants and wish the National Conference great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. With this, we formally conclude the inaugural session. We request all our guests to kindly gather for a photograph. We now request everyone to proceed for the tea break. Dignitaries kindly proceed to the dining hall, first floor. Students are requested to move towards the tissue culture lab, and other participants to the ground floor. This will be followed by the technical sessions in 20 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. After an inspiring inaugural session and a refreshing tea break, we now begin the technical session 1 of the National Conference. We are privileged to have eminent keynote speakers who will share their valuable insights and experiences. To proceed further, I would now like to invite my co-host, Dr. Arjun Ramachandran, to kindly introduce our first keynote speaker, Sri C.
Secretary's cadre, who retired at the level of PCCF Arunachal Pradesh and subsequently served as chairman of National Biodiversity Authority, completing his tenure in July 2025. Over his distinguished career, he has held several key leadership positions, including Director, Center for Innovations in Public Systems, ASCII, Managing Director of Goa Forest Development Corporation, Director of National Bamboo Mission, Goa, and Additional Secretary, Tourism, United Andhra Pradesh. As Secretary, National Biodiversity Authority, he played a pivotal role in organizing the 11th Conference of Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity in Hyderabad in 2012 and conceptualized the Biodiversity Park at Gachibowli, inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, which stands today as an iconic environmental landmark. He has represented India at multiple global biodiversity forums, including COP meetings at Nagoya, Hyderabad, Montreal, and so on, and led the Indian delegation to the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, Germany. Notably, he became the first Indian to be unanimously elected as chair of the subsidiary body on implementation under the Convention on Biological Diversity and successfully steered India's National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan released at COP16 in 2024. A recipient of the Wildlife Service Award by Sanctuary Asia and widely respected for his contributions to conservation and governance, he continues to inspire the forestry and biodiversity community. We are deeply honored by his presence and warmly invite him to address this distinguished gathering.
Sorry. Good afternoon, friends. It is a great privilege for me to be here with all of you in this National Conference on Climate Responsive Forestry for Sustainable Urban and Natural Landscapes. The topic given to me, promoting biodiversity conservation as the core element of the sustainable urbanization, challenges and strategies. I am very thankful to PCCF and HOF Suvarna Garu and the Dean Krishna Garu and the management of FCRI for giving me this opportunity to be with you today. As we all know, the two departments, Forest Research Management and Center for Agroforestry Research and Training, Extension, and most importantly, the other non-biodiversity, non-forestry organizations, Bharat Future City, TGIAC, and the GHMC are also involved. In fact, they sponsored this event and collaborated with the FCRI. That is the most important thing here, because it is biodiversity as related to sustainable urbanization. Bob, yeah. Slides change. Time given for me is 30 minutes. So there are many slides, but I will skip slides and only just share with you certain slides which I feel important. And in the slides also I will not speak out verbatim. You can see it. I am leaving this presentation with the organizers. You see, when we speak some science or biodiversity, sustainable urbanization, challenges and strategies, we need to be very clear about the conceptual clarity. So therefore, I'll first deal with the biodiversity as such and certain definitions. I'll not speak about certain slides which you can see, and within seconds you can see what is displayed there. Now friends, you see, if we cross 2 degrees centigrade, already 1 degree is over temperature. And what is mentioned there, you can see it, that this planet will change and our existence is itself peril. Now this is how the things are going to be, and 60% overall decline in vertebrate population and 6th mass extinction is happening. This is Anthropocene extinction. This is just for you, especially the students who will be passing out and facing many interviews for selection of many, exams or jobs in private and government sector. Because I, as Chairman National Biodiversity Authority, interviewed hundreds of persons, and I could see that they are, only 50% could answer basic questions. So what is biodiversity means they get confused. What is the, what is the categorization of, threatened, vulnerable, all this IUCN category, they can't answer. So I kept this presentation especially keeping in you the students in mind. So therefore, I am leaving this presentation with the organizers and you can see it, but I will not speak out. This is the extinction of species, because any biological science student, anywhere if they go, they will generally ask these general questions. So kindly go through it afterwards leisurely, since time is very short. Just, this is a global risk. You ought to know about the global risk. What are they? There are technological, societal, economic, geopolitical, and most important from our point of view is the environmental. These are the top global risks which the society, current society is facing. Now, friends, I would like to say about our country. When somebody asks you, especially I am again focusing on the students, what is the biodiversity and importance in our country and this thing? You know, India has only 2.4% of area, 8% of documented species, recorded species, 4% of fresh water, but supporting 17% of the human population and 16% of the cattle population, 1 or 2% this side and that side. That is the greatness of our country, and still you can see in the slide, India is one of the 17 mega biodiverse countries in the world out of 196 parties to Convention on Biological Diversity. That is our greatness. We should be grateful to the God for giving everything in India. You have a snow, you have mountains, you have deserts, you have ocean, you have whatnot, everything you have. We have 10 biogeographic zones in our country, about 16 agroclimatic zones. Everything is grown here. Tropical forests are there, coniferous, temperate forests are there, corals are there. So everything God has given to us, and that's why we are one of the 17 megabiodiverse countries. That is the point I would like to highlight in this slide. Other things I am not, because time is a limiting factor. Now, since we are all science-based approach, Forest Department is science-based, evidence-based department, it is you ought to know about you have to have conceptual clarity. And then practical insights into biodiversity conservation as core element. When we say before the urban planners, urban forestry, urban biodiversity and all that, they will not that much, give that much thought or importance to it. So when we are articulating this matter before them, you ought to have some conceptual clarity in your mind. Otherwise, you can't place before the political executive and intellectuals, planners, civil servants. So many people will be there in the meeting. So the point is that our preparation should be up to the mark, and we are arguing or articulating on behalf of our own survival. Biodiversity is life. Biodiversity is our life. This is the quote of the CBD, Conventional Biological Diversity. So you have to present it properly. So therefore, you ought to know about these things. Here also, I would like to focus on students. Many persons I asked who is the father of biodiversity. Now I think only 40 to 50% could tell me that Edward O. Wilson, father of biodiversity. So biodiversity is comparatively a latest subject. It only started in 80, 85, 88, and you can see Mr. Lovejoy first mentioned biological diversity, longer form. Biodiversity is coined by Walter G. Rosen. So these are the things, basic things, and then definition of biodiversity. It is the diversity, variety within species, between species, and of ecosystems. Simple. If you ask me a practical example, 50,000 rice varieties are there. That is a genetic level, gene level. But rice and maize and groundnut are different. That is different species, and animals are also there. Then ecosystems, forest ecosystem, grassland ecosystem, wetland, pond ecosystem, so on and so forth. So this conceptual clarity is required for the, who are pleading on behalf of promotion of biodiversity. This is what I explained. I will not go into the genetic diversity, species diversity, ecosystem diversity. Then people will ask, see, biodiversity is a diffused subject. It is very difficult to articulate comparatively climate change. Climate change, you have greenhouse gases, so many gigatons, emissions are there. Alternatively, what you should do, what you should not do, how the funding should be. It is all company, industry oriented. Emission. These are the things comparatively on equation basis, quantification and explanation is comparatively easier. But biodiversity means everything is there, even domestic biodiversity, forest biodiversity, microorganism biodiversity, wildlife biodiversity. These are the things. So it is very difficult for any political executive or the top intellectual planners, economists to grasp this subject and its importance. So that's why we should be able to tell what biodiversity gives. These are the things. Of course, these are only illustrative, but many things are there. I mentioned a few. So you can see the slide. This is a holistic view of understanding the biodiversity. Now you should also know what is nature. Nature means just enjoying, your campus is very good. This is also very naturally very beautiful and this thing. So you can't say this before the intellectuals. You have to say the animals, plants, non-living, which are not made by people, and the events and process that are not caused by people. So this is how you have to speak the language. Conceptual clarity, again repeating, general way of these things will not work out in facing the competitive world. Then everybody will ask you, what is sustainability, sustainable development? Have you seen newspapers? And nowadays, our Honorable Chief Minister Revanth Reddy Garu always says, everywhere, Bharat said, and you will add one word, sustainability. You will say sustainable development. You see all the newspapers, any newspaper. Then what is sustainability? What is sustainable development? Why is he speaking like that? No other Chief Minister spoke about sustainability like him. That is my observation. I stand to be corrected. Then as science students, we should be able to explain it. What is. So sustainability is the common factor for every human activity. I came from Hyderabad to FCRI. So there was some carbon footprint. Vehicle mein aaya, this thing. So how to counter that emissions? How to develop more greenery? Or how to make, now Bharat 6 or 8 chal raha hai vehicles mein. So how to, these are the countermeasures. You cannot say you cannot have a development. Development, it is impossible. Because so this is a nice building, we can say, but how much steel, all these things have gone into construction of this. Without this, we can't progress. At the same time, to the extent possible, we have to counter it. So sustainable development, you can see the definition, Brundtland report, first time defined, meeting the needs of the present generation without affecting the future generations' requirements. That is the simple one, and dimensions of biodiversity is mentioned there. Kindly tell me 30 minutes, don't hesitate. Yeah. So how, then somebody will ask you, how do you define sustainable development? It conserves land, water, all plant and animal genetic resources, and environmentally non-degrading, technologically appropriate, economically viable, and socially acceptable. This is just to mention it. Anybody will ask, what is CBD, Convention on Biological Diversity? And then other two conventions also were adopted. 1992 Rio Summit. This is a very important event where 3 conventions were adopted by the United Nations countries. You should know what is Convention on Biological Diversity. Internationally legally binding agreement. There are 2 protocols, Cartagena. There is sub-protocol, Kuala Lumpur, Nagoya Biosafety. Nagoya Protocol is important for ABS mechanism. ABS means Access Benefit Sharing Mechanism. These are 3 pillars of entire world biodiversity. One is conservation. This is not there for the climate convention. These 3 pillars. There is different pillars are there for the convention of carbon. But from biodiversity point of view, sustainable use, conservation, fair and equitable sharing of the benefits form the 3 pillars, and our Biological Diversity Act, entire government thinking is on these 3 pillars. Now, people will ask, some urban planners will ask you in the meeting, what is the need for यार ये पेड़ गिर तो कोई भी लगा सकता, जरूरत क्या है, हमको तो बहुत बड़ा 6-lane road चाहिए, everything cities चाहिए, buildings चाहिए, and everything like that they will speak. But there is a constitutional obligation which you have to follow. Sir, there is a 48A, 51AG. These are the articles in our constitution. Our country is a democratic country. Constitution is supreme. We have to follow these things. So you cannot escape from this. So that is how There is a legal basis. Even the courts, high courts and Supreme Court, why they are taking so many public interest litigations on environment, cities and all these things? Because these are not main two things, there are many other things. These are all biodiversity organization, facilitative, regulatory, advisory functions. Now, this is the one you have to say. UNEP is the supreme under the United Nations organizations. It is a United Nations Environment Program under which Secretariat, CBD, all related matters, biodiversity conservation, all these urban forests, everything urban, sustainable, urban, all these things come under this. So, she is the head of this thing. You see what she mentioned, I will not repeat, but I will mention what is the essence of this slide. Biodiversity loss, water scarcity, food security, health, climate change are not isolated issues. They are interrelated, they are interdependent, and they are indivisible. This is the point we have to keep it in mind. You cannot see things in isolation. Now, this is the most important thing. Why? See, the topic is biodiversity conservation. To promote biodiversity conservation is the core element of the sustainable urbanization challenges and strategies. So, why we should do? Because this Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework our country has signed along with other parties. Now, in this you can see Target 12 Urban Biodiversity. We have signed this document, this 23, even I went as a delegation, our Honorable Minister Bhupendra Yadav ji led the delegation, I was one of the members of the delegation. December 22, we signed it there. Means we approved, ratified, we came back and our government. Target 12, we have to every 3 months upload into the website of the CBD what you have done in India. Okay, nobody will say anything, but your position will either, you will command respect in the international community if you do something. If you don't do it, they will not bother about you. It is as good as that. They will ignore you rather. Nobody will say you do this because country is a sovereignty is there. So what I wanted to say is that many people are not aware of this agreement which was signed and ratified by the government of India. So therefore, we have to sensitize all urban bodies. Baba, there is a Target 12, we have to do something. This is a law. This is a requirement from our country. This is what I wanted to highlight the issues. Other things, okay, you can see it. I am leaving the presentation with the organizers. Now, slowly I am coming to the urban issues. Now, 74th Constitution Amendment Act, then 12th schedule has 18, under which 8th one and 12th one related to urban biodiversity and urban green infrastructure and so on. So this is our own constitution. Now, first I mentioned the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Now, coming to this thing, sir, these are the mandatory things which we have to do it. We cannot escape from this. This is how you have to. कोई बोलता है ना हिंदी हैदराबाद में, मेहरबानी का जरूरत नहीं है. आप कुछ 2-10 पेड़ लगा के बहुत कुछ किया. You have to plant, it is a duty. That is the point I am highlighting here. Now, this is just to show you, we all know that sustainable development goals are more popular than Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Sustainable development goals, every state government aligning, there is a Principal Secretary Planning, there is Principal Secretary Finance. Planning Principal Secretary makes the targets and aligns animal husbandry, agriculture, forest, etc., along with health, education, along with the Sustainable Development Goal 17. Here I mentioned only 3 because they are related to biodiversity. They are already preparing. I saw once the entire planning department document. They are aligning their targets according to the requirement of Sustainable Development Goals. Now, this is the most important document for the a very big document were held and we released it at Kali. And just to mention it, if you wanted to implement a plan, you need a finance that is called Biodiversity Finance Plan. This is a UNDP supported activity, and I will not go into, there are many slides, I will skip them. Only thing I would like to say that we need, this is again biofuel approach. I don't want to go into details, time is very short. So what I would like to mention is that we have a, I'll show the slide. This is 45,850 crores is the deficit according to 2019 biodiversity plan to implement the national biodiversity strategy and action plan. Means we need to, you may ask, what sir, what you are telling, we are not able to this thing. The issue is that there are life owning departments. They are forest, agriculture, horticulture, fisheries, animal husbandry. There are life supporting departments, Panchayat Raj and Rural Development, Irrigation Department. So what is the, this is, was released by our former Honorable Vice President Venkaiah Naidu Garu. This is the, just I would like to show you. For example, if, to give a FCR example, if we do something for plantation, that is 100% biodiversity conservation. In case of agriculture, if you invest in GMO crops, genetically modified crops, or if you use for inorganic fertilizer, that is not called biodiversity related. You got the point, I think. But if you invest in the conservation of our local indigenous cattle, Sahiwal, Ongol, Gir, then that is called biodiversity conservation. If you bring the Holstein Friesian and improving the milk yield, that is economics, but that is not related to biodiversity conservation. Therefore, the attribution is shown on the top. That is direct, indirect vary, how we take department and calculate what is the amount spent for biodiversity conservation. That is what I wanted to place before you in a simple words. These are all the, this is one thing, corporate social responsibility. You know, Company Act, 2% of the profits of the companies, they have to spend on education, health, environment, biodiversity. So we have to tap such funds. That's what I wanted to highlight for urban biodiversity also. Because you have to make the biodiversity conservation as a core element of sustainable urbanization. Now, we all know what happens in to Hyderabad sometimes in heavy rains. I don't want to describe it. Many people get washed away. Many people will enter into manholes. So many unfortunate things happen. I feel pity, and may God help them. But the point is that biodiversity, if you have open spaces, blue and green spaces, it will have a very, at least you can minimize the damage. This is how we have to explain to the urban planners. Now, there are two approaches, nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based approaches. All ecosystem-based approaches are part of nature-based solutions, but not all nature-based solutions are ecosystem-based approaches. So this you please keep it in mind. And target 11, KMGBF, that is Kunming-Montreal Global, this is the ecosystem functions, everything it is dealt under this. I shown you 23 targets. Out of this, target 11, I mentioned about this. Now, it is ever expanding urbanization. You see, all our good fertile lands are all being converted into plots. Everywhere there are advertisements, well, coming to FCRI, well, going to Warangal, well, going to Bangalore. And who will feed 140 crore population? One famine or one great disaster will make us to eat ourselves. It is not that easy. We are just, God has been kind to us, chal raha hai, chalne do. But this then problem, you know, you remember anybody, we remember 1960s, we were in the village school, you know, PL 480, anybody heard about it? America used to give milk powder to the school children. And some, you know, upma type, rava type, this thing. We used to mix that powder in the water and we used to drink in the schools of the villages. PL48, when there was a ship-to-mouth existence. Only after that we got Green Revolution and we are now exporters of the agriculture products. This was our state of affairs during 60s and late 60s. Just when the ship will come to Mumbai airport, Chennai airport and all, we are waiting just like that. Begging bowls. Begging bowl to bread basket we have become. So because of bread basket we have become because of the agricultural biodiversity. If you have more diversity, you can breed the varieties. Otherwise, if you don't have it, then you have to seek help from the other countries. Then they will have their own, like our great Trump, they will have a non-tariff barrier. We will not give our seed for breeding. Then what you will do? Nothing. You cannot increase the yield. Because this agricultural biodiversity is helping you to become a superpower in the production of the food grains. So this is SDG 11, 13, 15, just I am showing you. Now, I have shown you, please, real estate developers should focus on sustainable urbanization by promoting biodiversity conservation. I mentioned here everything, but you see one reddish one. All urban planners, foresters, anybody, horticulturists should understand, avoid planting Conocorpus erectus. Somebody, politician told, I want greening within 15 days. Yes, sir. Arey bhai, you have to say yes, sir. Only even I said yes, sir, throughout my life too, before the political executive. But, sir, then again after thoda unka garam kam hone ke baad, ye Conocorpus erectus plant karne se wo acha nahi hai. That is what science students should tell, but nobody told. You see lakhs of trees, Conocorpus are there. I'll show you. Dekhiye. And it has become a tamasha. One minister from other state mentioned that I just cut it and burn it, like that. He got angry. You might have seen in newspapers, I don't want to mention the names. Is it not a great blunder and folly? Why did, who should be held accountable? You tell me. So that is what when somebody says something, when there is a mission mode, we have to have a restraint and we have to think seriously about the science. We are not, just like that, do anything. See, the problem with society, our society is, tree planting is considered as an unskilled job. That is why this result has come. It is not that simple. If you want to raise a kitchen garden, okay, bhai, that is not a problem. But a kitchen garden cannot be made equivalent to 1,000 hectares of plantation all along the national highways. You have to think from that angle. People say, क्या है भाई, ऐसा पेड़ लगा दो, वो आएगा, वो अपने आप पानी डालो. इतना नहीं होता है. ये when you plan on a large scale. अभी तमाशा देखो क्या हो रहा है. अभी हैदराबाद में पूरा you see everywhere they are cutting it like this. Why? Is it not the fault of urban planners, municipal bodies, urban development authorities? This is what we have to sensitize. Sir, पहले mistake किया, इतना ब्लंडर अभी नहीं करना है. थोड़ा प्लानिंग करो, सोच लो कौन सा स्पीशीज है. I want to cite an example here. I did not put the slide. My batchmate, he is also a retired person. He is an advisor to National Highway Authority of India at Delhi. What he suggested to the management of the National Highway, you know, all National Highway, all these highways. He wrote, sir, let us create bee corridors. Because agriculture में तो all pesticides use करके bee population को खत्म ही कर दिया. There is no bees population. It is an open fact. Everybody knows it. But then what to do? At least let us plant bee nectar giving species 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers like that. So they are called bee corridors. See how small policy change. Now the chief of the NHAI is, every meeting, even with the Prime Minister also, he is telling, sir, we are doing a greatest job that we are creating bee corridors along the national highways. Now, we are not going to plant ordinary trees or Conocorpus or something like that. Because, why we should bother about bees? It will increase the yield of the cross-pollinated crops. That is where I am suggesting that it is all science. And in sunflower, if you don't have bees, the sunflower will not shed the seeds, sunflower crop. That's why they put the bee hives artificially in the crops. So this is called ecosystem services. This is called sustainable development. So this you might have seen it, mandatory adoption. Then bioengineering models. See, wherever you see, immediately we'll say, hey, यहाँ retaining wall लगाओ. Landslides हो रहा है. We all know how much havoc it causes every rainy season. Horrible. So many people have died. In spite of that, we don't. I belong to Union Territory cadre. I was in Itanagar. I was going big slant. I was just saved by God's grace. Otherwise, my vehicle would have been completely filled with this thing, and I would have gone and I would not have stood before you today. So immediately I got sensitized. I wrote one self-explanatory note to Chief Secretary and went, sir, only a retaining wall 10 feet, 20 feet बनाना नहीं होगा, ऊपर में bamboo लगाओ, grasses लगाओ. There is a bioengineering methodology. So here we have to apply our technical mind. Urban planners, urban development bodies, they are not trained in that. That is what I wanted to highlight. Urban heat challenges, smart surfaces, cooling paints. Okay, over. Okay, just to while almost over. This is the one in US. They have passed a bill that roofing paints in Atlanta. They have brought the act, and that has a cooling effect in the entire city. So it is a city biodiversity index we have to make. That is the most important tool to evaluate the role of greenery in sustainable urbanization. Now, I wanted to show you within 1.5 minutes. Bamboo is the most promising to face the climate change problems and urban heat effect and all those things. I have shown you here how bamboo will play a role, even construction, thereby reducing carbon footprint. I am showing the slides. See how they are using bamboo in construction. Because Maharashtra has given a government order including in the schedule of rates of the PWD department. Now the PWD engineers have to enter into MB book and pay the contractor for all these houses which they are constructing. We have not done it. We should tell, now there are people in the Bharat Future City and so many municipal corporations, Baba, chota mota bus stands, chota mota house, bada nahi hone se bhi, you go for bamboo construction, you can reduce the steel consumption. And it is proved. Not me, IITs have done, made the models. So this is how we have to make biodiversity a part and parcel of the sustainable urbanization. This is of course overall structure, other things. This is one thing. Now bamboo use, this is a air, water, soil ecosystem. This is one of the best species. This is Melaconna baxvera. I took photograph in Arunachal Pradesh. It is a monopodial. You know, we all see this, bamboo culms coming up like, fingers in one place. But this will not come up like that. It automatically spaces itself. It goes horizontally, the rhizome, and then shoots up the culm. Very interesting species. This is the saline soils, meswak, which is wherever saline soils are there in the, for example, Bharat city is coming about 30,000 hectares or something like that, but there should be definitely some degraded soils there. We should be able to, sir, this gives yield and profit within 2 years. The roots are used in meswak. You see, is actor Nagarjuna, I don't know. So how he is giving advertisement for meswak. So this is how you have to glamorize the subject. Otherwise, chalta hai, ped lagao, karte raho, chalte rahega. Because in a civilizational growth, when we became hunter-gatherers to further development, everywhere the greenery was there. So we thought that cutting everything is the progress. I never saw any intellectual saying planting a tree is called development. That is unfortunate thing. You have to present to Honorable Chief Minister and Minister, sir, planting tree is not for environment. Planting tree is a development, sir. But development we are defined differently. Cutting tree is development, constructing is it is not the planting is development. So this is how interpretation should be there. This is target 12 of the KMGBF. Just I wanted to show this. This subject is Krishna Garu is a very, he has done wonderful job in his career. This is how we should say that Baba, after retirement, if you want your knees to be strong, thoda bird watching mein jao, thoda ghum ke aa jao, so that you can improve your health. So everybody will retire, everybody will have to die. So at least before dying, maintain a good health. These are the things. This is one I wanted to, sorry Krishnagar, 1 or 2 minutes I am taking. See, now this I wanted to say, Bharat Future City is having thousands and lakhs of hectares. Sir, before going for that, do some inventory. What inventory? I am not talking about the species, birds, tree. Inventory of soils. Those who are microbiology students, if they are there, this is how one village in Dapur village, when I was the chairman, One company took the soils, not trees or leaves or seeds or medicinal plants, and found out two species, Bacillus coagulans and Saccharomyces boulardii, and they developed 27 probiotics. And from that village of 120 houses got 71 lakhs. They got heart attack actually. From where this money is coming? Why they are giving? This is excess benefit sharing is the money. They have to pay, and they have paid it. So what I mean to say is that if you are going for a greenfield, means fresh development anywhere in the soils, you have to see whether that soils has any precious microorganisms. Afterwards, you can't do it. So this is how we have to propose to the urban planners. उसमें क्या खर्चा होता है? आपका रीजनल रिंग रोड का एस्टिमेट मालूम है आप लोगों को? 18,000 crores. सर 1 करोड़ स्पेंड करिए, 18,000 में 1 करोड़ कितना होता है? माइक्रोबायोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट सभी लोग आके सैंपल्स कलेक्ट करके वो दे देगा. Peanuts. But the value which it gives will be billions and millions. That's why I am showing practical example. हवा में बात करने से नहीं चलेगा. So actual thing, ऐसा होता है सर, ये ऐसा हुआ है, अब जाके दापुर गांव में जाइए, अब देख के आइए, पैसा दिया नहीं दिया. So anyhow, this is business and this thing, no time is there, so you can go through it. Business and responsibility. That means we are inviting in Bharat City a lot of business companies, so they have to do all these things. These are the points which I am showing you, corporate social responsibility, action, all these things. This is consumption and production, we have to minimize waste. And this is again resource mobilization, because आप municipal corporation में और कोई जगह में जाइए सर, tree planting कुछ अच्छा biodiversity park, पैसे नहीं है भाई. This is the problem. You have to make it a part and parcel of the urbanization. You cannot say it like that. You have to, for example, if there is an estimate for 1 crore, you put 10 lakhs for the greening. Otherwise, you can't do it. That should be a law. This is how I am showing the KMG targets. Now we have to follow it. This is total, just showing 800 billion total annual biodiversity finance needs, 800 billion all over the world. Just I am showing. This is done by Paulson Institute. This is a new concept other than sanctuary and this thing. You can go through it. I will not go into the details. In which I will show you one slide. You will. In which you see other effective area not under legal regime. This is voluntarily from the community. And this Kanha Shantivanam, they gave me in writing when I was chairman of NBA that they want to declare a part of the Kanha Shantivanam as the OECM, because it will not change the ownership or any other thing. So they will get international recognition. This is a new concept now. This is a way forward. I have mentioned what we should do. These are the important things we can propose to the urban local bodies. And this is how circular economy we have to promote. Terrace organic gardens, that is we have to promote. This is one important thing. Now many people, this company's business, when I was a chair, so I also was one of the core members who designed this course in the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. So this course, 3 months course, online, 1 or 2 you have to attend. Anybody who wanted to become a sustainability officer, earlier you know Chief Operating Officer, Chief Executive Officer, Chief CFO, Chief Finance Officer. Now the new designation has come, Chief Sustainability Officer. Most of the students here have a potential to become Chief Sustainability Officers in big companies like TVS, Tata, or airline companies, many other places. So this is one I wanted to highlight. So you have to do this course. There is easy. There is nothing like that. 3 months online course and some 1 or 2 some classes we have to attend. This is how, when we say biodiversity conservation, how do we do it? Bharat Vijay, some youngsters, unemployed people. See these youngsters, microbiology students, they are producing oyster mushroom and earning 76,000 per month while studying. One small room, humidifier. I am putting the actual example. This is a conclusion. Now it is over. These are the things I just summarized. You can go through it. Capacity building is a must. CT biodiversity index is there. Now conserving biodiversity as core element of sustainable urbanization is not only our collective responsibility, but also a development, health, social and moral obligation. Thanks for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable and thought-provoking address. Your vast experience and perspectives are truly inspiring. May I now request Sri V. Krishna IFS and Dr. Jagdish Batula to kindly felicitate our keynote speaker, Sri Achalendra Reddy Garu. To continue this intellectual journey, I now invite Dr. Arjun to introduce our next keynote speaker, Sri V. Krishna IFS, Conservator of Forest, R&D Circle and Dean Forest College and Research Institute, Mulgu.
It is our privilege to welcome Sri V. Krishna IFS, sir, 2013 batch officer of the Telangana cadre, currently serving as CF Research and Development Circle, Hyderabad, and Dean of Forest College and Research Institute, Hyderabad. A postgraduate in mathematics from Osmania University, Krishna sir brings over 3 decades of dedicated service in Forest Department with more than 23 years of specialized experience in urban greening, water body conservation, lake restoration, landscaping, and ecotourism development. He has previously served as Additional Commissioner, Urban Biodiversity, GHMC, Director of Urban Forestry, HMDA, and in several key field positions including District Forest Officer and Assistant Conservator of Forest, contributing extensively to sustainable urban environmental planning. Sir has played a transformative role in shaping Hyderabad's green landscape through large-scale avenue plantations, development of major parks and theme parks, restoration of Hussain Sagar, riverfront beautification along the Musi River, and creation of iconic urban forest parks such as the Oxygen Park and other thematic green spaces. His leadership contributed to Hyderabad receiving global recognitions including Tree City of the World and World Green City Awards. He has represented Hyderabad at international forums.
దీంట్లో చెప్తే So good afternoon all. So Achalendra Reddy sir is well known to me. Actually we took their work in Hyderabad Urban Development Authority. Sir worked as officer on special duty in Buddha Purnima Project Authority. So sir spoke about the biodiversity. So I am a 30% traditional forester and 70% urban forester. So some of my statements will be contradicting with sir's statements, maybe because of that. So my topic is harnessing ecosystems for resilience, a nature's first approach. So what is harnessing ecosystems for resilience and nature's first approach? So it is in simple way, it is give and take policy. So nature and human beings should work together in a sequence with a mutual cooperation. So that is the harnessing ecosystem resilience. If we protect the nature will protect us. That is the concept behind this harnessing ecosystems for resilience and nature first approach. In this, sir already told, there are two terms, nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based adaptation. So principles of nature first approach that tells us that the short-term human convenience, the short-term human convenience should be given less priority than the nature needs such as biodiversity and ecosystem services to address multiple and interconnected global challenges simultaneously, including climate change, biodiversity loss, and poverty. So in this main harnessing ecosystems for resilience, the climate change adaptation is the key role of this present situation. In this, there are four major concepts are there, out of which I will be speaking on. This is one: coastal protection, urban green spaces, reforestation, and sustainable agriculture. So I will be emphasizing on urban green spaces. Creating urban parks, green roofs, and green walls helps to reduce flood risk by absorbing rainwater. So my topic will be specific, very specific to Hyderabad city, because I worked for more number of terms in Hyderabad city in urban forestry, both in Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation as well as Hyderabad Metropolitan Development Authority. So if you look at Hyderabad city, it is 250 square miles, that is approximately 650 square kilometers area, that is the GHMC area, that is the core urban city. So in Hyderabad, if you look at the population in 1950, the population was only 1 million. And the population has grown from 3.6 million to 7.7 million in 2011. And present 22 population, if you take, it is estimated at 11 million population in Hyderabad city. And at present, it is said to be crossed 13 million population in Hyderabad city. That is the growth rate of population and urbanization in Hyderabad city. So this is the fourth most populous city of India, Hyderabad, and the average decadal population growth is 40%. You can imagine how the urbanization is taking place and urban population is growing, rural migration is increasing. So Hyderabad metropolitan region, that is HMDA area, is 2,802 square miles. That is around 7,700 square kilometers. So if you take Hyderabad city is blessed with many green lung spaces. So apart, if you take other cities like other metropolitan cities like Bangalore, Delhi, Calcutta, and Chennai, the Hyderabad city is more blessed to have natural landscapes, natural lung spaces in and around the Hyderabad city. And the Hyderabad city is the first city to have the biodiversity index in India in 2012 during COP11. And in spite of rapid urbanization, the biodiversity of the city is well preserved. Even there is a say that in urban cities like Hyderabad or metropolitan cities, there will not be any biodiversity or insectivorous plants. But in KBR Park, there are so many insectivorous plants. The national parks, as in the morning our PCF told, In Hyderabad city, within the Hyderabad city and on the fringes, we have 3 very good national parks which are acting as very good lung spaces for the city. And if you take the plant surveys initiated in 2007, the plant species were recorded as 1500 species. So look at the biodiversity of Greater Hyderabad, which the survey was taken up by the Botanical Survey of India, Zoological Survey of India, all recognized institutions, they took up the survey. The flora estimated as 1370 species belonging to 161 families, in which 980 species of 114 families are identified as dicots, and the rest of the 390 of 47 families are monocots. And if you look about this fauna constitutes 705 species from 141 families. If you look at aquatic fauna, the major species of this class constitutes the fishes of 62 varieties and other amphibians of 19 varieties. If you take the birds, dominant category with a total of 332 species, followed by butterflies with 127 species. So this is the biodiversity of Greater Hyderabad. If you look at the green spaces, as per Urban Development Plans formulation and implementation, that is URDPFI guidelines. So any city, any urban city, the green space requirement per person is, in India, is 10 to 12 square meters per person. Per person, 10 to 12 square meters green space should be there. And the green space should be above 670 square meters. The green space should be, and it is around 1000 to 1100 square yards green space should be there, and that too within the vicinity of 800 meters. So if you look at the cities in India, except Bangalore and Delhi, none of the city is satisfying these norms fixed by the URDPFI. So if you take Hyderabad city, so if you take the historical data of Hyderabad city, the percentage of this green area per capita is very, very less. If you take the history of the Hyderabad city, that is some studies show that it is 0.5 square meter, and some studies show that it is 3 square meter. But recently in 2024, the UN Habitat Statistical Annex 2024 provides a global comparison estimate which states that the green area per capita of Hyderabad city is 7.5 to 9.5 square meter. But this varies on the methodology of the study and the year of the study. So even then, we are very much lesser than the prescribed green space requirement for Hyderabad city. So these repositories of city biodiversity, if you take the Hyderabad city, including the HMDA area, Metropolitan Development Area, we have 2,858 lakes in HMDA area and 185 lakes in GHMC area, that is the core Hyderabad city. And Moosi Riverine System. So this is 250 kilometers length of Moosi is passing through Hyderabad city, in which 24 kilometers of the Moosi is in the core city of Hyderabad. And this Moosi River system provides the best grasslands ecosystem. So 1.60 lakh acres of reserve forest land is available inside and around the Hyderabad city within the 25 kilometers of the radius from the city. And about 3,000 urban public spaces which are man-made parks of different areas. And land bank and institutional areas under green cover like Hyderabad Central University, Usmania University, and NGRI, and other cantonment, Secunderabad cantonment area and Air Force area. These are all institutional areas which are having very good green cover, which are supporting the biodiversity of the Hyderabad city. So this is the, just to explain that, so this is the actually 625 square kilometers is the area of GHMC, that is the core Hyderabad city, and the population as per 2011 census is 67 lakhs. And the other corporations, it is like that. So total Telangana state, we have the square kilometer area is 1,12,077, and the population is 3 crores 51 lakhs 93,000 as per the 2011 census. So area with and population in ULBs with respect to state is 4.31%. The total municipal if you take total municipal corporations, that is urban local bodies, take that area, geographical area, when compared to the state total geographical area, it is 4.31% only, but they are supporting the population of 41.31%. You can imagine what is the pressure on the urban local bodies and the cities in Telangana state. If you take the Hyderabad city GHMC area alone, it is only 0.56% of the total Telangana state, the geographical area of Hyderabad city. But it is supporting 19.14% of the total population of the state. So you can imagine the pressure of this urbanization and rural migration on Hyderabad city, and how the natural resources are being exploited due to this urbanization and the population increase in the Hyderabad city. So if you divide urban landscape, there are 3 major categories we can divide the urban landscape. One is green infrastructure. Under green infrastructure, all the plantations, orchards, parks, forests, etc. Wherever the greenery is there, that will be called as green infrastructure. Whereas blue infrastructure is lakes, rivers, and water bodies, reservoirs. They comes under the blue infrastructure. And gray infrastructure is buildings, roads, bridges, dams, etc., which are a concrete jungle where you cannot take up any greenery activity on over that area. That is the gray infrastructure. This urbanization process is converting the natural landscape as anthropogenic urban landscapes. So you can see Hyderabad transformation in last 42 years. If you look at the map in 1976, when compared to how the gray infrastructure has taken over the green infrastructure, you can see. In 1976, such a green landscape has been converted into very gray landscape in Hyderabad city. If you look at the population growth in 2000 to 2020, in last 20 years, so how the population growth has been increased. You look at the scale, the reddish is the more densely populated, towards the lighter one is the less densely populated. You can see that towards western side of the Hyderabad, most of the population, most of the increase in population has been taken place. So Hyderabad time lapse between 1984 to 2025. You can see 1984 there was nothing in Hyderabad city. Nothing is there. No green infrastructure is created in Hyderabad city. If you come to 2025, entire Hyderabad within the outer ring road, so entire green landscape has been converted into grey infrastructure. Can you play this? That link. That hyperlink. So this is the time lapse of Hyderabad city. So you can see how the time lapse due to, once again. So year by year, how the grey infrastructure has been increased in the Hyderabad city, you can see with this time lapse. Next. So due to this urbanization and population increase, there is a tremendous pressure on natural landscape and the natural resources in Hyderabad city. If you look at the comparison of the Hyderabad city, some areas, if you take high-tech city satellite imagery, this is 1998 imagery, nothing is there. And this is 2003, this is Durgam Cheru. The built up area is started just at that time. Now you can see in 2019. So entire area has, entire natural landscape has been converted as the built up area. If you look at the financial district in Gachibowli, this is the 2004 map and this is 2019, this is 2024. Because I know this financial district Gachibowli, I worked in Andhra Pradesh Industrial Infrastructure Corporation Limited also for some time. So at that time, I made greening plan for the industrial areas in and around Hyderabad city. At that time, 2006, this financial district, just they are laying the roads and making the plan of financial district. Now you can see financial district, you cannot imagine how the built up area has come up there. So this is Nagol Metro, this is built up area. So see how the urbanization change of landscape is taking place. So just imagine, so just you compare with this map. In 2010, a beautiful green landscape was there with very huge grown up trees. And due to real estate and construction activity, the same area has been now made into a desert look without any greenery. The tree stock is removed and the construction activity is taking place. This is the 2024 scenario. So what happens when urbanization and this population growth is taking place? Because of the urbanization is, there will be change in the landscape, because all the green infrastructure will be converted into grey infrastructure. So if you look at this urbanization and development results in change of landscape, that is green to grey. Contiguous woodlots are fragmented. You can see in when the people who have seen the Hyderabad city 20 years back like that, this area was completely with mango orchards and grape gardens. Now nothing is seen here. So there are contiguous woodlots were there because of this real estates and construction activity. The contiguous woodlots have been fragmented and made into piecemeal scattered here and there. So huge indigenous trees are lost. What happens? The many historical trees will be there. Very huge indigenous trees will be there, were there in Hyderabad city. Because of this activity, even though we take up the afforestation activities, but we are losing the historical, indigenous, very huge crowned, huge trees we are losing. We have lost already. And exotics replace over native species. This is the urban forester's mind. So what happens? We have to take up greenery in city. We will look for fast growing varieties which can withstand the pollution and the other disadvantages which are in the city scenario. So we are losing the indigenous species and we are taking up afforestation, but we are taking up with exotic species. So 2 or 3 species dominant among them. So what we will do among the tree plantations also, we will not go for more diversity. So whatever the species grow faster and withstands the with the climatic conditions, maybe the circumstances in the city conditions, we will take those species only for plantations, and results in loss of biodiversity. Here, this exotic species, 2 or 3 species. In one of my presentation, someone has asked, because sir, why are you planting the in city we find many peltophorum trees are there. So I asked him, so when they were planted, he said, sir, during 1990s and early 2000s, so most of the plantations were taken up in the Hyderabad city, and most of them are peltophorum trees, and they are exotic trees. Then I asked him this thing. So peltophorum is planted 25 years ago, and they are serving something good to the population of Hyderabad city. They are not doing any harm. So still he is calling it as exotic. Then I asked him, when the people went to USA in 1990s, so for 7 or 8 years they were called as NRIs. But immediately after 10 years they got citizenship. They are citizens of America. So when the citizens went to America, they stayed only 10 years. They are being called as citizens of America. Then why this peltophorum came planted 25 years ago, still you are calling it as exotic? So that was my answer to that boy. So results in loss of biodiversity. So this biodiversity. So how the trees support biodiversity? This is a very sorrowful video. Ostada? So a single tree. First nunchi pettu malli. So when a single tree felled, you see how much biodiversity a single tree is supporting. So in this way, we are removing so many indigenous and other huge grown trees. So that is the fate of this, that is the result of this urbanization and this thing. So in that, I have to tell one more thing also. So one student in this type of same seminar, one of student, he asked, sir, why this exotic trees are being planted in urban cities? So then I asked him, what is the harm in planting? Anyway, they are supporting, they are giving some sort of this advantage is there, and they are serving the people of Hyderabad environmentally this thing. No sir, that is exotic again. So it is not in this, some other this thing. So what do you mean by exotic? So he said, sir, native trees support more biodiversity. Then how? I asked him. Sir, native trees native trees have fruits. So that's why they will support more biodiversity. So then I asked him, are you a student? Yes, he said. So you are saying that, so when the trees bear fruits, it supports biodiversity. The trees don't have fruits, does not support the biodiversity. Yes, sir, he said. Then I said, so I made him understand in his language. So what I said, in your contest, the indigenous tree, native tree means like a hostel with mess facility under the same roof. And whereas exotic, that is only the hostel. For food you have to mess, there is no mess, you have to go outside. Then I said him, wahi kana, wahi pina, wahi sona. I treat that biodiversity as a lazy biodiversity, I said. So that is the perception of the people will be like that. So any tree, whether it is a native or exotic, it supports some of the biodiversity. So when come to blue infrastructure, so I already told 2,858 lakes are there in HMD area, and 185 very big lakes are there in GHMC area. So if you look at the blue infrastructure, how it is affected. So you take this Pragati Nagar, Ellamakunta and near Kukatpalli. So if you take this Pragati Nagar lake, so you see the lakes from 2003 to 2024, how the built up area has came up in the catchment area of these lakes. Even enter, they are almost throttling the water bodies like anything. So if you take this Ellamakunta, so same between these two lakes. Actually, Hyderabad city is blessed to have the chain of lakes. We call it as chain of lakes because from the catchment area, when water fills the upper lake is filled, the surplus water will flow into the next lake like that. So in olden days, when all these lakes were in similar floodplain, so entire water bodies were full with water. So this floodplain is disturbed, and entire these lakes were constructed around the lakes. Construction activity has come up. Yeah. Yes, this is lakes, major problems of the lakes. This is encroachment, solid waste disposal, industrial effluents, discharging of garbage, domestic sewage. So if you observe the Hyderabad city lakes, even in hot summer also, even 1 inch of water level will not be decreased. Why? Anyone can say. Even in hot summer also, even you cannot see even the 1 inch of water level is decreased in Hyderabad lakes. Yes, because all the drainage flows are allowed into the lakes, so there is no level difference in Hyderabad lakes. So this, as per National Remote Sensing Center, revealed a 61% of reduction in cities lakes area between 1979 and 2023. The total area of 56 lakes has shrunk from 40.35 square kilometers to just 16 square kilometers. You can imagine. And dissolved oxygen levels, you can see the difference. The allowed level is 10 mg per liter, but the lakes of Hyderabad will be having between 2.5 mg per liter and 4 mg per liter. So these lakes once very vital carbon sinks. So all of you know that this blue infrastructure is also acts as carbon sinks as green lung spaces do. Now comes to methane makers. So these are some comparisons. You can see change in the floodplain. So this is the outer ring road area, 1985. All the lakes were in similar floodplain, and with the construction activity, increasing construction activity, the entire floodplain is disturbed, and these lakes have, these water bodies have become isolated. There is no linkage between one lake to other lake. This is one more comparison. Now come to Musi. We have this Musi river. I already told 250 kilometers length of Musi flowing from Vikarabad to, and it is a tributary of Krishna river. So 250 kilometers length of Musi river is flowing. The water once this Musi river was lifeline for Hyderabad city. So now it is categorized as priority one polluted river in India, and it stands 22nd place at 22nd place in entire world's polluted rivers. So now come to how to mitigate these evil effects of urbanization, as you have seen earlier. So one is nature-based solution. I already told the plantation is the best nature-based solution for any mitigation of pollution, urban heat island effect, greenhouse gases, whatever it may be. So the plantation activity is the major solution for mitigation of these evil effects of the climate change. So then to take up plantations like city like Hyderabad, so it is not easy. As you do in forest area, that is the different. That is, there is no disturbance except the cattle grazing and human interference, biotic interference. But unlike in forest areas, if you want to take up in core city like Hyderabad, there are so many factors. There's end-to-end concrete. There is no proper soil content will be there, and there is no area is available to even for doing watering. So very small area will be there. In that harsh conditions, you have to take up these urban greening activities in Hyderabad city. So these are the some biodiversity conservation effects. While protecting the existing greens, massive afforestation programs were taken up. Earlier it was under it was Telangana Kartaram. Now it is a Vanamocho, a dedicated tree line along the roads, development of parks and free distribution of saplings and urban parks, lake restoration and improvement of lake biodiversity, and developing tiny city forests on Miyawaki concept, trees translocation initiative. The first trees translocation initiative was initiated in Hyderabad city in India during during the year 2000 when NTR Gardens is made. There, the silver oak trees were there. Then the concept was adopted from the other countries. The entire silver oak trees were very grown up silver oak trees were translocated to other place when NTR Garden and NTR Memorial was developed. So these all greening activities were not now. They were taken up earlier. That is 1994 to 2000 Green Belt project was there. It is followed by 2000 to 2006 GHAP program was there. I was working in GHHP program. Sir was officer on special duty Buddha Purnima project. So some parks developed in Hyderabad city, some theme parks, some colony parks. We have in Hyderabad city around 1200 colony parks are there. Tree parks in open spaces. These are the biodiversity conservation efforts made by the municipal corporation and as well as Hyderabad Metropolitan Development Authority. Whatever the evil effects, as I told, developed due to urbanization and green infrastructure, diminishing the areas of green infrastructure taken over by grey infrastructure, these are the efforts made by our government and our corporations to mitigate the evil effects of these greenery loss. So these are the tree parks in open spaces. Wherever the open spaces are available, these tree parks were taken up. Instead of landscape parks, the tree parks were taken up by planting indigenous native varieties. So institutional plantations. So wherever the institutional plantations are there, like cantonment areas, Air Force areas, and any other government institutions like NGRI, Hyderabad Central University, and Agriculture University, wherever the open space is there, the corporation has corporation took this plantation activity in their area. So building forests within the city. This is as in the morning, Madam told. This is Miyawaki concept method of plantations. These are very useful for urban areas, not for forest areas. In urban context, we have to develop greenery in much lesser time. So we have to do these dense plantations and fast growing varieties are used in urban forestry. This densification, earlier parks were developed with laying of only lawns without any trees. Those parks are also took for tree plantations and densified, and central median plantations and green belt along the roadways. So depends on the margin. If lesser margin is there, single row plantation. If more margin is there, multiple row plantations. So these are the roadside plantations. So this actually, so if you look at Hyderabad, so as I told, Green Belt project and Green Hyderabad environment program was there. That was up to 2006 and 2007. After 2007 till 2017 or 18, these 10 years actually maybe the reasons were not known. No avenue plantations were taken up in Hyderabad city because of the non-availability of the space. All the footpaths are tiled footpaths. Then we started removing the tiles and taking up the plantations. So they made complaint. They complained to the earlier minister that all the footpaths are being damaged. Then, without damaging the footpaths, we developed one model. Uh, this is the model. So we asked the engineers. So when you plan for footpaths, so you create some space, dedicated space for taking up tree plantation, so that there is a dedicated tree line will be there along the roads. So this model has been suggested to our engineers. So after that, if you look at Hyderabad footpaths, they are doing in this model only, leaving the space for taking up greenery. So these are some roadside plantations, central medians, greenery along the link roads, and residential colony plantations are more important. How, I will tell you. So green flyovers, even the space under flyovers are also utilized by planting suitable species of shrubs to give some aesthetics to the travelers and to create some lung space under the concrete bridges. So these are some vertical gardens. These will also help in summer. So while commuters, when they travel, this gives some aesthetic look and some adds some environmental benefit also. So this is the colony plantations. So this concept, we developed this concept because in GHMC what happens, so we cannot find any area. So if you ask, even I will also say that there is no area for planting. Then we developed this concept. We engaged services of some agency. We calculated colony. Actually, we have 4,846 colonies, total colonies in GHMC area. We developed 4,846 GIS layer for each colony, and we calculated green cover percentage through satellite imageries for each and every colony. And the colonies which have very lesser green cover, we prioritized those colonies, and we asked our staff to take up plantations in a saturation mode. So that is inch by inch colony plantations. Whatever the models which we discussed earlier, so all the models will be implemented in that colonies. Development of urban parks. This is a forest. This is so many. This reserve forest blocks are there. So these forest blocks are in 129 locations around Hyderabad city, covering 1,60,000 acres. So in this, urban parks are developed so that people can approach the nature and enjoy the nature and feel the nature. So this is a green buffer around the city. So this is 158-kilometer outer ring road is there. This is actually a blessing for Hyderabad city. This outer ring road is acting as buffer. My Delhi friends, actually in many, this thing I was suggesting Delhi should have a outer ring road like this to mitigate the pollution levels which are carried from the periphery of the Delhi city. So this is acting as buffer. So this entire plantations were taken between 2013 and 2016. So now the entire plants have been grown and they are acting as a good green cover around the outer ring road. So these are some other works. So if you look at the graveyards, so many people don't like to go to the graveyards. So under the concept of beautification of graveyards, that is Vaikunta Dhamam, like that. So many graveyards have been made like parks, so that the final rituals of the deceased will be conducted in a very peaceful manner. So this is the tree translocation initiative. This was initiated in 2000, as our madam was telling, PCF madam was telling to you, we have a tree protection committee. To fell any single tree also, they have to apply to the forest department. There is a committee. Up to 5 trees, the DFO is authorized to give the permission. If it is the more than 5 trees, the committee will inspect and take a decision whether trees to be felled or to be translocated. So dump yard beautification. So many dump yards are there. This dump yard is in Uppal. So this was like that. So entire transformation of dump yard has been done by taking up beautification. So green roofs, as you said, as you look at this, green roofs also add to the environment. They will also perform in the protection of environment and act in mainly to reduce the urban heat island effect. So it is estimated that there is 50,000 acres of rooftop is available in Hyderabad city. So if all the entire rooftops are developed with this green roofs, so maybe the urban heat island effect will be reduced during the summers. These are few glimpses of transformation. This is Shamshabad Road, Aramgarh to Shamshabad Airport. That was like that. So transformed into, that is 23-kilometer plantation. And this is the tree park. It is just in 2 years or 3 years. This is between the colonies. This type of tree parks have been taken up in Hyderabad city. And these are the parks. And this is roadside plantations and central medians. And even central medians where the experimentation has been done, where some of the narrow roads, instead of doing the wider this central median, so only the solid block central medians are made. So by removing one of the solid blocks, the plantation has been taken up by testing the narrow growing species like this Polyalthia longifolia. That type of species have been planted, and they are being trimmed at a certain height at regular intervals, so that due to wind, it will not hinder the transportation of these vehicles and all these things. So this is a Miyawaki plantation. This is one of the central median plantation, and lung spaces created in colonies, plantations in Hyderabad city. So lake restoration works. So many of the lakes like Durgam Cheru and Malkam Cheru in Sheikhpet area, many of the lakes were taken up, and along the bunds and along the shore area, these native varieties are planted so that they support the lake biodiversity. This is Lakeview Park, just adjacent to Khairatabad flyover. This was like this before taking up the work, and it is transformed like this. After this is just in front of IMAX Theatre. These are some lake restoration works done. And present Telangana government. So present Telangana government under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Revanth Reddy Garu, so many reforms have been brought to develop the city and make the city as sustainable, as Acharindar Reddy sir told. He, in every speech, he tells that the city, Hyderabad city, should be made sustainable like that. So this is one of the reforms taken up by Honorable Chief Minister Shri Revanth Reddy Garu. This is Hydra. So there are in Hyderabad city, so if you find any of the open space of government, any lake, so there are so many people will there to encroach upon. So to put a iron leg on that encroachers, this Hydra has been formed, and that many newspapers, you might be reading that Hydra is acting very ferociously, and they are removing encroachments and safeguarding the government lands, parks and lakes. And this is one of the pilot project, as I can say, the brainchild of our Honorable Chief Minister Sri Revanth Reddy Garu. This is the Musi rejuvenation program. So as I told that The Musi River is the priority one polluted lake in India. So that polluted lake to be converted as a very beautiful lake, the vision of Honorable Chief Minister to take up the rejuvenation. If you look at this thing, Saral Dara, Aviral Dara and Nirmal Dara. So Saral Dara, Aviral Dara, Nirmal Dara. Aviral Dara means it's a continuous flow. And Nirmal Dara means it is a flow without any obstruction. Saral Dara means unpolluted flow. So if you take this Musi, Aviral Dara, it is there. Anyway, all the sewage flow into Musi, there is Aviral, nothing is there. And this Nirmal is also there. Even though there are so many obstructions, but flow is not obstructed, this thing. But when you talk about Saral Dara, it is not Saral Dara, it is Gharal Dara. So it is more poisonous. It is containing more poisonous flow in lake. That is why our Honorable Chief Minister is very, very strong minded. Yeah, I will complete. Very, very strong this thing to complete this project, and DPR is under progress. This is one of the one more this thing brainchild of our Honorable Minister, Telangana Rising Vision and Growth Strategy. So entire Telangana has been divided into three categories. One is CURE, Core Urban Region Economy; PURE, Peri-Urban Region Economy; RARE, Rural Agriculture Region Economy. This core part is this is called CURE. This is the now present GHMC area is CURE, and from outer ring road to regional ring road, that is PURE, and beyond outer ring road, that is RARE. So mainly the CURE is for providing the urban services, metro expansion, Musi and etc. Peri-urban is for manufacturing and industrial growth, and rural agriculture, this RARE is for agriculture-led rural development. And reorganization of GHMC under CURE and HMD under PURE. Now GHMC area has been expanded from 650 square kilometers to 2053. In the same way, 7,257 square kilometer HMD area has been increased to 10,472 square kilometers. And the Bharat Future City, as Veera Reddy was telling, this is the vision to position Hyderabad as a future-ready global innovation capital with planned and sustainable urban expansion. The Bharat Future City is taking shape in the outskirts of Hyderabad city. A city is being developed to decongest the existing core city of Hyderabad. So this is a city biodiversity index. In 2002, it was administered. At that time, as per Singapore index, 36 by 92 points the Hyderabad city has received. But the same has been repeated, exercise in 2021. Now city has secured 57 out of 92 points. It means there is a biodiversity increase in this thing. And these are the reports as per, so there is increase in this thing. And as already Arjun told that the Hyderabad city has received Tree City Award for 2 times in 2020 and 21, and a prestigious World Green City Award in 2022 by AIPH. So this whole concept of taking up plantations and greenery is to develop forest within the city. We have to create the forest within the city so as to transform our cities within the forest. Thank you. More time? I was not looking at time. Oh.
Thank you, sir, for providing nature-based solutions through urban greening to combat climate change. Thank you once again for your inspiring and insightful keynote. May I now request Dr. Sridhar Bodiga and Dr. Jagdish to please come onto the dais and felicitate the keynote speaker.
I am sorry for taking more time.
With this, we conclude the keynote segment of the technical session 1. We will now break for lunch. Lunch is arranged at designated area where students will be going to the mess and registered participants and the dignitaries will be joining for lunch in the ground floor. Next, I request the participants who are presenting the poster to display the posters in the designated area near the atrium, Saraswati Idol. And may I request all the participants to kindly reassemble at 2:45 p.m. to continue the technical sessions. Thank you. More. Another announcement, I request the NGOs and forest officials, whoever are coming forward for presentations, to kindly drop your presentations and give it to the organizing committee. We will now continue with technical session 1 with presentations by forest officers and NGO representatives who will share their valuable field experiences, innovations and success stories. I now request Dr. Arjun to kindly coordinate and introduce the presenters.
We have for the theme 1, Vijay Bhaskar Yetapu from We Change You NGO. He will be presenting on behalf of the NGO.
Can I have my presentation? It is for the theme, the first theme. Theme 1. Right. He has the presentation. Vijay Bhaskar. Can you get that pointer? So before the presentation gets loaded, I'm Vijay Bhaskar. I represent We Change You. I'm a founder and president of We Change You, a registered true non-profit organization. We are established in 2010 in Telangana, Hyderabad. Primarily, we targeted on addictions, and then we moved on into our addiction moved into nature. So we do a lot of work on environmental activities, starting from waste management and environmental, like in terms of plantations in park and maintaining parks in communities. So we take more of community help in terms of schools, colleges. So quickly, I'll take. I have 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll 5 minutes. I introduce my organization. So we initially, as I said, we started with tobacco. When we say tobacco addictions, everybody targets on health. Like usually the scientific papers when we published, we used to publish on health. But slowly we understood that more than health, environment has more degradation effect on of tobacco because of deforestation for tobacco growing, and parallelly there is so much of tobacco rolling, they requires paper. So again there is a lot of deforestation for paper. So we used to do a lot of innovative posters and awareness campaigns in communities, primarily targeting youth to not to get addicted. So that's how we started getting into. We now got almost close to 8 international scholarships attending 18 countries, including for presenting our work in tobacco innovations. So we did in universities, colleges, CSR activities and daily basis, not on a project, because we are true non-profit. We don't have even bank account today. So we operate self-funded from last 15 plus years. So generally what happens is we create posters, which I just quickly show you if I have. So where it shows that how environmental degradation happens with the tobacco. So we target that how tobacco industry not only takes health as a big toll, has more than 6 million deaths per annum on tobacco addictions. But since climate change is also again related to the tobacco industry, we target tobacco industry based on primary and environmental aspects. That's second-hand smoke, third-hand smoke, and even the kind of amount of carbon monoxide and all that. So our NGO now moves into beyond the tobacco and alcohol addictions. We moved into making waste management as a primary. We do one project called Garbage Garden, where we collect the entire wet waste from communities, and we have adapted couple of parks in the community called Manikonda and Narsingi and Nanakramguda. So these places we take lakeside buffer zones for creating waste management. We collect the entire garbage from these communities in small apartments and some big communities, like more than 100 families in a community, where we collect those garbage, and we continuously do that as a compost activity in a buffer zone of parks and lakes. So this activity continued, and we now started doing called of nurseries where plant bank. We have another project called Plant Bank, where we collect the saplings from whatever government tree parks and other nurseries, and we start distributing in the communities for median plantation, or even kind of communities which has less green space. So we do that kind of plantation with the plant bank project. So our NGO does this kind of innovative projects. I don't know, I'm not sure where this slide. Right now this is only just profile of my NGO. So this is where we started getting into from health and environment, because both are interlinked. As we seen morning, there was so many enlightening presentations on how to increase green cover in urban society, urban communities and urban natural landscaping. So we have taken from health, and now we are seriously working on environment. We hope we will be coming up with more such kind of innovative projects on environment, and make sure that the communities will keep protecting the existing lakes and parks beyond increasing the green cover among the citywide. Thank you. Yeah, today I just submitted this for this today's conference because I'm new to this forestry kind of environment in terms of presentations. But today I try to put my efforts of whatever one park which I protect from last 10 years in community. We have 12 parks, out of which we have started taking 3 parks as a adaptive adoption kind of thing, where we look after the well-being of the park, because a lot of conflicts happens with the local parks, with the communities using it as a beyond park. They use it as a commercial entity activities, like they do celebrations of multiple religious activities. Politicians use these parks as a regular their powerhouse activities. So we just try to keep them away from these parks. So can I get a mic? I cannot see the slides. Sorry, I'll just check. Yeah. Switch off other mic so that I can see the slides. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. As I said, we have this was today's context of this ecological my harmony of urban parks. So I just want to give you a little brief about this urban parks, where we have small lakes and urban parks together in Manikonda. So where we have Ibrahim Cheru and Neknampur Lake. These 2 lakes are the kind of lifeline of biodiversity in our community. Yet slowly they are now slowly getting developed because of GHMC limits. Earlier we used to be a Manikonda municipality. Before that it was a Gram Panchayat. So these lakes were long time ignored as a development. Slowly now we are seeing small improvement, where along with the concrete jungle, we are seeing small improvement of getting lakes developed. So I was talking about this park, Mahatma Gandhi Park, which is 4.68 acres. So in a city like Hyderabad with the urban corridor like Manikonda, we have this park, one park which has close to 58 species of birds recorded. I have clicked all these images from this park. This park acts like a complete biodiversity, having shot all this in Mahatma Gandhi Park in from balcony. I live close to this park, and these birds keep coming every year. I can see the bird count is increasing sometimes because of disturbances. These bird counts are also getting out of context. So these birds, some nests there, especially golden orioles. We have around 6 nests of golden oriole, And these days we have shikras. There are so many shikras are nesting in this park. So we don't want this kind of parks to be get conflicted with the human interference. So this park acts like a pollination because we have plenty of flower gardens and small native ecosystem there with all the fruit bearing trees are planted in that park because the senior citizens in the name of Alkapo Township Residential Welfare, these people have specially put lot of efforts bringing up this park with so much. So these insects were shot through micro camera. We have 38 species of spiders and other bees and spider family and even butterflies, so many moths and different caterpillars. All this ecosystem exists in this one park called Mahatma Gandhi Park, which is close to this urban zone of Manikonda. So we have these two lakes, which are especially the Ibrahim Charu, the big lake, and Neknampur, which is again a small lake. These two, what morning Krishna sir and other specialist experts were talking about, how the lakes buffer zone has been disappearing. And same thing happening in our place. The entire community's drainage is getting into these lakes, and slowly the pollution is, and people use it for dumping. Especially the real estate people, they dump all their waste into these lakes. So that's how we have now getting into GHMC, we started reporting. So we have active citizens who report continuously these violations. That's how we started maintaining these parks. These are all shot from the same lakes and park. We have 11 parks, as I said, and we have primarily documented Mahatma Gandhi Park. So we have these local citizens who support us, who act like a volunteers, come as a guardians of this park. So we want this community-led conservation to be a continuous progress. People should never stop just looking at the nature. They should start protecting the nature. Then only you will understand the value of that and also give the next generation with the same green. So as I said, this shikra was nesting. This is the third nest we have documented of shikra. So as I said, we continuously witness a lot of misuse of this park, especially cooking, like on Ram Navami, Janmashtami, and then Ganesh Chaturthi. They celebrate this park as a community hall. So we don't want this practice to be there. So I always complain with CDMA Commissioner Sridevi Garu, IAS, and then I go to all the HMDA and GHMC people to try to stop this. But somehow the political lobby is not giving me that opportunity to completely stop. Out of 10 or 12 events, we could able to stop only 3 or 4. Rest all goes with the political lobby. Thank you.
The topic is open for discussion. Any questions? Any questions from the participants? Dignitaries? Any questions? Thank you. Now, for theme 1, we have one more presentation, which is by J. Gangadhar. So, inviting J. Gangadhar to the stage. Reminding once again, theme 1 is on urban forestry, urban lakes, urban biodiversity, sustainable urban development, and lake restoration strategies. And the time for each oral presentation will be 5 minutes, after which a bell will be rung.
Good afternoon, Honorable. My name is Gangadhar, pursuing Masters from the Department of Road Science. My title include Scenario of Climate Change on Urban and Natural Ecosystem. If we see that urban population is 56%. If we consider that urban economy, that will be the more than 80%. It means urban population is contributing major part of the economy, our Indian economy. This urban population will rise to again these 56% to some extent percentage by 2050. See, we see that affects this temperature will rise as urban population increases. Automatically, temperature rises, like emission of chlorofluorocarbons, greenhouse gas emissions. These are the effects, and you can see that CO2 emissions by these temperature and CO2 emissions are interrelated. so that the CO2 emissions also increases. And we can see these 2 days, before 1 day or 2 days, that rainfall patterns also had changed. During February, we are seeing that rainfall did cause flowering damage in mango or whatever may be fruit crops, and extreme weather events. You can see that in March, or we can see that hot pot means hottest days. Sea levels automatically, if temperature and CO2 emissions will rise, sea levels also rise, which glaciers will melt and leads to the floods. And you can see that the heat island, as you know, that heat island affects, there will be the more temperature surroundings in urban area due to these urban population. You can see that our air pollution, water scarcity, these are the changes or effects in are rising the urban population. The objectives includes, we can analyze that impacts of what are the climate change on urban ecosystem, that to examine the effects on its natural ecosystem, and how to mitigate and how to restore or resilience these strategies for sustainable urban development. Next, methodology includes, if we see that stress on urban environment, this, there will be the natural ecosystem disturbance and climate induces risk will be there, ecosystem services degradation, and analysis of mitigation strategies, including we can follow these nature-based solutions and sustainable urban planning. It means that development should not harm. Then ecosystem restoration, like for example, you can see Miyawaki forest is the best example of ecosystem restoration, and climate smart management practices like we can vertical farming, then hydroponics, balcony gardening. These all comes under climate smart management practices. And results includes these, the urban areas are highly vulnerable due to rapid urbanization. Then over exploitation, humans are using we are using more than expected or more than usage. That over exploitation of resources leads to the rapid that climate change effects, heat island effects. You can see that heat waves and flood events are also seen due to rapid urbanization. There will be the air pollution, noise pollutions, whatever the pollutions are there. Due to these urbanization, these are the main effects. And there will be, if you see that natural ecosystem, there will be the disruption in species distribution, and there will be the more threaten increased drought and wildfire events, and reduced ecosystem productivity. You can see that what are the okay, climate will be changed, then water will be also contaminated. Who are in residing in urban population, they can lose their livelihood due to the rapid urbanization. Then loss of ecosystem services, the nature-based solutions which enhances that urban cooling and flood control, biodiversity conservations. Conclusion, as these are the, as we seen that these are the effects of the rapid urbanization. So how to mitigate these problems? We can see that due to this climate change, both urban and natural locations will be distributed. Then we should, our plan should be very integrated. It means that it should reduce vulnerability and it should be in a sustainable way. Then we should incorporate that nature-based solutions and ecosystem restorations are effective. Then we can strengthen their policies involving the private organization, government organizations, all organizations to participate in the development. Okay, thank you for giving this opportunity.
The topic is open for discussion. Any questions? Please raise your hands. We can get the mic to you. Any questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gangadhar. Now, let us move on to the presentations on theme 2, which is on climate change, air pollution, nature-based solutions, and mitigation strategies. In this theme, the first presenter will be Navya Mariam Prasad. Ms. Navya, please come onto the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself Navya. I'm from Digital University, Kerala. I'm an MSc Ecology student. So, slides. So here I'm presenting my work on monitoring and mapping of Prosopis juliflora on the banks of Luni River, which is running through Indian Tar Desert. So as you all know, Luni River is the largest river in Rajasthan, and it is passing through the Thar Desert, which is flowing through almost 495 kilometers. It originates in Naga Hills of Aravalli ranges and terminating in Ran of Kutch. This is the map which represents Luni River. So my study has 4 objectives. The first one is to map the distribution of Prosopis juliflora, which is an invasive species. The second one is to assess the land cover within the river corridor. The third one is to evaluate the surface water dynamics of Luni River from 1989 to 2025. And finally, to support the river rejuvenation planning. And this is my methodology. I have selected Sentinel-2 data for this geospatial analysis. After pre-processing, the river corridors is extracted. Then land cover classification is performed using random forest algorithm. And finally, the spatial analysis is conducted. So this is a map representing the seasonal water dynamics of Luni River. And it is representing that the blue patches, which is zoomed here, are the areas where the water is persistent throughout the whole year. That is, for 12 months there will be water, and the green patches are the areas where water is not that much persistent throughout a year. And it is visible that the flow is spatially discontinuous. Then this is a satellite view of River Luni. The first figure is from 2016 and the second one is from 2025, which is these 2 images are from October month, and this is the classified land cover map of Luni River. And from this map itself, it is visible that inside the channel or the water of the river, the vegetation is persistent. That means the water is not the dominant class here. The vegetation is the dominant class, and the distribution of water is fragmented. As a result of the land cover classification, I got that the mapped area, among the mapped area, 63% is of riverine system. Within that 63%, the shrub encroachment is about 66%. That is, most of the water channel includes the shrub encroachment. That is, within that shrub encroachment itself, 35% is taken over by the Prosopis juliflora, which is an invasive species. And ideally for a river, the water should be the dominant class, but here it is the vegetation. And as a conclusion, I found out that the river channel is encroached with shrubs, the flow is discontinuous, and water persistence is reduced. There is hydromorphological alteration also present. We can manage this situation through different scales. At the channel level, we can remove the Prosopis juliflora, or we can conduct desiltation processes. Then watershed restoration can be done through native riparian vegetation protection or restoration. And for the whole process, we can use the remote sensing as a continuous monitoring device. So this is my presentation. I would like to end here. Thank you for your attention.
The topic is open for questions and deliberations. If any questions from participants, please feel free to ask.
Ma'am, I was just focused only on the invasive species. That's why I took Prosopis as the major one. Other thing which include shrubs, which are like, I don't remember the particular scientific names, but it includes shrubs mostly. Ma'am, it give a very fascinating, because if you observe through the satellite imagery, the river flow is not visible. Like we can see river only as patches. There is no continuous flow of this river. And it gave me a fascination that usually we see river as 5 kilometer or 500 meter, at least 500-meter width will be there. But here the channel itself is filled with the anthropogenic pressures as well as the vegetation invasion. No, ma'am. I've just started the work only. I have to do it. 500 meter. River Rooney in Rajasthan. The entire river I took, and I took 500-meter buffer around the river.
Okay, if that's all, thank you, Ms. Navya. Now we have Shevakula Manasa. Ms. Manasa, please come onto the stage. Seems like there is a little bit of technical delay. So let us proceed with the next talk by Bochu Jeevan. I invite Mr. Bochu Jeevan to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the National Conference, today's National Conference. Myself, Bochu Jeevan, PhD scholar from the Department of Forest Resource Management at Forest College and Research Institute, Mulund. Today, I'm talking on shrub community structure. Before in detail of the subject, shrub community structure. If you are listening that, if you're looking at that, you have a curious, what shrub community structure and how it can be assessed. What is the ways to know what is the shrub community structure of that particular area? You'll be very curious. Likewise, similarly, how we know there is a what kind of shrubs there, trees were there, plants were like. In simple terms, phytosociology. Phytosociology means phyto means plants, sociology means group of plants or community. It means in simple terms, plant community studying is called phytosociology. But what 1967 Brown is saying, phytosociology is composition, classification, structure, distribution of plant communities. And not even that, that actually describes plant dynamics. That what helps in species studied how they relate to other species and to the species which present in that particular area. Not even that, Gehu in 1979 saying is phytosociological analysis provides a comprehensive understanding of landscape structure, dynamics and heritage value. And you think, is phytosociological study is important? As said by Rao et al., it is important because it helps in understanding the changes that I have experienced in the past and also continuing into the future. Most of the developed countries follow this. And similarly, I mention here, do shrubs phytosociological study is important? Yes, because structural assessment of shrub layers actually supports the biodiversity. And what is the invasive species monitoring? Sustainable forest management plannings, as said by Muller. And this for phytosocial study, I have chosen Etunagaram Wildlife Sanctuary. Etunagaram Wildlife Sanctuary is associated with huge culturally significant and it is associated with huge tribal population. And I have interested to know what is the phytosociological conditions of that area, of the plant communities present in that area. I am interested and I was chosen this. And of the entire Etunagaram Wildlife Sanctuary area, it is 615.79 hectares of the total area composed. If you see, the object is to analyze the phytosociological structure of shrub community. And how I can do? I need a technical program. Technical program. Like what year of study I was studied 3 objectives. Among these, I was presenting here only first objective, phytosocial of tree species. Phytosociology. In that only I was mentioning here shrubs only. And the year of study is 2024 to 26, and the total area is 80,615.79 hectares. And what is the sample area is 10 hectares. The sample intensity is 0.01%, and the plot size is 0.1 hectare, and total number of plots I have laid is 100. This is the inventory of the sample plot. And how I was sampling the plot. As I have a ready program, I should lay sample plot, and I want to enumerate the shrubs present in Etunagaram Wildlife Sanctuary. For that 0.1 hectare, I had latitudes and longitudes of that point. I go there and take a center points. From that, 22.37 to the diagonals on the 4 sides have to go. And then after, we have to make it a square. And that accounts for 0.1 hectare total area. And where we have to enumerate shrubs in that area. Can we enumerate shrubs in the total entire 0.1 hectare area? No, the shrubs is enumerated in 5 to 5 meter side. When from the center points to corner, after going for northeast, we have to make 4 different subplots in 1 hectare points. Likewise, in northeast when I am going, after reaching the northeast, 22.37 meters, from there I should move for 5 meters to the west and then 5 meters to the south. That's how 5 into 5 meters subplot has laid. From that only, after marking what are the shrubs present in that area has been recorded and has been listed in that area. Total number of species which present in different plots has to mention. As I was saying, for one plot, in 0.1 hectare, I was laying 4 subplots, means 25 meters square, means 100 square meters for one plot. I was laying for 100 plots, means 100 meters square. It accounts for 1 hectare area of the total sample area. For that, phytosociological study like frequency, abundance and dominance were assessed. After that, from here I was doing importance value index species. What are the species which has high importance, more dominance are present was been known through IVI, this plot layout. After that, after listing the species, what we do is biodiversity indices. It means Simpson index of dominance, whether the species is dominant or not, and through Shannon-Wiener index, whether the diversity is high or low, and through evenness index, whether the distribution of species is evenly distributed or unevenly distributed can be assessed. And the result here, after laying 100 plants in entire sanctuary of 10 hectare sample area, I found that 19 different shrub species were found. Among that, the highest species was found for 43.891, which is Burleria species. IVI is very highest, and the lowest we can see here it is Vitex nigunda for importance value index, and also for relative dominance, relative density, frequency and abundance. We can see Burleria preonatis is relatively density it is high, and for relative frequency the highest was seen in Calotropis species. And if you see, there are different species. Burleria preonatis, Lantana cameron, Dodona viscosa are the more IVI dominant species of the sanctuary. And if you see, there is low to moderate importance value index as we seen from 5 to 20, and you can see the importance value index above 40 is in a small one species, which say that that particular area has not much dominant species was there, they are evenly distributed. And from here biodiversity indices we can see Simpson index, which is 0.0752, which means low dominance, which is the domination of one species is not high. There is low domination in that Etunara Wildlife Sanctuary, and Shannon higher diversity index is very high. It is 2.750, which is higher, which is moderate to high diversity. We can see more amount of species were present in that area. And in evenness, we can see 0.934. It means very high evenness. What I can conclude from here is the 19 species and 560 individuals of that area, which is actually my results are finding similar to Kaval Wildlife Sanctuary, who done in 2015 Murthy. His results and my results are similar. And not only that, my results are very high when compared to Bauch district Orissa when Sahu et al. Conducted his research. And from here, the amount of family distribution, Malvaceae contributes higher 20.3%, and whereas Apocynaceae stands second. And overall, the key ecological insights here is the dominant family here is Malvaceae, and the successional indicator is Berlenia pragmatis. And as I said, regional alignments are my results are inconsistent with Whittaker and Murthy. Overall, Etunagaram Wildlife Sanctuary is in point of serves a mature, resilient understory vital for ecosystem health. And shape community as a bioindicator. As I have said, there is low dominance, high diversity is present, and climate variability. Climate, 1 minute, sir, I will conclude. As shrubs is easy to they are easy to climate availability. If Berliner species is present and Lantana camara is present, they are invasive and drought resistant species. If drought is present in that area, that population will be increasing. In this way, the shrubs of Etunagaram Wildlife Sanctuary, in the point of low dominance, high diversity, and climate variability, it acting as a bioindicator. Thank you. I was little thirsty, I was unable to talk, sorry.
Any questions from the audience? Maybe one or two maximum questions, if any. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jeevan. Ms. S. Manasa. One more reminder to all the participants, please stick to the time limit.
Very good afternoon to everyone. I am Mansa from Indian Agricultural Research Institute, a PhD scholar. I would like to present my work, Impact of Biochar-Based Fertilizer in Mitigating GHG Emissions and Growth Performance of Wheat. We are all experiencing climate change due to global warming, due to anthropogenic emissions, anthropogenic activities. This is one problem world is facing. Along with, we should also secure food with the increasing population. To reach the food security, farmer is mostly depending on the agricultural inputs, mostly fertilizers. Of this, urea is the mostly used fertilizer, but most of the nitrogen applied through urea is lost through volatilization, nitrous oxide emissions, leaching losses. To overcome this, we need some slow release fertilizer, and also farmer has achieved increased productivity. At the same time, we are getting grain yield, but along with the crop harvest, we are getting residue. Residue management is another problem. So, using thermochemical process pyrolysis, residue management can be done, from which biochar can be produced. Using this biochar as a barrier in coating urea, we can produce slow release fertilizer. So our main objective is to know the biochar based fertilizer which we have produced is showing any mitigating effects on GHG emissions or not, and we have checked this in wheat crop. So we have used HT3406 variety, and in IR in New Delhi we have sown this crop. with 6 different treatments. The first one is without any fertilizer, and the second one is neem coated urea, third is prilled urea, fourth is 5% biochar coating over neem coated urea, fifth is 5% biochar coating over prilled urea, and the last one is 10% biochar coating over prilled urea. And we have observed leaf area index, NDVI, available nitrogen, soil organic carbon, gaseous fluxes after every fertilizer application continuously for 1 week, following that every 2 times a week, and even in fallow period also we have taken the gaseous fluxes using closed chamber technique, and the grain yield is also noticed. This is the closed chamber technique we used for collecting the gas samples, followed by gas chromatography, quantifying the amount of GHG emissions we got from wheat. Mostly from wheat we will be getting CO2 and nitrous oxide emissions, but we consider mostly nitrous oxide because the global warming potential of nitrous oxide is 298 times more than CO2. The results we got is in the biochar based treatments, nitrous oxide and CO2 fluxes have reduced mostly, and in that treatments 5% biochar coating over NCU has reduced, which showed a good result. And also we have observed change in pH, like in biochar based fertilizer, that to 5% biochar based biochar coating over NCU increased pH. Increased pH is a good, it has not increased that much. We observed little change in pH, which means higher the pH, lower the nitrous oxide emissions. And organic carbon is observed highest in these biochar treatments, and available nitrogen was highest in NCU treatments, because NCU is the nitrification inhibitor, slowly it releases the nitrogen. And plant parameters, we have observed this, but in terms of productive tillers, very little change from the total tillers we have observed in biochar based treatments, and that might be the result we got higher yield in these treatments. So from this I can conclude that we have observed significant differences in the greenhouse gas fluxes compared to neem coated urea. 5% coating over neem coated urea reduced nitrous oxide emission by 21% and CO2 by 17%, and compared to prilled urea, 5% coating over that urea reduced nitrous oxide emission by 20% and CO2 by 45%. But 10% coating is very less observed, so 5% coating I can recommend, it is better in reducing the emissions than 10% coating. And also we have observed soil organic carbon was also found higher in biochar, because biochar itself a carbon source, and also available nitrogen is also found, so that from this I can recommend that the biochar based fertilizer which we have developed increased the nitrogen use efficiency, and still we are doing biodegradable experiments. We will be applying this product for the patent. So with this I want to conclude. I thank my chairperson, Indian Agricultural Research Institute and FCRI for giving me this opportunity.
The topic is open for discussion.
Actually, it is not doing to the plant, but when compared to the conventional fertilizer is directly in contact with the water. But when we are using biochar over that urea, it is acting as a barrier, so it is the diffusion is delaying there. Like it takes some time for the water to penetrate and reach the core urea which is present inside that coating. So it delays that process, as well as biochar is having a very porous structure. This microporous structure will absorb the ammonium ions which release from the hydrolysis process of urea. So this nitrogen ammonium ion, which is the substrate for the nitrifiers. Nitrifiers are the microbes which release or convert these into the nitrous oxide, or further conversions takes place. So there is no substrate because it got adsorbed to the biochar surfaces. So when there is no substrate, microbes will not survive that much, or the reactivity gets reduced. That is the reason where the emissions are reducing because of reduced activity of the microbes inside. And coming to CO2, if carbon source is not available, there will be reduced respiration in terms of respiration of the microbes. So there we have, that is the reason why CO2 emissions have reduced in this experiment, in these treatments. Microbial activity gets reduced. I am not telling it will be completely reduced, but it will take time because this carbon is recalcitrant carbon, mostly it is aromatic carbon. It will not be easily available form, so it takes time for the activity. Otherwise, if it doesn't react, it will, nitrogen will not be supplied to the plant. Yeah.
Any more questions from the participants, audience?
Sir, I'm sorry, I cannot reveal that because we have to apply for patents. I cannot. Yeah, it is taking more than the conventional because for conventional NCU, which we are getting, it is taking more after 7 to 10 days. This conventional urea, which is supplied to the farmers, is hydrolyzing, but ours is taking more than that. So it will be acting as a slow release fertilizer. Yeah, we can mitigate to some extent the nitrous oxide or GHG emissions which are coming from this wheat because these are the rice and wheat are the major cropping systems which we are having in India. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, for theme 2, we have the last presenter, Mr. V. Ashok Kumar. I request Mr. V. Ashok Kumar to please come onto the stage. Okay. Moving on to theme 3, which is on sustainable forestry systems, agroforestry and ecosystem restoration. We have the first presenter, Ms. A. Snehanjali. I request Ms. Snehanjali to come over to the stage.
A very good evening to everybody. I am Snehanjali here, completed my PhD. I am here to present on my PhD small topic, biotechnological approaches for tree improvement in Hildegardia populifolia using in vitro regeneration techniques. So, everyone, from morning itself we are speaking on climate change. Climate change is not only affecting the lives of the human or the biodiversity which includes the species which are having the medicinal importance and also which are need to be conserved for the future sustainable sources for the future generations. Not only for the present use, but also for the future generations. So coming to the introduction, this is the species named Hildegardia populifolia, which is distributed in India and the states of Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh and some parts of Karnataka. So in IUCN, it is listed as critically endangered, the previous assessment 1999, and the new assessment of 2022, it is in near threatened list. So the main thing is the bark is mostly exploited by the tribal livelihood for their livelihood purposes because it is having the fiber reinforced polymer composites, which has the strong fiber property. And also the seed is having the hard seed coat, which is spoiled or damaged by the fungus attack. And the seed embryo is not fully matured. And that is also the main reason for conserving these species. So one of the objectives is to develop an efficient protocol for in vitro callus generation and micropropagation using nodal cuttings and leaf explants. Coming to methodology, this is the standard sterilization process for both the nodal and the leaf explants. We will be collecting the explant from, I have bought the sorts from Kadapa forest area and I have planted in the FCRA arboretum where I used these explants for my work. So after getting the explants, I'll be sterilizing with the Tween 20, which is a detergent, and by Bavestine for 30 to 90 minutes, followed by the frequent distill wash, and with mercury chloride and antibiotic treatment like streptomycin and ampicillin, where as we are getting the explant from the external resources, we have to make it clear with all the pest or pathogens. Next, we will be doing the inoculation process in the biosafety cabinet. So these are the 6 treatments I have selected, and the basal media is the Murashik and the Skoog media with the combinations of with different kinetin and BAP. And here I also used woody plant media where the forestry species have mostly phenolics, so that media helps for good results. So here we can see the treatment T3 with a combination of BAP and IAA, which showed the good results, where the number of nodal explants response was highest. And this is the pictorial representations where we can see the response of nodal explants. The media is MS combination with 6 BAP 2 mg per liter and IAA. And this is the treatments which are given for the leaf explants. Here we can see the T10 treatment with combination of kinetin, that is 240, and thidiazuron, TDZ, which gave the highest and good results. And these are the pictorial representations where I got the results. And I also observed the different types of callus, like friable, compact green, and white and friable types of callus. Finally, conclusion, for the callus leaf induction from the leaf explants, 240 and TDZ were good media combinations. And the bulging of the leaves in this species I observed in 21 days because I used the young leaves as an explant. And in the nodal explant, the shoot bud is observed in BAP with a combination of IAA. And my future work line is to generate the somatic embryos from the callus source which I am having, and also to increase the population by using the in vitro techniques. These are my references. Thank you.
The topic is open for discussion. Audience can please raise their hands. We'll get the mic to you if you have any questions. I don't think there are any questions. Then, oh, there's a question.
For rope making. Tribals use this bark for rope making. So they entirely collapse the tree, so the population is decreasing. So it has that economic importance, and also it is also medicinally important. It has the anti-cancer properties. So it had to be studied. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Snehanjali. The next speaker is Ande Deepika. Inviting Ms. Ande Deepika to the stage.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Deepika, MSc Forestry student from the Department of Forest Resource Management, FCRI Mulgu. I am presenting my research on leveraging climate responsive litter dynamics for soil carbon sequestration, strategic lessons from tropical plantation forestry systems. Coming to introduction, litter fall is a key source of organic input into forest soils, driving nutrient cycling and climate change. Its quantity and pattern vary with climate, species, and management practices. In fast-growing species like eucalyptus and casuarina, litter fall dynamics plays a major role as it influences the soil nutrients and carbon flux. This study evaluates litter production, decomposition, microbial activity, and carbon sequestration potential under casuarina and eucalyptus plantation. The study was conducted in casuarina plantation at Mulgu, Telangana, and in eucalyptus plantation, Vantimamidi, Telangana. Moving on to methodology, After soil collection, we have estimated physico-chemical properties of soil in the laboratory, and 60 litter traps were prepared and installed in both the plantation to quantify monthly litter fall, and the collected litter was then dried and weighed to estimate the total production. And for litter decomposition study, litter bags were prepared and filled with the dried mass of litter and placed on the forest floor in both the plantation. And these bags were retrieved for every 2 months interval of time to estimate the total mass loss. And further, microbial colonies were isolated and enumerated to know the association of microbial colonies with the decomposition process. And also soil respiration assay was also performed to quantify the soil microbial activity and the decomposition rate, and soil microbial biomass carbon was also estimated to know the contribution of microbial colonies to the soil nutrients, and soil organic carbon was also estimated to quantify the carbon sequestration potential. Moving on to key results. Table 1 shows the comparative litter fall dynamics between casuarina and eucalyptus plantation, in which casuarina showed significantly higher litter production compared to eucalyptus, and the peak litter fall was observed in the month of April for both the species. The two-way ANOVA results shows that casuarina showed higher litter fall in which species month, and the reduction had significant influence on the litter production. And table 3 shows the comparison of litter decomposition dynamics between casuarina and eucalyptus plantation, in which casuarina had significantly higher decomposition rate with a higher decay constant, shorter half-life, and a higher mean percentage loss compared to eucalyptus. And correlation analysis revealed that maximum temperature and humidity had significant positive effect on the decomposition rate. This table shows the variation in soil microbial biomass carbon across different soil depths under casuarina and eucalyptus plantation, in which both the species showed higher soil microbial biomass carbon on top soil layer and decreased with increasing depth. Casuarina stored slightly higher soil microbial biomass carbon than the eucalyptus plantation. As shown in this table, soil organic carbon and soil organic carbon stock was highest in the top layer for both the species. In this case also, Casuarina equisetifolia stored slightly higher carbon than the eucalyptus. Casuarina stored 1.90 megagram per hectare, whereas eucalyptus stored 1.77 megagram per hectare. In conclusion, this study shows that casuarina performed better than eucalyptus in terms of litter production, decomposition, and carbon sequestration potential. Species and seasonal based differences in litter and microbes highlight the importance of choosing the right species and also considering the climate for nutrient cycling and carbon flux. I thank my chairman and advisory members for their encouragement throughout the study, and also Department of Forest Resource Management, NCCRF Organizing Committee for providing this opportunity. Thank you.
The topic is open for discussion. Questions, if any? Thank you, Ms. Deepika. The next speaker is Dr. Ishu Ridu for theme 3. Inviting Dr. Ishu to the stage.
మైక్ కొంచెం డౌన్ పట్టుకోండి, దగ్గర పెట్టుకోండి.
Hello.
So, good evening to all present here. Today I'm going to present my research topic, that is seasonal hormonal influence on Melia dubia cutting establishment. So, Melia dubia is commonly known as Malabar neem, which belongs to the family Meliaceae. This specific tree is dominantly found in the area of tropical and subtropical region of the India. And currently this specific tree, Malabar neem, is getting popularized just because of its rapid biomass, low rotation period, and high economic value. So we need to commercialize it. In order to commercialize, we have two options. First one is through the seed propagation. Second is through the vegetative propagation. But in case of Melia dubia, here if we are propagating it by using the seed, we have low germination rate. Its germination rate is basically varies from 20 to 25%. So this current study was conducted with an objective to get it commercialized by using the stem cutting. Here under this research project, I have used three type of different cutting. First is semi-hard, second is hard cutting, and third is soft cutting. So under this experiment, I used propagal as a stem cutting. Two different variables. First variable is season, and here I used three season. First is spring, second is rainy, third is autumn, with having three different combination. First one is 0.5% indole butyric acid along with the 0.1% kinetin. Second is 0.15% indole butyric acid along with the 0.3% gibberellic, and third one is the 0.001% 6-benzyne aminopurine. And these are on the right. These are the observation I have recorded for specific this experiment. First is sprouting, survival, rooting, and number of sprouts, sprout length, number of roots per cutting at 35 and 90 days after planting. So this table shows us about the growth parameters of Melia dubia cutting during the spring season. So as you can see, treatment number 1 as well as 2, containing 0.5% indole butyric acid along with 0.1% kinetin, they both show similar kind of results for most of the characteristics. Sprouting, survival, rooting, sprout length, number of roots per cutting, whereas the inferior results were shown with the treatment 0.01% of 6-benzyl aminopurine. Next, this table shows the growth parameter taken during the rainy season. So here most of the figures, they are quite higher as compared to the previous season, spring season. So here the same kind of trend was followed with the same treatment, first as well as second. Third, these are the observations taken during the third season, that is the autumn season, which is the dormant period. So here you can see most of values, they are quite low as compared to spring as well as compared to the rainy season. So, but if we talk about the treatment, so treatment number 1 as well as 2, they are performing same as like spring and rainy season. Under this table, I have taken two variables. First is the season, second is the different hormonal combination. So, and this table shows the impact of different season as well as hormonal combination on the character number of sprouts per cutting, where it is ranging from 1.33 in the autumn to the 7.67 in the spring. The highest number of sprouts per cutting was found in the spring. That's because of its high cambium activity being present at that specific season. And if we talk about environment, so there is more CN ratio in the environment during that spring season. That's why we are getting more results in case of spring season. This table shows about the sprout length. So this one is showing about the impact of different 3 season as well as 3 hormonal combination on the character sprout length, where we are seeing most of sprout length was found in the combination containing 0.15% indole butyric acid along with the 0.03% gibberellic acid. Next, if we talk about the next character, that is cutting. So here, if we take compare the all three seasons. So most of number of roots per cutting were found predominantly in the season spring with the combination number first. Whereas in case of at 90 days after planting, these both treatment number 3 as well as 2, they were showing at par result with the spring season. That's all photo. So here I have used most of semi-hard cuttings because I'm using hard cutting and soft cutting, so they are not giving much results. So that's why I conducted this experiment by using the semi-hard cutting. So according to me, if we are comparing the whole three seasons, so the best season for propagation for commercializing this specific tree is the rainy season with the hormonal combination containing 0.5% uric acid along with the 0.1% kinetin. Thank you. That's all about it.
The topic is open for discussion.
नवंबर दिसंबर रेनी वाला जून जुलाई स्प्रिंग के लिए मैम जो अप्रैल था ना अप्रैल में मैंने किया लास्ट वीक ऑफ मार्च फॉलोड बाय फर्स्ट वीक ऑफ अप्रैल semi hard they outperformed as compared to the other one semi hard cutting they outperformed as compared to the hard as well as soft cutting. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. This one is commercially viable as compared to seeds. We have already doing it at the center of propagation in the Haryana, ma'am, under deployed propagation center. Here I have commercialized it by using stem cutting as well as by the tissue culture. So there we are commercializing it by using the stem cutting or using apical meristem as an explant for tissue culture as compared to the seeds. For stem cutting, it's being around, ma'am, in field it's being around 77% for the stem cutting. For fruiting, 15 days, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, in southern region, ma'am, this one, its seed germination is more higher as compared to northern region. But there we have different agroclimatic conditions. So that's why there we only can reach up to 20% of germination. That's why we are growing it by using the stem cutting and tissue culture. Yes, ma'am, there we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ishu. The next speaker for today is Dr. Shalini Mudalkar.
A very good evening to respected dignitaries, all the students and participants. Today here, I'm going to talk on harnessing plant biotechnological tools for sustainable forest management and restoration of the natural landscapes. So since morning we have been listening about climate change, deforestation, urban planning and so on. So this is the root cause where deforestation plays a important role which ultimately leads to the climate change. So for combating this, we need to maintain a balance between social, ecological and economic interests. How do we do that? We need to strike a balance between the present need and the future needs. How do we do that? We do it by preserving all this, including water resources, maintaining healthy soils, then increasing the production of the local species, and keeping the native populations as such. So this is where the SFM practices comes into. How do we practice it? By doing selective logging, reforestation, biodiversity conservation, and production of wood which is eco-friendly, finally involving the local communities. So in our lab, these are the two things that we focus on. The first one is biodiversity conservation, and the second one is involvement of the local communities. So when I said biotechnological interventions, we meant this. It is through plant tissue culture that we try to raise the plants from cells and tissues and in the controlled environment. So here basically we are trying to preserve and restore the forest ecosystems through tissue culture. So how does tissue culture support the sustainable forest management? There are many ways. One is by supply of the quality seedlings. The second one is by reducing the pressure on the natural forest. Third is by enhancing the success, the reforestation that the forest department does. This helps in enhancing that. Apart from that, producing uniform and healthy plants is possible through plant tissue culture. Apart from this, we also focus on, you have already listened to Snehanjali, who has worked on one of the endangered species. Also, we work on some rare species too. Then at the end, it is about providing rural employment and support the forest-based industries. So at FCRI, we work on 4 aspects. The first one is conservation and mass propagation of, as I said, elite, rare and endangered plants or trees. And then second thing is we look at the somatic embryogenesis to produce artificial seeds. Then third is to produce disease-free planting material. The fourth and the foremost, which I'm going to show you in my subsequent slides, where we work on the medicinal and industrially important trees. So this is one of my students, Kavyasri, who has worked on the tissue culture of Bambusa balco and Tulda. She was successful from initiation to multiplication and then subsequently to the rooting. We have taken this from lab to land. So this is one of the success stories that have come from our lab. Then the second thing, Snehanjali again, who worked with me for MSc and PhD, she worked on the somatic embryogenesis of Mahua. She was successful in generating the somatic embryos. As we said, synthetic seed is produced only through somatic embryogenesis. So we were successful until here. This is my another student, Manoj, who is working currently also. Part of it, he has already worked on Jevotia rotary reformis, and where he was successful in rescuing the embryo, and at the same time, we could initiate shoots in the somatic embryo. So Arun and Sailata, they have worked on sterculia urens, where we could successfully multiply sterculia urens, and we are looking for rooting, which is currently going on. I am not going to talk about this because Snehanjali has already presented her work on Hildegardia populifolia, where she was successful until rooting. Again, this is also from lab to land. We were successful. This is Vishwajit. He has worked on medicinally important plant, Salacia. The roots of this plant are, why this is important is because people uproot the roots, and the roots are declining. Like the population of this plant is declining in the wild. As a result, we took up this plant, and he was also successful from taking it from lab to land. This is my another student, Ravi, who's currently working with me on Hemonitis aerifolia. This is called as Ramabanam. It's another medicinally very, very important species which is known to have anti-cancer properties. And many of the people are actually over-exploiting this plant. 3 years back, I've been to Amrabad. I have seen many plants there, but recently when I visited, I found hardly 1 or 2 present there. So this also, he was successful in macro propagation, where a bunch of these plants which are collected from ATR are now being propagated to a very large extent. And he is successful with production of the epiphyllous proliferation of this plant. So at the end, what I want to say is tissue culture is a game changer, definitely, for sustainable forest management, and it ensures that all the resources are restored, conserved, and they are utilized responsibly. And this is a very good concept of combining biotechnology with that of forest management.
These are all the projects which made me complete all this work, and thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shalini. The next speaker for theme 3 is K. Vinay Kumar. I invite Mr. K. Vinay Kumar to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected deans and other members who attended the conference, and the students. Myself, K. Vinay Kumar. I am pursuing MSc Forestry second year from the Department of Forest Resource Management, Forest College and Research Institute, Mulugu. And today's my topic for the conference is interactive effect of biochar, farmyard manure, and arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi and soil quality dynamics and seedling vigor of Militia pinnata in coal mines soil. Why spoil instead of soil? Soil is a topmost layer of which is a topmost layer, whereas spoil is a waste generated from the soil which attained after a depth of nearly 50 meters or low, which completely lacks the basic nutrients like NPK, calcium, magnesium, and which also having very low fertility, like having high bulk density, low porosity, and other deficiency. In India, by the year 2024 and 2025, the coal production is more than 1,047 million tons. Every year, the coal production in India has been increasing. From the previous year, it was increased to 4.8%. And whereas the contribution of coal mine, the production of coal in Telangana is 72 million tons. As I told, we required this coal for our electricity generation and other things. But after the coal extraction, the soil which is generated, generally called as OB, which is an overburdened soil, which was kept aside, which is completely lack of the basic nutrients. So there is a need for improving this soil after the coal has been exhausted in the particular year. Even this soil also has low microbial activity due to absence of association of any fungus and other bacteria under these soils. And for this, improving the quality of this soil, I have chosen Militia pinnata as my thing. And why Militia pinnata? Which is a hard and drought tolerant multi-purpose tree species, which is highly suitable for degraded mine sites. And this Pongamia seeds also generate 30 to 40% of oil, which can be act as biofuel. And other things are the leaf litter is also useful for improving the soil fertility. And this is the significance of why significance. I have already told in brief. And these are my objectives of the study: to evaluate the effect of different concentration of biochar, FIM, and on physical, chemical, and biological properties of this coal mine soil. And second is to assess the influence of mycorrhizal inoculation in combination with biochar, FIM, and growth of biomass accumulation of Pongamia pinnata seedling, and to study the improvement of microbial population in this soil. And my methodology includes, like, the materials were like coal mine soil, biochar, FIM, mycorrhizal inoculation, and Pongamia seedlings. For this, I have collected this coal mine soil from Singareni from Mancherial. Later, I have sieved this soil for 2 mm and then I prepared biochar using slow pyrolysis at 450 degrees Celsius. Pyrolysis is a process pyrolysis is a process which is done at absence or low oxygen level. And soil, then this coal mine soil is amended with biochar at a different concentration, weight by weight, and FIM, and kept for incubation for one month. After this incubation period, we have gone for maize, which is also for 1 month. During this maize we have added a mycorrhizal for this soil. And after 1 month of maize, Pongama pinnata seedling will be transplanted. As I am perceiving now, so I was done up to first and second stage. First and second incubation stage, have not gone into this rising of Pongama in the third stage. And the parameters will be studied are like physical properties, chemical, biological, and the growth parameters will also be studied on the basis of months, 30, 60 in such intervals. And my statistical analysis will be ANOVA 5% and experimental design is CRD. These are my treatments. And my preliminary report suggests that first stage of this mycorrhiza enhance the fertility and faster the growth of this Pongama seedling. And I'm very thankful for FCRI and my advisor, co-advisor for guiding me through this research. Thank you.
Any questions? The topic is open for discussion. Please raise your hands if you have any questions to ask. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vinay. Now we have the last presentation for theme 3, which is by Mr. Y. Naveen. Inviting Mr. Y. Naveen to the stage.
I wish a very good evening to all the, Dean sir, JD sir, DD ma'am, and faculty, and all the members, all the research fraternity from out of this institute and this institute. I am Eravada Naveen, pursuing PhD Forestry from the Department of Silviculture and Agroforestry. And I am here to present my MSc research topic, Agroforestry System, Enhancing Productivity, Livelihood and Climate Resilience in Medsal Malkajgiri district of Telangana. Introduction. As rapid urbanization and climate change required a climate response forestry, not just in the forest but outside the boundaries, where agroforestry is key in it. And this agroforestry, we know that it integrates trees and other agricultural crops to enhance productivity, resilience and sustainability. These systems strengthens through carbon sequestration, biodiversity and soil restoration. Medsal Malkajgiri is peri-urban district which has can act as a green buffer against landscape degradation due to urban expansion. So scientific evaluation is essential to identify systems that optimize livelihood security and ecosystem restoration. And for this, my objectives is to identify and classify agroforest systems. Second is to evaluate their productivity, carbon sequestration and biodiversity. Third is to assess economic returns and role in strengthening livelihood and climate resilience. My methodologies, I have study area is Medsal Malkajgiri district, which consisting of 108 villages. I have taken sampling intensity of 5%, where I have got 9 villages from 108 villages. I have followed multi-stage purposive sampling, where Medsal district is selected. Within the district, 9 villages are randomly selected. Within the village, there are within the village 12 farmers are selected for each village. Uh, uh, thus 12 farmers are categorized as marginal, small, medium and semi-medium and medium based on the land area they have, and data is collected through semi-structured questionnaires and uh, field-based data, and analysis is biomass estimation, diversity indices, and this is the map showing Medcel Malkajgiri district. Results show that first objective is to identify. In identification, actually these agroforest systems are classified based on Nair et al., where arrangement of components is taken for classifying them. In Medcel district, there are 7 agroforestry systems where boundary plus scattered is the most followed system and bund is the least followed system. In different categories of farmers, boundary plus scattered is followed by marginal, small and semi-medium farmers, whereas medium farmers mostly followed bund plus boundary plus scattered. This table shows species richness, tree density and tree diversity in different land holding size agroforest systems in Medcel Malkajgiri districts. Among the different categories of farmers, species richness is the total species present in a unit area, and tree density is number of individual trees in per hectare, and this Shannon-Wiener index shows diversity of that area, and Simpson index shows dominance of trees in that area. Among different categories of farmers, medium farmers have highest species richness and tree density, but when it comes to Shannon-Wiener index, semi-medium has higher diversity and Simpson was highest in medium farmers. Among agroforestry systems, block plus boundary bund has least species richness, whereas bund plus bound plus scattered has maximum richness. And when it comes to tree density per hectare, block plus boundary plus bund have 152.29. When it comes to district, Medcel Malkajgiri have a species richness of 31 species with a tree density of 23.84 and a moderate diversity with low Simpson index shows that there is no one species dominance. When it comes to biomass in different agroforest systems, solo crop has higher biomass in crops, and in agroforest system, block plus boundary plus bund has higher, same as in carbon. And in net returns, block plus boundary plus bund has higher net returns and benefit cost ratio. So I conclude that this agroforest system act as a sustainable forestry system which can give farmers higher in returns and act as a sustainable land utility, conserve biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naveen. The topic is open for discussion.
Sir, yes, sir. Sir, as urban area is expanding and it shows effect on diversity, and there are many farmers who who conserved tree species in their land. To know it, I have selected this Medcel Malkajgiri district. As Medcel Malkajgiri is the most urbanized district, it expands and it moves, it expanding. So, the climate change effect will be more in this urbanized ecosystem, where this Medcel Malkajgiri can act as a buffer or green belt so that it can decrease the climate change effect in these districts.
Okay, I think that's all with theme 3. Now moving on to theme 4, we have the theme 4 on forest health, biosecurity, resource utilization and industry interface. The first speaker of theme 4 is Mr. B. Chakravarti. inviting Mr. B. Chakravarti to the stage.
Respected dignitaries, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I am Burgula Chakravarti from Forest Resource Management Department. Today I am here to present my topic on seasonal optimization of honeybee venom as a valuable bioresource that yield and melatonin analysis from the species Apis mellifera. So, as Apis mellifera is a commonly used species in beekeeping management and various coming to the species caste system, we have queen, workers, and drones. So these workers produce the particular venom as a defensive mechanism. These venom contains 50 to 60% of a biopeptide called melatonin that shows an anti-inflammatory and a potential anti-cancer properties. For this method of extraction, in conventionally they use dissection method where the sac was dissected, but later the modern technique was adapted, that is electric shock method. By using this improved method, we can enhance the yield of venom. So these particular venom yield maybe depends upon season, the times of the day, and the age of bee. As this electric shock method is an advanced method, even though the methods are developing, but the scientific data on specific season was not established. So by these limited research, my study was objected to optimize the season which was suitable to enhance the quality and quantity both in venom and melatonin respectively. So these are my objectives: to quantify the bee venom, and the next one, that biopeptide melatonin quality assessment. The study area it was in Integrated Beekeeping Center in Forest College and Research Institute. Here is the methodology I adapted. I chosen two types of boxes. One is 8 frame one and another one is 10 frame one. This is the venom collector which I used in this experiment. I placed this venom collector on the frame hives where the worker bees will overcome on that instrument. The instrument inbuilt with electric impulse with 9-volt electric charge, which agitated the worker bee to eject the venom on that underneath glass plate. Then after, I will take this glass plate into laboratory. I scrape that venom which was collected, and then I was weighted with weighing balance and stored at minus 20 degrees centigrade for further analysis. While using HPLC, I will analyze the biopeptide melatonin quality assessment. So why I am performing the based on that my objectives and on the obtained results, the value was by performing 3 factorial RBD and ANOVA, I got these results where the season spring got much yield when compared to winter and spring, which is statistically significant. I got a good amount of yield in spring season. And also another factor, that 8 frame and 10 frame, when compared to 8 frame, I got a good yield in 10 frame, and even the times were significantly different, where I got morning and evening which are statistically at par, and afternoon period it's statistically significant different. Here is the graphical representation of above data where 10 frames got a good amount of yield, and in morning and evening I got good amount, and the spring was the best season for good amount of venom. And coming to the second objective where I analysis melatonin quality, I use HPLC where I run my samples over the standard. Here I got a good results as same and spring, which confirmed by post hoc test, which is statistically significant. And when compared to winter and summer, these are at statistically at par. This is the graphical representation where I got spring morning was good amount of quality in melatonin. Here is the interaction plot, same as the results has shown in the figure. Based on these outcomes, the study may conclude spring season with morning by using 10 frames will give good amount of yield, and also superior melatonin quality, which is a biopeptide which will enhance the, and we will conclude this, the spring is the optimum season for both quality and quantity of venom. These studies may helpful for the climate responsive apiculture beekeeping practices, which will enhance the quality and used as a bio resource strategy that will strengthen the forestry linked livelihood in future perspectives. I acknowledge my major advisor and advisory members and FCRA family, my seniors, juniors, and my department. Thank you, everyone.
The topic is open for discussion. Any questions from the audience? Sir, thank you. There's a question.
Yes. 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 Actually, in conventional method, they used by dissecting entire body, they collect venom sac, which will lead to mortality. But by developing these electric shock, that will give minute shock, which will not affect the honey bee. So it can be, when compared to conventional practice, it will be very. Sir, this melatonin was used in nanotechnology in curing cancer treatments, which will affect a specific targeted technology. This melatonin will directly attack the specific target area, so it may reduce abnormal conditions which may affect other target tissue. So this will may overcome when compared to conventional practices, I think. Sir, I don't know about that thing. Sorry to say this. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Chakravarti. The next speaker for theme 4 is Ms. M. Maunika.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Monica. I'm from I have recently completed my masters in forest biology and tree improvement, and this is my topic: monitoring of forest fire disturbances and fire fire hotspots in Amravati Tiger Reserve, Telangana, using remote sensing and data analytics. And forest fire is something that usually occurs in India most commonly during summers. And most of the area which occurs forest fires is dry deciduous forest compared to semi-evergreen and evergreen forests. And according to FSI, 50% of the forest area is in the country is prone to fire. And the forest fires are mostly human-made. And my study area is Amravati Tiger Reserve, which is one of the largest tiger reserve in India, which is about more than 2000 square kilometers. And it is one of the second largest tiger reserve in terms of core area. And the forest fires are generally seasonal and usually they occur over from February to May in Telangana. And how this remote sensing data is useful in forest fire management. During pre-fire, we can assess the forest fire proneness and the spread of the forest fire. And during fire, when the active fire happens, we can send signals and the action can be taken. And during the post-fire, we can assess the ecological damage like ecological damage, and also by mitigation plannings like fire line assessments, and also the fire detection and monitoring conditions. This fire detection and mapping, which is crucial for fire suppression and emergency response. And this remote sensing and GS, it helps in fire detection and mapping by providing the data, real-time data. And this data can be used to use and severity of the fire by using the NBR, which is normal burnt ratio, which compares the reflectance and near infrared and shortwave infrared bands before and after fire. And the active fire locations data were derived from the MODIs and VIRIs. And here the Amravati Tiger Reserve, where we can see in the MODIs data, which is the highest, the dark color, which is the highest frequency, means the fire has happened most frequent. And that Sentinel-2 data, which has also shown that generalized burnt area. And that is the land cover map. And during the Jan 7, before the fire, it was normal. And during the March 28, almost most of the area is fire prone and most of the area is burnt. And the affected area, which is around, including the forest, savanna and grasslands, almost 373 square kilometers area has been burnt. And this is the temporal pattern of forest fire during March, from 3rd March to 8th March and 15th March. Most of the area has been burnt. And this is emerging hotspot analysis, which is one of the tool in ArcGIS, which helps in detecting the frequency of the fire. Here we can see, using this emerging hotspot analysis, the intensifying hotspot, which is the most frequent hotspot of fire, which is predominant indicator in threat to the forest ecosystem of Telangana. And the distribution of forest fire occurrences from 2012 to 2023, which shows that Bhadradri Kottagudem is most of the forest fire prone area. And the next is Mulugu, Nizambad, Mahbubabad, Nirmal, and Nagar Karnool. And the fire hotspot assessment and monitoring are crucial for early detection. And I would also like to add one thing. During my field visit to Adilabad, where I was traveling for one species, so one man, what he did was, he lit the cigarette and threw that that matchstick in the forest area. And the fire has spread within minutes. And there is only one beat officer and me. We were trying to stop that fire, but it couldn't happen. So it is not only their job, but it is everyone's job. It is our responsibility. Sorry, I'm feeling little bit anxiety. Excuse me. So it is not only their job, it is everyone's job to protect our biodiversity. Thank you.
The topic is open for discussion. Questions, if any, please feel free to ask. Okay. The next speaker is Ms. Nahida BL. Inviting Ms. Nahida to the stage.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Nahida. I am doing my master's in ecological informatics at Kerala University of Digital Science, Innovation and Technology. So, here is my work: mapping and spatial characterization, fragmentation, and connectivity of riparian forest of the Nallamala Hill Range, Eastern Ghats, using the geospatial techniques. So, about the riparian forests, these are the transition zones between aquatic and terrestrial ecosystems which regulate the hydrological process and the sustained biodiversity in the tropical landscapes. So, the significance of these riparian forests are, these are the biodiversity hotspot that contain diverse flora and fauna which is endemic to that region. Then it helps in so much biogeochemical functions and bank stabilization and erosion control, flood regulation, biodiversity refugia for so many wild species, then water quality improvement, and act as a wildlife corridor. Then what is the need for studying this riparian forest? So these are very high vulnerable ecosystems because of the biodiversity hotspot, and because of the rapid land use changes, then it is very, the studying of this riparian forests are useful for the flood management and watershed planning, and also assessing the ecological connectivity. So why I took the riparian forest for studies, because the riparian zones are not clearly demarcated yet, and also no hydrology based mapping baseline is not existing. So my objectives of the work is, first, the mapping of riparian forest of the Nallamala Hill Range Eastern Ghats. Second, assessing the fragmentation and habitat connectivity of the riparian forest. So my study region is the Nallamala Hill Range. So these are the part of Eastern Ghats located in Andhra Pradesh, and this mainly lies between the Krishna River on the northern side and Penna River on the southern side, extends roughly in a north-south direction, and it's a major biodiversity hotspot also. So why Nallamala is taken for this study is, it's one of the largest continuous hill range in the peninsular India, dominated mainly by the dry deciduous forest. So these are the methodology I used. First, for mapping the riparian forest, I used the Sentinel-2 imagery from the Copernicus website. Then by clipping the study area shapefile, which was taken from the NRSC studies. Then I made the digital elevation model. The data was taken from the Indian topography site. Then below given steps are the hydrological variables, which are tools included in the ARGIS software. So I done the flow direction, flow accumulation, stream order, basins, and finally delineated the watersheds over the area. The data set for the watershed delineation was from the India Varies portal. Then with the results, I generated the topographic wetness index, which range from 4.16 to 25 range. So the area with higher topographic wetness index show higher vegetation, which show the presence of riparian forest. And finally, I overlap the forest cover map. So I get the riparian forest specifically on the different vegetation types. So the given is the vegetation map of Nallamala range over the year 2025. Then for the second objective, I took the riparian forest cover as the input data, and I used the morphological spatial pattern analysis tool, MSPA. So the below given are the components of the MSPA tool. So when we apply the MSPA, we will get the whole image components into these core, edge, perforation, loop, bridge, branch, and eyelet components. So after that, I calculated the area over the whole Nallamala range and assessed the fragmentation and connectivity. So these are the result of first objective. So in the left side, I have given the vegetation types and land cover, the dry deciduous forest, moist deciduous, thorn forest and all. So here is the riverine vegetation types over the different vegetation types. So it's clearly seen that the dry deciduous is the most dominated one in the Nallamala range. These are the result of MSPA application. So the zoomed area is the different components I have explained earlier. So the violet color shows the edge area, which is the edge forest, which are mostly exposed to the anthropogenic activities like the settlements and all. Then core area show the main core forest, which are the core patches area. So while calculating the area, we can see the core area, which is the core forest, for the most percentage of the area, that is almost 89.5% of the area is belong to the core forest, and for the edge forest show the 5% of the area. So here the bridges show very low percentage of area, and also the branches which show there is a discontinuity in the ecological corridors, and there is a fragmentation happen in the area. So by concluding the integration of the DEM-derived hydrological parameters and the topographical wetness index, I can successfully delineate the moisture influenced riparian zones over the Nallamala landscape. And the study provided a explicit baseline map of riparian forest, which I already said, which was not clearly distinguished in the conventional forest classification, and the fragmentation patterns are also evident, and which is of the conservation relevance. So my work also point towards our conference theme, which is climate responsive forestry for sustainable urban and mainly the natural landscapes. Thank you.
The topic is open for discussion. Any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have the next presenter, Ms. Neha Naushin, for theme 4. Inviting Ms. Neha Naushin to the stage.
Good evening. I'm Neha Naushin. I'm a PhD scholar in the Department of Forest Products and Utilization here at FCRI Mulugu. Hello to dignitaries over here, and research scholars and chairpersons, and to all the students present here. So I'm here to present a part of my PhD research topic, which is valorization of Melia dubia forestry residues for mycelium-based biocomposite, its resource efficiency, circular bioeconomy prospects, and a sustainable industry interface. So in this theme, which has been the title over here, I would also like to emphasize on the Yes, I would like to emphasize on the word valorization, which means creating something and giving it a second chance. Normally we call it recycling or reusing, but it is more focused on some kind of technology intervention and then making it a product which will have a good efficiency and an opportunity and a good market. So coming to the presentation, in the part of my objectives and introduction of what I have selected for this topic is a fungi species and a woody substrate. Now, because of this climate change and everything, one of the best solution is fungi. Fungi is something I think many of them have heard. When you want to go to space also, the first thing many scientists have said to carry with themselves is a fungi species, because a fungi can grow in any kind of extreme conditions and can also act as a responsive for your climate changes. And the woody substrate which I have selected is Melia dubia. As my prior presenters also have said in the earlier themes, the importance of Melia dubia and the usage of Melia dubia is mostly in industrial sectors, where it is used in small scale furnitures, matchsticks, and packaging cases. Because of using all of this, a lot of waste has been produced. Now everybody will be like, wood, it's waste. Yes, wood also produces waste, because whatever the excessive material, the sawn material, everybody once kind of have a glimpse of a sawmill. Just can you see the floor on a sawmill? The floor is completely filled with sawdust. So what is the fate of that sawdust? It is completely burnt away. A tree which struggled so much to survive and sequester all the carbon from the atmosphere, and again we are burning it back into the atmosphere. So for that, we are going for this mycelium-based biocomposites, where we are incorporating a Pleurotus jamor, a fungi species, and a woody substrate, Melia dubia, and using the ability of fungi and developing it to a composite which can be used for various purposes. This jamor is a pink oyster, which is a good enough, highly and tasty edible fungi, mushroom. So the methodology of this is, I would like to give a I'll tell you in detail. It has not been mentioned over here because of unpublished work. So we have taken the fungi into mycelium format, and then we have mixed with the particles of Melia dubia. They were all mixed together and then put it in a tray and formed into a composite format, which is a kind of a board which you can see in this image, in this format. And after that has been formed over duration of 3 weeks, that has been hot pressed, so that it can form into a board-like structure which can be used for various purposes like packaging materials, flooring. Like you can see this auditorium, it needs a kind of sound absorption. So this also acts as a sound absorption material. So it is used in that purposes. After densification, the initial the initial one was almost 5 centimeters in thickness. After hot pressing, it has gone down to 1.5 centimeters. So the densification has been seen over here. This only consists fungi and Melia dubia raw material. No synthetic additives, no kind of other materials, no binders or nothing is used. Only because of our fabrication technique and densification technique, we could develop a good enough board which is used for packaging and insulation and other purposes. So like this has been done, and we have done a lot of physical, mechanical, and other characterizations also. But as a part of this conference, I'm presenting FTR analysis of Melia dubia with Pleurotus jamor, where we could see a clear difference before and after the colonization by the fungi species. First, normally when you see Melia dubia, a woody normal species, which, okay, so here you have normal peaks. This is how any wood material FTR looks like. So you'll have normal, 1700 is mostly like your hemicellulose, 1500 around is your lignin, and around your hemicellulose all are present. So a normal graph of wood looks like this. So after the Pleurotus jamor has invaded the Melia dubia material, it has some shifts in the peak. Here you might not focus so clearly, but it is a full-length absorbance graph. What we have observed is the enzymes from the fungi have been produced, like your beta-glucagons, chitins, and to digest the lignins and hemicellulose also, it produces ligninases, chitinases, these enzymes, which are seen in 1000 to 1100 peak, where the presence of those enzymes is clearly evident, which shows that a good bonding has happened between the wood particles and fungi, which made it form into a nice board. So FTR has concluded that, so I think like the whatever the theme of this conference, the one of the solution is also this kind of responsive materials which can be developed from whatever waste produced. Thank you.
The topic is open for discussion. Any quick questions?
When we look at a first broader picture, madam, white rot fungi mostly has good enough invading properties and degrading properties in combination with woody species. So that is why when we have selected, narrowed it down, we have gone for white rot fungi only, and then we have selected other fungi species also. So in white rot, one of the prominent one is pleurotus species. They do invade, but it depends upon the species, ma'am. Brown rot is there, white rot is there. The preference changes. Some prefer lignin, some prefer cellulose. So because depending upon our end users, we can select the fungi species, and whatever the components of composition of that woody material also matters. If your material has lot of cellulose content, then you will select a fungi species which loves degrading cellulose. So in that type of interactions, we can go for the selection, madam. Yes, ma'am. Hmm. When it has come in contact with, because it has to digest that hemicellulose and it has to digest that lignin, in that interactive phase, it produces these enzymes, ma'am, so that it can digest and feed onto that. If it doesn't have to feed, it will not produce, madam. It has to feed onto it. It is not easily taken by the fungi. So it has to digest those lignin and hemicelluloses. That is why it produces this counteractive enzymes to digest those particular lignin or hemicellulose. Yeah. We are hoping it to be termite resistance, because one thing is lacking in these kind of studies is that life cycle assessments. So this is one of the other thing which has to be done, because life cycle assessment studies are one of the future scope of it. But we do hope that it is termite resistant, because whatever the feedable cellulose content was there has already been, almost taken up by the fungi. And there is no alive fungus to be afraid, because we can use it for any purposes. But there will be some kind of resistance, sir.
Okay, I think that's all with the questions. Thank you, Ms. Neha. Now, moving on to our next presentation for theme 4, I invite Ms. Seema Kausar.
Good evening, respected dignitaries, judges and participants. I am Seema Kausar, pursuing Masters in the Department of Forest Resource Management. Today I am going to present my Master synopsis. Neem tugulite and dieback in Azadirachta indica, historical emergence, recent search and scientific response in Telangana, India. Coming to my introduction, Azadirachta indica is commonly known as neem, is belonging to family Meliaceae and is widely recognized as tree for solving global problem due to its medicinal, ecological and economic importance. Nowadays, neem is facing serious damage due to twig blight and dieback disease, mainly caused by Phomopsis azadirachta. Existing management practices are so limited, this forms the basis of my study. In Telangana, this disease has occurred in the year 2019. Coming to my objectives, to survey neem twig blight and dieback areas, collect disease samples, isolate the fungi, and identify major pathogens morphologically and verify their pathogenicity. Coming to my second objective, to perform molecular identification of the fungal pathogens associated with neem twig blight and dieback And coming to my third objective, to evaluate two potential management strategies, a biological control and a fungicidal or cultural treatment under plantation. Coming to my methodology, a field survey was conducted in Kandlakoya Oxygen Park. We recorded GPS location and soil type, rainfall, irrigation status, tree age classes, and we calculated disease incidence percentage. Disease severity scoring was done using 0 to 5 twig dieback scale to quantify disease assessment, and symptoms observed included twig blight, dieback, canker, sclerosis, fruiting bodies like acervilla and pycnidia. Deceased twigs were collected of 10 to 50 centimeter and surface sterilized with 70% ethanol and 1% sodium hypochlorite and distilled water before culturing to ensure contamination-free isolation. Coming to isolation, samples were cultured on PDA and incubated at 25 to plus or minus 2 degrees Celsius for 5 to 7 days, and we identified colony characteristics and conidial morphology under microscope, and we confirmed pathogenicity through suspension and re-isolation of the pathogen. Coming to molecular identification of the pathogen, DNA was extracted using CTAB method, which is cetyl trimethyl ammonium bromide, and ATS regions were amplified using PCR. Sequencing results were compared with database sequences to confirm pathogen identity. Field experiment was conducted using randomized complete block design with 6 treatments and 3 replications. Coming to my treatments, treatment 1 includes sanitation pruning with body ox paste. Treatment 2 includes biological control with Trichoderma harzianum. Treatment 3 include chemical control with carbendazim and mancozeb. Treatment 4 include chemical plus insect control plus prophenose. Treatment 5 is integrated approach. Treatment 6 is no control. Coming to my application, pruning was done between 15 to 20 centimeter below lesion. Soil drenching was applied at 3 to 5 liters per tree for interval of 30 to 45 days, and we observed disease severity reduction percentage, and statistical analysis was performed using ANOVA and UKHSD at 5% significance level. And coming to my results, table 1 shows about tree-wise disease assessment and table 2 is symptom documentation. Out of 30 neem trees surveyed, 27 were infected with 90% disease incidence with a mean severity score of 4.2 and percent disease index of 84%, indicating it shows severe disease, and disease incidence and severity was quantified. Affected trees were mostly mature with GBH 73 to 107 centimeter and height 10 to 17 meter. Crown dieback shown 25 to 75% damaged, and we recorded environmental conditions like red soil, and temperature was 26.9 to 27.8 degrees Celsius. And coming to relative humidity, it shows 55 to 60%, and moisture is moderate, which favors fungal development. And the pathogen yet to be confirmed by ITS PCR, and integrated management with Trichoderma harzianum effectively reduced disease severity. Coming to my conclusion, preliminary results suggested that neem twig blight and dieback posed a serious threat to plantation health and productivity. Overall, the study generated practical field level recommendations for nurseries and plantations. I sincerely acknowledge my chairman and advisory members, and also thank FCRA to give this opportunity. Thank you.
The topic is open for discussion. Any questions? Please raise. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Seema. Now we have the last presentation of offline oral presentation for theme 4 by Dr. Kamal Mishra. I invite Dr. Kamal Mishra to the stage.
Good evening, everyone. I am Kamal Mishra from Forest College and Research Institute, and today I will be presenting on topic photostability wettability and surface chemistry evaluation of furfurylated hardwood and softwood under accelerated UV weathering. So as we all know, wood is a material which has been used by mankind since long ages, dating back to only used for being firewood, then agricultural implements, then structural, non-structural application, furniture. But being a natural material, it is having certain inherent demerits. So one of the major demerit is UV weathering. Whenever we are using wood or any other wood products in exterior condition, where it is like susceptible to degradation by solar radiation, specifically the UV component of the solar radiation, there is a phenomena known as photo yellowing of the wood. So wood will initially it will be like light colored, but because of this photo yellowing, this color will be becoming yellowish in nature. Mostly because wood is having lignin. So that lignin, when it absorbs UV radiation and its degradation leads to photo yellowing. Another major demerit is less decay resistance. It is susceptible to degradation by fungi, termites and other insects. And one more thing is low water resistance. It is having hydrophilic nature mostly because of hydroxyl group present in it, making it a hydrophilic material. So there are a number of solutions to overcome these limitations of the wood. But the problem with those solutions is most of those solutions are used in isolation. Like if you want to increase decay resistance, we are treating with preservative chemicals. If you want to reduce photo yellowing, we are using certain nanomaterials like zinc oxide, cerium oxide. So in recent times, furfurization has emerged as a process improving different properties like a single step solution. So in furfurization process, what we are doing, we are impregnating wood with a chemical known as furfuryl alcohol, which is mostly derived from agricultural waste only, like bagasse is there, corn cobs are there. So that alcohol we are impregnating into the wood and then curing it at high temperature with the help of certain catalysts like malic anhydride and citric acid. So it will improve certain wood properties like its water resistance, fire retardancy, decay resistance and mechanical properties also. So this has been like a lot of studies are there, but how UV weathering affecting these properties, surface color and wettability and surface chemistry, how it is changing because of UV weathering. So that has been very little studied subject. So in this study, we have studied that aspect only. So the objectives of the present study were to study how the UV weathering is affecting color change, contact angle, which is a measure for wettability, and surface chemistry, which we have studied through FTR analysis. And in this study, we have taken one hardwood species, one softwood. So in hardwood, we have taken Alanthus excelsa, and in softwood, we have taken Pinus radiata wood. So these both species are widely being used in the industries. So this is the brief methodology, how we have carried out this experiment. First, we are taking the wooden pieces, Alanthus excelsa and Pinus radiata. Then we are making a furfuryl alcohol solution. So solution we have used 3 different concentration, 20%, 40% and 60%. These chemicals we are impregnating into the wood using vacuum pressure impregnation method. First we are applying vacuum, then subsequent pressure, which will help in complete penetration of the chemical into the wood. And then we require 103 degrees centigrade temperature for curing of this furfuryl alcohol. Initially it will be in liquid form, but once we cure it, it will become polymerized and it will be completely deposited into the cell lumens. And then these are our furfurylated or modified wood samples. And after this, we have done accelerated UV weathering. So this is an accelerated weatherometer in which we have UV lamps. So it simulates the UV radiation or UV component of our solar radiation. So for 500 hours, we have done the weathering experiments. And in between, after every 25 hours, 50 hours, 100 hours, and 250 hours, we have taken out the samples from this weatherometer to measure the surface color. So surface color we have measured using a spectrocolorimeter. Wettability we have measured using contact angle, and chemistry through FTR analysis. So these are the results. So first one is above side is our Alanthus excelsa wood and downside PR is Pinus radiata. So that is the control wood. And see, after impregnating with 20%, 40 and 60% chemical, the color of the wood samples got darkened. This side we are seeing, sir, bottom where is our Dalbergia latifolia wood and above was our red sanders wood. So the color of wood Ailanthus excelsa and Pinus radiata, those are like not that much very aesthetically appealing. But color after this treatment has become comparable to Dalbergia latifolia and red sanders. So it is like improving their aesthetic appeal and the market demand for these type of wood products. Then second is our FTR analysis. So this one is the Ailanthus excelsa and this one is our Pinus radiata. So all peaks are similar to most of the wood species, Just one that peak which is coming at 792 centimeter inverse and 788 centimeter inverse. So these are the peaks particularly related to the furan groups attached to the furfuryl alcohol. And these are our contact angle. So you can see initially the contact control Allanthus and PR, the contact angle is very less. But increasing the concentration of furfuryl alcohol, our contact angle is increasing, indicating improved hydrophobicity. Means wood is becoming more hydrophobic in nature. Then these are the key results after weathering. Those were immediately after treatment. But these are after UV weathering. So before weathering is the upper part and lower part is after weathering of 500 hours. So as you can see in control wood, initially it was light in color, but later on it has become very yellowish in color. This L star and B stars, they represent lightness values and B star is the yellowness value. So in control samples, we can see with time, the yellowness of the samples is increasing at a very fast rate as compared to furfurylated wood, where it is increasing, but very rate of change is very less. So it is more color stable as compared to control wood. Then second, but after weathering, the hydrophobicity which we have achieved using furfuryl alcohol treatment, thus hydrophobicity is decreasing. So it is mostly attributed because polymerized furfuryl alcohol, which is getting into the cell lumens, it is getting degraded because of UV radiation. Because that polymerized furfuryl alcohol, furan rings are sensitive to UV radiation. So subsequently, it is leading to reduction in the hydrophobicity. So these are the just conclusions. So what we have observed is furfurylation as a treatment has enhanced the color uniformity, hydrophobicity in the Ailanthus excels and Pinus radiata wood, even after 500 hours of accelerated UV weathering also. But what we can suggest that we can just incorporate little amount of any nanomaterials like zinc oxide, cerium oxide into the furfuryl alcohol solution so that it can provide more better UV resistance and can be used in outdoor applications like decking, flooring, furniture, where the chances of getting degraded by water, solar radiation is higher. Okay. Thank you.
The topic is open for discussion. Questions if you need.
Okay. Actually, it is based upon color only, if we can see color perception. But like little bit if you go in advance, we can see the wood anatomy. So red sanders and these other timbers, they have different wood anatomy. Second, in red sanders, okay, as layman means mostly because of color. What is the problem with this furfuryl alcohol also? Little bit, it will make the wood surface very rough. Even after planing or sanding also, the wood will appear slightly, it will not get that much smooth as compared to our natural wood. Second, ma'am, natural wood, because red sanders, Dalbergia latifolia, they are highly dense wood. So naturally, they have a very clear and very smooth surface. But because we are making Ailanthus excelsa, which is like very low dense wood, 0.4 gram per centimeter cube, we are increasing the density, but the structural elements, they are same. So the wood surface will still appear very, what we call rough. So for making it smooth, we have to put extra efforts. So based upon that surface finish only, we can identify. Yes, ma'am. Light, yes, ma'am. Hmm. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. No, no, ma'am. Actually, this island, whatever modification processes we are doing, so we are not claiming that we are selling red sanders or we are providing latifolia. No, whoever is providing, ma'am, because it is already a commercialized product. Like Kiboni Wood is an international company, so they are already selling it as Kiboni Wood. So just they are telling you we are providing you. Don't go for red sanders because it is a endangered or vulnerable species. So better you take this. It is also having similar properties to your red sanders or Dalbergia latifolia only. We are not. So in that case, ma'am, we can easily no, ma'am, if it goes into that extent, so easily we can identify red sanders from any other species. Like if any enforcement agency is there, so based upon anatomy, because its anatomy will not change, its chemical composition. Yes, ma'am. But ma'am, actually this color, if you use this particular chemical, it will definitely be giving color. If you want, you can use like zinc oxide and cerium oxide. They are white in color only, so they will not change that much color. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal. Now, before we break for tea, there are some important instructions. One is that the poster presentations will be evaluated now at the Saraswati Idol, and we have tea arranged for students near the tissue culture lab, and for the guests and dignitaries and other participants, it will be in the dining hall on the first floor. We will return back to the same venue, this auditorium, at 6 p.m. We'll have online presentations at 6.
అవునా ఇంతకుముందు వేసిన బయటకు లేదు ఆన్లైన్ ఇప్పుడు ఆఫ్లైన్ అయిపోయిందట ఆన్లైన్ నాది కూడా ఆయన ఉన్నది ఆగు అందరం కలిసి మేము అందరి కోసం ఆగు హలో హలో చెప్పండి వేయాలా అదే ఏమంటుండు పొద్దుగాల కార్పొరేట్ వేసుకోవద్దు ఇట్లా పేరు శ్రీమాత ఫోటోగ్రఫీ కార్పొరేట్ అట్లా వేయద్దు వేస్తేనే చూస్తాం అట్లా వేస్తే ఈయన బుక్కేస్తాం వచ్చింది మన ఎక్స్పోలో వేసుకుంది ఆడిటోరియం 6 PM పెట్టేసి జర చాయ్ సమోసా బాడీ తీసుకొచ్చి ఇక్కడ పెట్టేసి ఇలా పెడదాం సిగ్గులే అన్నాడు ఫోటోలు చూస్తావా బ్రో అవునవును చెప్పిండు అవును తీయకమన్నాడు అయ్యో ఈ ఫోటో కూడా ఇచ్చేసినాం కాపీ ఇవ్వమంటే కొత్త కూర్చున్నాం మర్చిపోయి నీది కూడా కాపీ చేసి అప్పుడు చూసుకొని ఇవ్వాలి లేకపోతే అట్లా ఉన్నాయని మేమే చేసాం కానీ వాళ్ళ ముంగట చేయలేము వచ్చింది అదే చేసింది మరి ఇంత ముందు కూడా అయిపోయిందా ఏమలా పెట్టేస్తా కార్డు 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 డైరీ స్వామి మీది టైం పడుతుంది యాక్చువల్గా ఫోటో
బ్యాగ్ ఏదో బ్యాగ్
అరే ఆగే కాపీ పెట్టి పోదాము ఆయన మన తర్వాత రికార్డింగ్ కూడా ఇంకా లేదు కిలో చూడు
ఇంకొక అది మీదనే ఉంది ఆఫ్ చేయాలన్నా
వెళ్ళే పెట్టేస్తా అది కాదు వస్తుంది అన్న అని చెప్పిన అలా బొమ్మది ఫోన్ చేసుకొని అడుగు తీసుకోవచ్చా
గోల్డ్ కార్డ్ అంటే ఫోన్ చేసాను చేశాను
ఎంత జీబీ కావచ్చు ఏం పేరు ఉన్నాడు ఫారెస్ట్ కాలేజ్ సిఓఎల్ఎల్జీ కదా కదా బ్రో సిఆర్ఏ అరే అది అటువంటిది ఇది ఇటువంటిది 7 minutes దా
టచ్ చేయాలి అప్పుడప్పుడు ఫ్రేమ్ అది డిస్ప్లే మీద. అయిపోయింది. 137 GB video. 137 GB. High quality. 137. Okay. లోపల ఫైల్స్ చూసుకో. 453 453 12 ఓకే. ఇది ఎక్స్ట్రా మన హార్డ్ డిస్క్ కాపీ పెట్టుకున్నాను ఫార్మల్ ఎక్స్ట్రా నేను హార్డ్ డిస్క్ పెట్టుకోగలరు హార్డ్ డిస్క్ ల్యాప్టాప్లో చేసి ల్యాప్టాప్ చేసిందో ఓకే. నాకు 64 ఇది ఇల్లదే గ్రామం కూడా చేసుకోండి. మైక్లో ఏమద్దు. ఏదత్తాలు బ్రో బ్రో ఏదత్తాలు మేడం ఇదేనా ఇది పెట్టి లేదు బ్రో ఏ స్టార్ట్ చేస్తారు. ఇది లాగా ఆయన ఆన్ చేయలేదా లేకపోతే మనమే స్క్రీన్ నేను ఆన్ చేయలేదు నేను ఆన్ చేయలేదు చూపిస్తాను నేను అప్పుడు జీవితాల్లో ఆన్ చేయండి ఇప్పుడు నేను ఆన్ చేయలేదు పోయింది మొత్తం యాక్సెస్ అవ్వండి పోయిందా
Second one is to optimize a robust and reproducible micronutrition system for large-scale clonal modification of elite genotypes of stercules. This is the standard protocol of to enhance the lines. Fresh seeds, we can get fresh seeds up to 90%, sir. But
what is the germination period? What is germination period? So it will be germinated 90 seeds or 100 seeds will be germinated in the first week.
But only that for fresh seeds. As storage is increasing, viability of the seeds is also decreasing.
So how to make certification and revive them? What is the physiological point which you want to specify?
Scarification induces faster germination.
I understand. It's already 90%. It is germinating. I go for some treatment. Germination is low. Substandard germination. It's already having easy germination in 7 days, 90% germination. What is the purpose of scarification? Out of curiosity, right or wrong, something like curiosity.
Just to make sure that you can still
land surface temperature, which is a huge achievement. So from Kana Shantivanam, I would say that this kind of ecological restoration is possible within a short span of time, first of all. And the advantages are more over the conventional plantation models which is exercised in urban gardening. And overall, I would like to say we have to move towards the normal greening, towards enhancing the ecological complexity and the long-term ecosystem services as well. And Kana Shantivanam stands as a living example for that. And we are ready to give scalable framework for the future projects. And we are already doing it. So that's our problem.
How about regarding any air quality improvement, like AQI?
We haven't done anything properly, but we definitely feel if you travel to Kana Shantivanam, you can, and I just want to introduce India's Kana Shantivanam. I've seen it. You can feel the difference. Once you enter into the campus, you can feel the air quality and temperature reduction, everything you can feel. And we are doing
It is like 21 crores 92 lakhs of annual water yield, million meter cube. And next is the open dry deciduous forest. In this, 21.34 crores of the meter cube of water is yielded. So in this total annual water yield is 23.06 TMC. And by this we have converted into economic value by using the replacement cost method. Similarly, in our Telangana area, to hold 1 TMC of water, it costs 148 crores. The data is obtained from the irrigation department. So in this way, we have obtained the economic value of 3,412.88 crores of, per annual water yield. So in this way, we can assess that Ahmedabad Tiger is act as a key hydrological regulator in our Deccan Plateau area. And in this,
ఏం చేస్తున్నా నీళ్ళు
స్క్రూస్ ఇది చేసిన స్క్రూస్ ఉన్నాయి కదా.
హాయ్ సార్, గుడ్ మార్నింగ్.
Organization
Rupesha? Hello? Bye. గవర్నమెంట్ జాబ్స్ ఉంటాయి, అందరు గవర్నమెంట్ జాబ్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఫారెస్ట్కి సంబంధించిన జాబ్స్ చాలా ఉంటాయి, ఒక్కటి ఉండదు, రకరకాలు ఉంటుంది. ఇట్లా పెట్టేస్తాం, బ్యాన్ చేస్తాం. దీంతో అంత మంచిగా ఉంటుంది కానీ బ్యాటరీతో పర్సన్ దాన్ని 3 గంటలకు వస్తారు, గంట కూడా వస్తుంది ఒకసారి 3 గంటలు. డిస్ప్లే సంబరం మ్యాచ్ అని వస్తున్నాడు. వస్తున్నానా టెన్షన్ ఏం లేదు, వస్తాను నేను టెన్షన్ పడకూడదు.
Natural composition material, physical and mechanical properties plus the variation in fiber distribution is very much, and the density of material thickness, which is from bottom to the top of the place, which is mostly used in strength and stiffness properties. I just use the mature curve of 6 fiber spacing. Measure the mean moisture content, maximum moisture content. Also the mechanical property of the pressure side, MOR and MOA. Results when
observation, then comes your research. Not directly start executing your research. But okay, you are trusting Jagdish sir, so okay, for poster, yes, up to here is not at all. कौन सा रह गया, एक वो रह गया था और उस साइड का रह गया.
while it will restore the degraded landscapes and reduces the greenhouse gases.
Basically a review.
And it strengthens the adaptive capacity. Here, urban versus non-urban MDS implementation are there. And in urban, 41% are implemented, non-urban 35% are implemented. In non-urban, coastal and marine areas are major 12%. Remaining are 23% forest and woodlands, agriculture, mythologicals, and freshwater, mountains and hill slopes. There is a key benefits with NDS. Environmental, social and economic benefits are there. In environmental, NDS affects the climate change biodiversity and the climate change affects the NDS. Biodiversity affect NDS, how they work well. NDS has the positive impacts and negative impacts. Positive impacts are
Plant is it? I don't know. Pinata. What I call it? Karanja. Exactly. अच्छा वो good example for dust and air. Area is climate smart. Fertilizer innovation. Has anyone ever conducted a similar study on this one? This is the first time. Okay. So these references are how much of nitrogen is released and how it is leaches.
But the figure is also
Yeah, but
process optimization of oil.
I have to use
Dynamics of present post presentation on the topic biodiversity related sequestration and regulation of nitrogen transformation pathways in acidic soils. It is a climatic responsive nature-based mitigation strategy. Then jump on to your methodology. Yes, sir. Sir, I have prepared the biochar within three different methods. One is oven, one is drying, and one is dry. I have collected the polluted soil in a village. So it is a food processing industry. It may be due to accumulation of chemicals. The effluents. Yes, ma'am. Yes, besides that, water fishery.
converted into the fibers. First collecting water waste water bottles, next converting into small bottles. After this, we made into small powder, same both. After that, we adding into the extrusion machine. In extrusion machine, compounding fibers and polymers using extrusion. In this, we are adding temperature like 180 to 210 temperature, because in 180 to 210 temperature, the plastic will be the melting point. Next, after that, after extrusion, coming to injection molding. Injection molding, it has some structures like tensile and bending, and also any shape will provide into the machine. It will provide a shape like bendings. This is tensile and this is tensile. Like this is the pure plastic and this is the mixed with versus flammable fruit fiber. Coming to this, these are the pure polymer. While after adding the boracis powder, it will be increase the tensile strength. Next, coming to the MOE and MR, modulus of elasticity and modulus of elasticity, modulus of corrosion. Coming to this pure polymer, the big normal. After adding boracis flammable fiber, it will be increase the modulus of elasticity and roughness. In this both 10%.
So coming to, we know that nitrogen plays a major role in agricultural productivity. So when we apply the urea directly to the soil, it will quickly hydrolyze and release the total amount of the nitrogen. But the plant is not able to capture all the release with nitrogen. So around 60 to 70% of the nitrogen release gets lost. So to address these channels, we need control the fertilizer releasers, and nitrification inhibitors. So among these, neomyl coated urea is explored more, but we know that bongomyl coated urea is also explored against its biomedical properties, but in the agricultural it is unexplored case. And nowadays Azadecta indica is facing one dieback issue. Due to that, the production of the seed is getting reduced. Then availability of oil for the mass production of the urea is getting lost. So that we need one alternative. So that is we chosen the pongam oil is an alternative. So for the methodology, we collected the prelude urea from the Ramagundam and then pongamia seed and from here FCRS. So and we extracted the oil through the perform with more oil. -1 ಕೊಡ್ತದೆ ರಾವ್. Extracted oil is used for coating the urea. -1 ಕೊಡ್ತದೆ మనం షేక్ చేస్తే అయితే ఎందుకు ఆమె మూమెంట్ అయితేనే లాగా 20 వేద్దాం స్లో మోషన్ బ్రో అది స్లో మోషన్ అయితే అది స్లో మోషన్ అది ఏముంది
ఏం కాదు మంచిగా వస్తుంది ఆమె మూమెంట్ అయితే పోతుంది.
It was a barren land until 2016, and now it is thriving to 1,900 species, 3 species especially. So I am going to explain how it is possible. So when I talk about the methodologies, we started with baseline assessment. We actually evaluated the soil characteristics, existing fauna, hydrological status, and hydrotechnical conditions, and based on that we did a plan. So then we gave utmost importance to the species selection. We chose native.
What was the baseline data for the biodiversity prior to any intervention?
Actually, I can get you the data to be more specific because it is very different. It's the combined data of so many departments in Karnataka. But if you see with bare eyes, you can see this is how it looked in 2016. We literally had no groundwater, but it was very deep. Groundwater was very deep. And now it is we are getting it in 80 feet. Earlier it was more than 1,000 feet. And soil conditions, we didn't observe any few trees were there, like neem trees or base trees, but not this much of flora.
New examples are native species, adapted species, and species belonging to rare and present. Which your interventions bring back here.
We didn't brought back, we introduced.
Cite a few examples for each step.
I have given a list of species also here. We have more than actually 1,900, but a few examples I can show you this Hypnocarpus, then Diospirus balcum, Uroxylum indica, and this thing, Abel Mongoose, and the Copperas Permaboligius, and this is Aquilaria malaxensis. If I may mispronounce it, I'm sorry. And this is, we have 26 keystone species, especially fix, 26 kind of fix also introduced. And the other thing is like, this is this Rakucha, Astrocarpus Rakucha, and Galbergia sisum. And we have some Rudraksh plants also. And this is Stereospermum tetragona.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. If you have any queries, please ask. The topic is open for discussion. Yeah, thank you. We'll move to the next theme, that is climate change, air pollution, nature-based solutions and mitigation strategies. In that we have our first presenter, Chaitanya MK from Keladi Shivappa Nayaka, University of Agriculture and Horticultural Sciences, Karnataka. Yeah, please share your screen and start presenting. You have 5 minutes.
adaptive management strategies. So
Ma'am, thank you. The topic is open for discussion. Yeah, ma'am, we have no questions from our side. Thank you, ma'am. We have our next presenter, Dr. Gosangi Avinash from Dr. YSR Horticultural University. Share your screen and start presenting. You have 5 minutes.
మీరు మాట్లాడదు నాకు స్పీచ్ ఇష్టం ఉంటుందా ఇప్పుడు కానీ అలా మై కొడుతూ మాట్లాడుతున్నాను.
So I am Dr. Souvenir. Here my topic is carbon capture electricity the next solution for climate resilience. So now it is visible. Hello.
So it is visible, sir.
Introduction. So from my end there is no issue I think, sir. No. Introduction and objectives. From the industrial revolution onwards, rising carbon dioxide from fossil fuels have intensified the global warming, making active carbon removal essential alongside emission reduction to achieve net zero goals. So this is our main goal to capture the carbon. So when we look into the statistics, carbon emission, so USA is emitting 30%, and China 43%, Japan 7%, Russia 10%, and India 10%. So climate smart land use systems will support food security, contributing to the carbon storage. Here, carbon capture in different ways: net zero emission, waste resources, carbon utilization, environment sustainability, carbon storage, and carbon emission. Precisely, managed carbon sequestration enhances natural sinks as agricultural lands, forests, and rangelands can effectively store atmospheric carbon in plant and soils. So here we have to go with these natural things rather than IoT and AA. Why? Because IoT and AA they give the information, but it is not suitable for the management practice. The next methodology: atmospheric carbon dioxide, photosynthesis, plant biomass, roots and residues, microbial decomposition, soil organic matter formation, stable carbon storage. And so here we can see the diagrammatic representation how these things will happen. So key results and finding: India ranks among the top 10 countries in the world for forest-based carbon sequestration, with its forest absorbing an estimated 150 million tons of CO2 annually due to afforestation and conservation efforts. Despite greening trends, forest carbon sequestration efficiency in India has declined up to approximately 12%. The reason is due to heat and water stress, weakening forest ability to absorb the carbon dioxide. Because there is an enormous increase in the stress, many of the stress conditions. So Indian farm system shows that regenerative agriculture practices like cover cropping and minimal trees. I think this is the best way to minimize this emission. Can significantly enhance soil organic carbon, improving the carbon sequestration. So there are some programs like BAWL carbon project aim to restore tens of thousands hectares through agroforestry and improve the land management to enhance the carbon sequestration. So, agroforestry trials in Raigada, Odisha showed multi-species tree system sequestration where approximately 154.5 mg CO2 per acre over 9 years, improving the soil carbon and farmers' income. I think this is a tremendous change. Then, according to the global soil carbon sequestration map, global soils have the potential to sequester about 0.14 to 0.57 pgc per year. So, a global register shows that over 382 million tons of carbon dioxide have been safely stored underground through carbon capture and storage since 1996, making significant real-world progress in industrial scale sequestration. Then long-term field experiments, it's over 45 years in tropical regions, revealed that combining organic matter with fertilizers greatly increases carbon storage. And again, you can say it's a great achievement and improves the soil fertility, especially in sandy soils where carbon goes deeper. So, new modeling shows that most of the carbon gained in terrestrial ecosystem is stored in soil and water pools rather than just in trees, highlighting the importance of non-biomass carbon sinks. So, studies from Assam wetlands found that topsoils store 12,650 to 76,950 kg of carbon per hectare, highlighting the wetlands as effective carbon sinks. So, details remote sensing data reveal that China's forest above ground carbon sinks nearly doubled 1985 to 2023, strengthening its role in the major carbon sinks. So, here the conclusion is carbon capture and utilization adds economic value by converting CO2 into the useful products. So, carbon credit system turns environmental benefits into income, helping protect nature while supporting the rural livelihood. So, here it is of something like mutually benefited, and carbon capture is an essential technology for reducing the atmospheric carbon dioxide and mitigating the climate change. So, combined technological capture suit carbon sequestration in forests and soil offer the most effective path towards net zero emission. So, with proper land management, soils can act as a powerful natural carbon sinks, improving the soil fertility, structure, water retention, and climatic resilience. So, finally, long-term geological storage can safely prevent carbon dioxide from re-entering the atmosphere when they properly monitored. Thank you.
That is Forestry systems, agroforestry and ecosystem restoration. In the team, we have our first presenter, Hima Thakur, MSc Agroforestry from Banaras Hindu University. Mr. Hima, please start sharing your screen and start presenting.
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir? Am I audible, sir?
Hello, sir.
Sir, actually, Nagesha is trying to say something, so after that I'll start.
Hello, sir. I'm also including the nation-based model under Team 2, sir. So you will call me, sir. Monica R, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, sir. Thanks. Am I audible, sir? Hello? Yes. Sir, now is it visible, sir?
నీకు ఎప్పుడో పంపించాను కదా కాదు
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, good evening, everyone. And I'm Monica R. From Forest College and Research Institute under the Department of Silviculture and Agroforestry. Okay, thanks for giving this wonderful opportunity. Before going to this topic, I want to ask one thing. How we can use wetland as a tissue-based model for mitigating methane, or we can use it as a carbon storage. Generally, we have an idea about wetlands, like that's type or ecological group. Apart from that, how we can use it is a climatic model or nature-based model for mitigating those climate change. Speaking about the climate change, the two gases, that is carbon dioxide and methane, play a crucial role. To balancing these two gases is crucial for the climate change. When speaking about the biological characters of the wetlands, wetlands have methanotrophs, that is methane-consuming bacteria. Due to the anaerobic condition, it can able to consume methane and it directly goes into the atmosphere. So there is a need to study the optimizing water levels in Indian wetlands for carbon storage and methane reduction. This big optimizing water levels in affected in soil, and also globally 20 to 30% of soil carbon. Due to the drainage in dry season, it causes 20 to 49% loss of stored carbon. When speaking into the methane emissions, around 20 to 30% of global methane is emitted globally and ranges from 20 to 200 milligram of methane per meter square per day. And also under primary flooding. Flooding causes the increasing emission of methane. Then objective 3, that is methane emissions increases during monsoon or high water table periods. Then it increases during the flooding condition. The level of the methane emission is increased by 2 to 5 times than the normal condition. And in the dry condition, it is 20 to 80 milligram of methane per meter square per day. But in the monsoon season, it is 100 to 500 milligram of methane per meter square per day. And therefore, we have made a science. Okay, sir. Then methane has 28 to 34 times higher warming potential than the carbon dioxide. So we have to plan accordingly to balancing those two gases. So permanently flooded wetlands may lose 30 to 50% of the climate benefit due to the high methane emissions. Studies suggest that maintaining water levels at 5 to 20 cm below soil surface preserves soil carbon and reduces methane. As a conclusion, I can conclude that for each type of wetland, we can able to give a scientific model. That is, there is a need to optimize a water level for each type of wetland. Then only we can use the wetland as a natural-based model to mitigate climate change. And it will be bring more effective because India having millions of hectares of wetland, so there should be a need of study to optimizing the water level in each type of wetland. This will increase. Thank you for your attention, and that's it.
Thank you, Monica. It was a nice presentation. The topic is open for discussion. If you have any queries, please ask.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I hope everyone is clear with the presentation. Thank you, Monica. A small request from our side to all the online
Thank you, sir.
Sorry to all the online presenters, this is our last presentation for today's session. We are actually running out of time. Continue the remaining presentation in tomorrow's session. And the timings will be informed in the WhatsApp group. Thank you all. Thank you all for understanding. Thank you.
ఇదా You drop your స్పీచ్ కూడా గల బల్ల ఇచ్చింది తెలుగు బల్ల వస్తుంది ఇది ఊరు ఇక్కడ ఇప్పుడు ఇక్కడ ఉంటుంది అడిగాను వాళ్ళకా ఏమర్థం ఇప్పుడు
मैं आवड़ा क्या अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ. May I request everyone to kindly remain seated and enjoy the performances. The first performance is by Ramyasri. She'll be performing a classical dance.
పతి సాటిలేని ఘనుడైనా నీరజాక్షి అలిగే వేళ నుడి విల్లు ముడి వంచగలడా సడే చాలు శత సైన్యాలు నడిపే ధీరుడైనా వసుధావాణి మిథిలావేణి మది వెనుక పలుకు పలుకులెరుగగలడా నీలి మేఘములలో ధరణి తేజం నయనాంతరంగములలో వననీనాదం తదరే దని ధిం తదరే దని ధిం తనదరే నా ధిం తదరే దని ధిం తదరే దని ధిం తనదరే నా ఓ దాని దర్ దర్ తాని తనదర్ నా ఓ దాని దర్ దర్ తాని తనదర్ నా Derdimna, odani dirda. Dim, tadare dani dim, tadare dani dim, tana derena. Coming up next, we have a group performance by Sindhuja and group.
బాయిలోనే బల్లి పలికే బాయిలోనే బల్లి పలికే బండసారం శిలలోదిలే బాయిలోనే ఎర్రాని మా ఒళ్ళ సతికి ఎర్రాని మా ఒళ్ళ సతికి 7,000 జోడుగురాలో ఎర్రాని ఇలాగా చింతల్ల చింత పూరాలంగ సిన్నోడ నాసై పట్టవేమిరా ముద్దల్ల ఈత కళ్ళు దాగినట్టు పానమంత నీ దిక్క గుంజుతుందిరా ఎగిరం లేకుండా ఇతరం ముగురంగా ఇష్టంగా ఎగిరిపోదామా పైరం చంటోల గౌరం చేసుకోను ముహూర్త బలమే అడుగుదమా కంచేద సంగ మంచే నీ దొంగ ముత్తు ముచ్చట్ల మునిగిపోదామా బాయ్ 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 బాయ్లోనే బాయ్లోనే బల్లి బలికే బాయ్లోనే బల్లి బలికే కన్నసారం శిలలొదిలే బాయ్లోనే వడకట్టు వాడొల్లంతా చూడచ్చే సంబూరాలో వడకట్టు గుట్ట కింద గుంపు సెట్ల నిండా చెయ్యి బట్టి కుంజాకయ్యో ముద్దులయ్యా ముద్దుతోని నాకు రందయ్యో నా ముద్దులయ్యా అయ్యో చెయ్యి బట్టి కుంజాకయ్యో నా ముద్దులయ్యా ముద్దుతోని నాకు రందయ్యో ముద్దులయ్యా అరే గుట్ట కింద గుంపు సెట్ల నిండా వరసకు మరదాలిదే నా ముద్దుకుమ్మ మందితోని మనకెందుకే నా ముద్దుకుమ్మ వరసకు మరదాలిదే నా ముద్దుకుమ్మ మందితోటి మనకెందుకే నా ముద్దుకుమ్మ రౌడేడి నమ్మ రౌడేడి నీ కొడుకు పరిచ రౌడేడి బిడ్డేదమ్మ బిడ్డేది నీ బిడ్డ ఇలా గౌరేది అత వల్ల పుట్టిన ఎల్లమ్మ నీవు ఘనమైన తల్లివి ఎల్లమ్మ మాయమ్మ ఏడిళ్ళ జోగు ఎల్లమ్మ నీది మూడిళ్ళ ఎల్క ఎల్లమ్మ మాయమ్మ అసన్నిళ్ళ తాళాలు రో తమ్ముడా పోతలింగన్న సాలుకై దండాలు రో తమ్ముడా పోతలింగన్న ఆనదాయి తమ్ముడావు రో తమ్ముడా పోతలింగన్న నీగావు పిల్లాలు రో తమ్ముడా పోతలింగన్న నర్సపల్లె గండిలోన గంగదారి ఆడినవిరి ఆటలాకు గంగదారి నర్సపల్లె గండిలోన గంగదారి ఆడినవిరి ఆటలాకు గంగదారి ఆడినవిరి ఆటలాకు గంగదారి మోగనవిరి మోసపాయ గంగదారి ఆడినవిరి ఆటలాకు గంగదారి మోగనవిరి మోసపాయ గంగదారి ఇద్దరాము కూడుదాము గంగదారి ఒత్తిమాను కొరుగుదాము గంగదారి ఇద్దరాము కూడుదాము గంగదారి ఒత్తిమాను కొరుగుదాము గంగదారి నిన్ను నన్ను చూసినంక మంది కంటమంటరాయ ముద్దు ముచ్చటోర్వలేక ముక్కు మూతి నిప్పుడాయ పట్టుకోర నువ్వు పిట్టలోల ఎగిరి పొంగసై నర్సపల్లె గండిలోన గంగదారి ఆడినవిరి ఆటలాకు గంగదారి నర్సపల్లె గండిలోన గంగదారి ఆడినవిరి ఆటలాకు గంగదారి ఆడినవిరి ఆటలాకు గంగదారి మోగనవిరి మోసపాయ గంగదారి ఆడినవిరి ఆటలాకు గంగదారి మగనవిరి మోసపాయ గంగదారి
What a splendid performance, I say. The next group is Hasita Sachi and group.
కోసం ఉండే పొలిమేరా తవ్వకాడ ముక్కిడి కోసం ఉండే గంగరాజో ముక్కి ముఠారెక్కాలే గంగరాజో మనం ఎక్కి శికారయ్యాలే.
బారానా పైసలుంటే బండే నా ముందరుండు, బారానా పైసలుంటే బండే నా ముందరుండు. గంగుబాయి తమ్మిడన్న లేకపాయ, గంగుబాయి నాకంత దమ్ము లేకపాయే.
పిచ్చగిరి తవ్వలోన పిచ్చగిరి తవ్వలోన వలగుమ్మనాయి గుమ్మ గజ్జలాది కోడి పుంజు, వలగుమ్మనాయి గుమ్మ గజ్జలాది కోడి పుంజు, వలగుమ్మనాయి గుమ్మ రాజపాడి పట్టవాతే, వలగుమ్మనాయి గుమ్మ రాజగోడ దుంకిపాయే, వలగుమ్మనాయి గుమ్మ రాజనాలు బుక్కి వచ్చే, వలగుమ్మనాయి గుమ్మ రాజనాలు బుక్కి వస్తే, వలగుమ్మనాయి గుమ్మ కాపు కడుకు కళ్ళ దూసే, వలగుమ్మనాయి గుమ్మ తరిమి తరిమి పట్టుకునే, వలగుమ్మనాయి గుమ్మ తరిమి తరిమి పట్టుకొని, వలగుమ్మనాయి గుమ్మ గుడిసెలాకు తీసుకుపాయే, వలగుమ్మనాయి గుమ్మ గుడిసెలాకు తీసుకుపాయే, వలగుమ్మనాయి గుమ్మ ఓరి వారి 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 ఓరి వారి.
అరే మీ 6 గుర్రాలు మా 6 గుర్రాలు 12 గుర్రాల బగ్గి వతంది, 12 గుర్రాల 12 గుర్రాల 12 గుర్రాల 12 గుర్రాల హోయ్ హోయ్. మీ 6 గుర్రాలు మా 6 గుర్రాలు 12 గుర్రాల బగ్గి వతంది, 12 గుర్రాల 12 గుర్రాల 12 గుర్రాల అరే 12 గుర్రాల హోయ్ హోయ్. సాగస్మైంది డీజే లింగా.
నీది మనసు నాది మాట కలదియా కలదియ కంట్రోలు మీద మనువయ్య, పిసిపిసిలో రింగు రంగులో డివడివా డివడివ కంట్రోలు మీద మనువయ్య. నీది మనసు నాది మాట కలదియా కలదియ కంట్రోలు మీద మనువయ్య, పిసిపిసిలో రింగు రంగులో డివడివా డివడివ కంట్రోలు మీద మనువయ్య, డివడివ కంట్రోలు మీద మనువయ్య. అలా పిట్టకు పాముల పుట్టకు కలదియా కలదియ కంట్రోలు మీద మనువయ్య, ఆ పిల్లకు పుట్టి పొంగకు కలదియా కలదియ కంట్రోలు మీద మనువయ్య, సతు మాటు సంబూరాలు కలదియా కలదియ కంట్రోలు మీద మనువయ్య, పిసిపిసిలో రింగు రంగులో డివడివా డివడివ కంట్రోలు మీద మనువయ్య, డివడివ కంట్రోలు మీద మనువయ్య.
नदीच्या पल्ल्याड आईचा डोंगर, नदीच्या पल्ल्याड आईचा डोंगर, डोंगर माथ्याला देवीचं मंदिर, डोंगर माथ्याला देवीचं मंदिर, आलू जागर जागर डोंगर माथ्याला, आलू जागर जागर डोंगर माथ्याला, गेला लाटी भंडार दूर लोटून दे अंधार, आलं दुरून रांगून डोंगर यंगून उघड देवी दार, लल्लाटी भंडार दूर लोटून दे अंधार, आलो दुरून रांगून डोंगर यंगून उघड देवी दार. नदीच्या पाण्यावर अंगीन फुलत, नदीच्या पाण्यावर अंगीन फुलत, तुझ्या नजरेच्या तालावर काळी झडुलत, तुझ्या नजरेच्या तालावर काळी झडुलत, नाद आला ग जीवाच्या घुंगराला, नाद आला ग जीवाच्या घुंगराला, गेला लाटी भंडार दूर लोटून दे अंधार, आलं दुरून रांगून डोंगर यंगून उघड
Thank you, Hasita and group. Next, we have a solo performance by Jaswanti.
మాటరాని మౌనం మనసే తెలిపే ఎదచాటు మాటుగానం కనులే కలిపే ఈ వేళ కళ్ళు రాసే నీ కళ్ళు రాసే ఒక చిన్ని కవిత ప్రేమేనేమో అది చదివినప్పుడు నా పెదవి చప్పుడు తొలి పాటే నాలో పలికినది.
కొంటె చూపుతో నీ కొంటె చూపుతో నా మనసు మెల్లగా చల్లగా దోచావే చిన్ని నవ్వుతో ఒక చిలిపి నవ్వుతో ఏదో మాయ చేసి అంతలోనే మౌన మేలనే
कच्ची कली साडा मासूम चेहरा नियत नूरानी साडा दिल है सुनहरा. कच्ची कली साडा मासूम चेहरा नियत नूरानी साडा दिल है सुनहरा. पर्दे दे पीछे की है किसनू पता, पर्दे दे पीछे की है किसनू पता. कभी मी मैं चस्का चखावा तैनू शरारत सिखावा जदों नैना लड़ावा तैनू शरारत सिखावा जदों नैना लड़ावा.
పూలైనా కొమ్మకు పోసె కదా గిర్ర 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 గింగిరాగిరే సర్ర 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 పొంగరాలివే జర్ర 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 సుట్టు తిరిగలే అందాల భూమి సూర్యునిలా గిర్ర 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 గింగిరాగిరే తుర్రు 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 తోట పిట్టలే జర్ర 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 ఎగిరిపోవులే రయ్యంటూ రాయి ఒడిసెల్లా
వేటకులామనల్లే వేటయనల్లే
விரட்டி பட்டையடி நொறுங்கனுண்டா மோனே உரிமை போட்டையன்னு இறங்கி வானே முடிய களைச்சு முட்டு நீ நடந்து போன நரம்பு படிச்சுக்குதே கொல்தனுவானா. ஏய் நாடா இது சப்பா பீட்டு கொளுத்துக்கடா. மஜாப்பா மஜாப்பா இதா 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 இதா. ஏய் இடிடா வாடா பாத்தி கம்மி ஓகே. ஓகே
I want a volunteer from the audience to please come onto the dais. If not, I'll take names. I think I better call the organizing secretary to please come onto the dais. Singing, dancing, anything. रुको जरा सबर करो. So you can get your Toti gang also.
Thank you all for coming here and gracing the occasion.
Dance will also be there. First, let us encourage for singing. Be quiet.
వస్తుందా వాయిస్ వస్తుందా ఎర్రెర్ర బొట్టు దిద్ది ఎండి మేఘం మెరిసిందే పచ్చాని సీర కట్టి పంట సేలే మురిసిందే పరదలేత్తిసే దాం దిగి దిగి దిత్తాం 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 ఏ మబ్బు వెనక ఏ సినుకు ఉందో ఏడారాలునో ఏ తొవ్వలోన ఏ మలుపు ఉందో ఏడాగునో సాగునో ఎండల్లో దాగి 7 రంగుల్లో ఆ హరివిల్లే పుట్టెను కదా ముల్లైనా పూలైనా కొమ్మకు పూసే కదా గిర 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 గింగిరాగిరే సర 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 బొంగరాలివే జర 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 సుట్టు తిరిగలే అందాల భూమి సూర్యునిలా ఎర్రెర్ర బొట్టు దిద్ది ఎండి మేఘం మెరిసిందే
Thank you, Jagdish sir. Moving on, we have next group performance by Srinidhi and group.
ਤੂੰ ਹੋ ਗਈ 1 to 2 ਉਹ ਕੁੜੀਏ what to do ਉਹ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਦੀ ਪਤੰਗਾਂ ਵਰਗੀ ਤੂੰ ਐਵੇਂ ਉੱਡਦੀ ਉਹ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਦੀ ਹਿੱਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਚੱਲਦੀ ਟੁਕ ਟੁਕ ਤੂੰ ਕਰਦੀ ਮੇਕਅਪ ਤੂੰ ਕਰਦੀ ਆ ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਗਿਟ ਪਿਟ ਤੂੰ ਕਰਦੀ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਕੁਈਨ ਸਾਡੀ ਵਿਕਟੋਰੀਆ ਤੂੰ ਕੰਟੀ ਬਿਗ ਬੈਨ ਦੀ ਪੂਰਾ ਲੰਡਨ ਠੁਮਕਦਾ ਉਹ ਜਦੋਂ ਨੱਚੇ ਭੈਣ ਦੀ ਪੂਰਾ ਲੰਡਨ ਠੁਮਕਦਾ
जब से मिला तेरा साया भाया मुझे हर बार तू भाया लाया सपने हजार तू लाया ऐसे ऐसे हाँ ऐसे 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 जैसे आया जब से है यार तू आया छाया बन के है प्यार तू छाया लाया सपने हजार तू लाया ऐसे ऐसे हाँ ऐसे ऐसे कदी ते क्लोज है लिया मैं तेरे हार्ट नु टच कर लिया ये नटनी पीछे नहीं हटनी तू एक दिन मेरा भी होना ओ इत्थे आ ओ इत्थे आ
ठुमक ठुमक जब हिट चाहे तू पहाड़ी बाटोमा छम छमे पायल घुंगरू बाजने त्यारे खुटमा ठुमक ठुमक जब हिट चाहे तू पहाड़ी बाटोमा छम छमा पायल घुंगरू बाजने त्यारे खुटमा लाल त्यार कंगना हाथ में चूड़ी छनहरा लाल त्यार कंगना हाथ में चूड़ी छनहरा चुनरी तेरी आए हाय चुनरी तेरी चमकनी गुलाबी शरारा अरे चुनरी तेरी चमकनी गुलाबी शरारा
బ్రదర్ ఆపమ్మా ఈ డిక్ చిక్ డిక్ చిక్ కాకుండా మన మ్యూజిక్ ఏమైనా ఉందా
DJ Sai Smiley and DJ Suresh Bhai from Ravirala.
కండక్టర్ స్వామి వేసుకోండ్రా
సింపిరి సుట్టుదాన్ని సెవలి రకన సుట్టదాన్ని సేతి లగ్గి పెట్టేదాన్ని బుంగరాల మెట్టేదాన్ని నేనటంటి దండాడదాన్ని కాదు బాబు పలసరు బైకు మీద రారు బాబా నేనటంటి దండాడదాన్ని కాదు బాబు పలసరు బైకు మీద రార బాబా
రొట్టెలు ఉట్టి మీద ఉండంగా పసిపోయిన రొట్టెలకు పోతివా నాదా ఒక్కదాన్నుడలేదు వరకు మీద వండలేదు చక్కగా మన ఇల్లు దొక్కోయి నాదా ఒక్కదాన్నోయి అందమైన దాన్ని ఇంట్లోనే రెండంగా పక్కదారి నువ్వు దొక్కకే నాదా
Coming up next, we have the final performance by Harshita and group.
ఎత్తుకోని ఎల్లమ్మ బోనాలే శివసత్తులంత శివమెత్తి ఆడాలే అరే ఎత్తుకోని ఎల్లమ్మ బోనాలే శివసత్తులంత శివమెత్తి ఆడాలే ఇక ఇల్లు ఇడిసి పిల్ల జల్ల రావాలే ఊరువాడ ఏకమై ఊగాలే శర్ణాగోలలతో పోతరాజులు చేతుల సల్లారని ఎగరబద్దులు పట్టు బట్టల్లో పడుచు పిల్లలు నైవేద్యం పెట్టగ ముసలి తల్లులు శివసత్తుల సిందాట సిన పోరల తండ్లాట బైండ్లోల్లా జవడీక కుయిన్లల్ల ఎవరు నిలవరంట ఢిల్లీ దాకా ఇనబడాలే ఢిల్లం బొల్లం సిల్లం 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 పసుపు పంటారు అంత సిల్లం పొల్లం అరే నిమ్మెడల నా మెడల నిమ్మల దండ నిమ్మల దండ అగో బోనమెత్తుకున్నదే గోలు కొండ అరే నిమ్మెడల నా మెడల నిమ్మల దండ నిమ్మల దండ అగో బోనమెత్తుకున్నదే గోలు కొండ తోలు డప్పులు దసి జాట పిల్లాలు దసి కోడి పుంజులు దసి కొత్త బట్టాలు దసి కళ్ళు శాకాలు దసి గొర్రె పోతుల నువ్వే కావు వట్ట రాదయరే అరే పచ్చి కుండా బోనమే పోచమ్మ గజ్జలగా ఊలాటలే మైసమ్మ పచ్చి కుండా బోనమే పోచమ్మ గజ్జలగా ఊలాటలే అరే అరే మెడల నా మెడల నిమ్మల దండ నిమ్మల దండ అగో బోనమెత్తుకున్నదే గోలు కొండ
కత్తులు బల్లము చేతబట్టి దుష్టుల తెల్లలు మలగటి కత్తులు బల్లము చేతబట్టి దుష్టుల తెల్లలు మలగటి నువ్వు పెద్ద పుల్లి నువ్వు పెద్ద పుల్లి నువ్వు పెద్ద పుల్లి నెక్కినావమ్మో గండిపేట గండి మైసమ్మ నువ్వు పెద్ద పుల్లి నెక్కినావమ్మో గండిపేట గండి మైసమ్మ త్రిశూలమెకు పెట్టినవమ్మ దున్నపోతు సుట్టు పెట్టినవమ్మ త్రిశూలమెకు పెట్టినవమ్మ దున్నపోతు సుట్టు పెట్టినవమ్మ కొడెనగోల పట్టినవమ్మ ఇరగోలగా సుట్టినవమ్మ కొడెనగోల పట్టినవమ్మ ఇరగోలగా సుట్టినవమ్మ రుద్ర రూపం నీవు రుద్ర రూపం ఎత్తినావమ్మో గండిపేట గండి మైసమ్మ నీవు రుద్ర రూపం ఎత్తినావమ్మో గండిపేట గండి మైసమ్మ
రావు తల్లి రేణుకెళ్ళమ్మ మేము రాజుగారి పిలువనంపే రేణుకెళ్ళమ్మ తూర్పు రాజులో రేణుకెళ్ళమ్మ టొంగుటియాల తెచ్చినారు రేణుకెళ్ళమ్మ రావు తల్లి ముత్యాలమ్మ మేము రాజుగారు పిలువనంపే రావు తల్లి రేణుకెళ్ళమ్మ మేము రాజుగారు పిలువనంపే రేణుకెళ్ళమ్మ తూర్పు రాజులో రేణుకెళ్ళమ్మ టొంగుటియాల వంట గోలుకొండ ఎల్లమ్మ తోలేడు గవ్వలమ్మ రేణుకెళ్ళమ్మ నీ తోగిన జడలమ్మ రేణుకెళ్ళమ్మ వేడు గవ్వలంట రేణుకెళ్ళమ్మ నీ తాపిన జడలమ్మ రేణుకెళ్ళమ్మ రావు తల్లి రేణుకెళ్ళమ్మ మేము రాజుగారు పిలువనంపే రేణుకెళ్ళమ్మ తూర్పు రాజులో రేణుకెళ్ళమ్మ టొంగుటియాల వంట గోలుకొండ ఎల్లమ్మ రావు తల్లి రేణుకెళ్ళమ్మ మేము రాజుగారు పిలువనంపే రేణుకెళ్ళమ్మ గచ్చడము రాజులో రేణుకెళ్ళమ్మ దండ గడియాలు మంత్రి కట్టమైసమ్మ
Thank you, all the performers, for that wonderful and memorable cultural presentation. Dinner is now served at the designated area. All the registered participants and the dignitaries are requested to please join in the ground floor for the dinner, and students are requested to go to the mess. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow for technical session 2 by 9 a.m. Thank you and have a pleasant evening.
Okay. వన్ 37 GB ఒక కార్డు, ఇంకో కార్డు ఎంత వచ్చిందో చూడాలి. బాయ్ నీ కార్డు వస్తలేదు, ఇది నీదే కదా ఉత్తమా దీంట్లో? వేరే ఉన్నాయి నీ ఓన్లీ ఫొటోస్ వీడియో వీడియో ఒక నిమిషం
కల్చరల్ ఉంటుంది 5కి అయిపోతుంది. రేపు 5:30 ప్రెజెంటేషన్ ఉండేది.
వాళ్ళ ఫోటోలు దిగి కట్ చేస్తున్నా. లేదు ఇది వేరేది 2 కెమెరాస్ కదా అదే చేస్తున్నా భయ్యా. అది నా ల్యాప్టాప్ ఫ్యాన్ ఆన్ అయింది. షిఫ్ట్ ఎట్లా పడుతుంది పైన ఉన్నాయి కదా. ఫోటో షూట్ చేసారు కదా అంతా.
ఫస్ట్ మన సీక్వెన్స్ ఉంటాయి, తర్వాత సూపర్ సెలెక్ట్
అది మళ్ళా మీరు మర్చిపోకుండా అట్లా ఇచ్చేసారు అనుకో.
ఇచ్చేది
2 minutes పని ఉంది. టైం క్లోజ్ చేసిర్రు. యాక్చువల్గా మధ్యాహ్నము లేట్ చేసినందుకు నాకు లేట్ అవుతాం అనుకున్నా. ఈడ ఏం చేస్తున్నా నేను కట్టే కొడుతున్నాడ. ఆగు భయ్యా. ఓ మై గాడ్ ఇట్లా ఇలా అవుతుంది. ఇది కదా ఓయమ్మా ఎంతవరకు బాయ్. లంచ్కి పోయినప్పుడు ఆగాబ్లా ఇంతే కదా. దాని తర్వాత ఏం లేవు.
కరెక్ట్ టైం
ఇగో ఇది ఒక్కటే పెన్ డ్రైవ్ కాపీ ఏది చేసిన ఇంకా అలా ఫొటోస్ అలా పట్టవు 18 GB ఓన్లీ ఫొటోస్ ఉంది. ఇది ఎంత ఉందన్న 14 GB వస్తుంది దీంట్లో. 16 GB అయితే దాంట్లో వచ్చేదా 14 GB కదా. అట్లా ఒక హార్డ్ డిస్క్ ఏమైనా ఉంటే మీరు రేపు ఇచ్చేసేయండి. టోటల్ డేటా మొత్తం డౌన్ చేస్తాను. ఒక హార్డ్ డిస్క్ ఇవ్వండి. 14 GB అది
వీడియో ఉంది. అవును వీడియో కాపీ
హార్డ్ డిస్క్ ఉంటే తీసుకోమని చెప్పేసి అయిపోతుంది.
64 తీసుకోండి. లాస్ట్ టైం మనము స్టేజ్ ఆన్ చేసినప్పుడు 120 GB
అదేం పడుతుంది మన వయసు మాట్లాడుకుంటూ మొత్తం వినబడుతుంది. అప్పుడే చెప్తున్నా